crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Turns up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Turns up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change, chasing the wind no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next, where do we go? Clickety-clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I, hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Turns up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive, rising up in the zone. Champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Turns up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Turns up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Turns up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stands up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change, chasing the wind no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next, where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stands up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Turns up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory.
PUBG Mobile Venom. The last dance is here. In this collaboration, you'll get to enjoy a bunch of fun gameplay, including Black Symbiote Clusters, the Black Symbiote Arm, and Black Symbiote Warhorse. Let's check them out. From October 18th to November 10th, you'll encounter Black Symbiote Clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Livik, and Miramar. Near them, you have a chance of picking up a Black Symbiote Arm or coming across a Black Symbiote Warhorse. They offer great advantages, giving you more options in matches. Let's start with the Black Symbiote Arm. With it, you can aim at buildings, the ground, trees, or other fixed landmarks to get around faster and reach your destination. If you aim at a moving target instead, such as an airdrop crate or even another player, it will pull the target towards you, so you can always be on the offense. To travel long distances swiftly, use the Black Symbiote Arm to anchor to the ground and hurtle yourself forward. You'll be covering ground in no time. Furthermore, the Black Symbiote Arm can transform any regular horse or Bloodfire Warhorse you come across into a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Mount the Black Symbiote Warhorse, and you'll find yourself wielding a Black Symbiote Lance, which can be used to deal close-range attacks from atop the horse. At the same time, you can toss the Black Symbiote Lance to ensnare targets within a reasonable distance. While it doesn't do much damage, it's effective for restricting enemy movement, which provides a great battle advantage. Oh, and during the collaboration, Venom himself will appear in-game by showing up prior to jumping. On top of that, follow the in-game collaboration themed event for a chance to get a Venom The Last Dance avatar, avatar frame, parachute, and home items. Join us in PUBG Mobile and check out the Venom The Last Dance collaboration with your teammates. Become the ultimate duo.
Eu sei que muitos times querem nos desafiar, mas não é fácil. Grupo Amarelo, tenha cuidado.
Alpha 7? I know they think they will dominate this group, but we are here to prove them wrong. We are going to give them a hard time.
DRS ले एकचोटि अल्फा 7 लाई हराइ पनि सकेको र नेपालको लागि ग्लोबल स्टेजमा सेकेन्ड पनि ल्याएर आएको तर यो चोटि नेपालको लागि कोर स्पोर्ट्स ल्याउनेछ ट्रफी.
Kali ini, aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena...
Na verdade, não achamos que outras equipes podem nos desafiar. Acho que nossos maiores rivais é a gente mesmo, porque a gente sabe que se a gente perder é só pra gente mesmo, mas a gente trabalhou muito e se Deus quiser vai ser campeão desse grupo. Os torneios que entramos, nós vencemos. E só falta o troféu da PMGC, e esse é indispensável.
I think Alpha 7 is our biggest rivals. Don't be overconfident because we're playing in this group. 2 times I missed qualifying to the Grand Finals, but this year I will not.
सबैलाई लागिरहेछ कि हामी ग्रुप अफ डेथमा पर्यौं भनेर तिनीहरूलाई के थाहा छैन भन्दाखेरि हामी परेर यो ग्रुपलाई ग्रुप अफ डेथ भनिएको हो. हाम्रो योपालि एउटा मात्र लक्ष्य हो जुन चाहिँ DRS र अल्फा 7 लाई बिट गर्न हो र नेपालको लागि जित ल्याउन हो.
Aku bakal bilang itu Alpha 7. Pesan aku untuk mereka ya good luck have fun aja sih. Aku udah sering lewatin namanya kegagalan, kekalahan, dan dari kekalahan itu akan ngebuat diri aku menjadi semakin lebih kuat. Kali ini aku akan menjadi juara di PMGC tahun ini. Karena
London is red! The biggest opponent is Alpha 7. May the best win! I come, I see, and I conquer.
Nepal's warriors show no fear. Alpha 7, bring the battle.
Hello PUBG Mobile fans! The 2024 PMGC is kicking off with Group Yellow on October 31st. In the first week of the 2024 PMGC group stage, 16 teams in Group Yellow will battle to secure a spot in the top 3, guaranteeing a place in the Grand Finals in London. Meanwhile, those who place 4th through 11th will move on to the survival stage, while those finishing 12th through 16th will be eliminated immediately. Dubbed the Group of Death by casters and fans, this lineup includes fierce competitors. Alpha 7 Esports, Xavier, and Vampire Esports are ranked in the power rankings top 10 globally, while Alpha 7 Esports, Bigatron Knights, and Vampire Esports are world champions. Group Yellow promises intense battles ahead.
And rest on their throne, ladies and gentlemen, PMGC champions, Alpha 7 Esports!
Alpha 7 Esports is currently ranked number 1 in the power rankings. They've recently proven themselves to be one of the best by becoming the grand champions of the 2024 PMWC. But after only finishing 3rd in the last 2 PMGCs, can they defend their position as the number 1 kings in the power rankings? Bigatron Knights were the first ever PUBG Mobile Global Champions, bringing pride and joy to Indonesia. But despite qualifying for PMGC 5 times in a row, they haven't reached the PMGC Grand Finals since 2020. On top of that, Zuxi will be competing without his twin brother Luxi this time. Can Bigatron Knights make a comeback this year? Twisted Minds is making their PMGC debut. Their roster is joined by Lord, a 4-time PMGC participant, as well as Coops, the MVP of both EMEA and America's regional tournaments. Since 2021, no other Middle Eastern team has managed to reach the Grand Finals since Stigma Galaxy. Could Twisted Minds become the second ever Middle Eastern team to do so? Nepal's rising star, Aura Esports, have only been founded a year ago, but they have been steadily improving, from reaching 14th in the PMGO preliminary stage, 13th in the PMSL CSA Spring, 6th in the PMSL CSA Fall, to being first in the 2024 PUBG Mobile Campus Clutch Nepal. However, they've been thrown into the Group of Death. Will they survive? Will we see their biggest breakthrough yet? With so many hungry teams in the group, can anyone take down the reigning champion of Alpha 7, or will an underdog surprise us with a breakout performance? Tune in to the PUBG Mobile Esports channels and find out in the first week of the 2024 PMGC group stage, from October 31st until November 3rd at 10:25 UTC+0. Who will be the top 3 teams advancing to the Grand Finals? This is a showdown you don't want to miss.
Não? Troca aí, né? Não.
हामीलाई चाहिँ फर्स्ट राख्नु
Going home early
Alright.
because Halo guys, nama aku Satar dari tim Bigetron Night.
Nama aku Zuxi dari tim Bigetron Knights.
Hello, I'm Lord.
I'm Coops from Twisted Minds.
Salve galera, eu sou o Revo. E rapaziada, eu sou mafioso.
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई मेरो नाम मल्लिक कार्की हो
म चाहिँ आकाश राई हो र म टिम और स्पोर्ट्सको प्लेयर हो
र आज हामी ग्रुप येल्लोको 2024 PMGC प्रेडिक्सन गर्न जाँदैछौँ
Dimulai dari Oh, dari saya. Bigetron. Gimana? Lewat. Nomor 1. Di sini.
Udah nggak ada ininya lagi ya? Apa bintang lagi ya?
Ya, udah mau di atas. Udah jelas saya Bigetron, kenapa Bigetron?
Like we still have better teams in our group.
Você concorda, parceiro?
Concordo com você.
6 man.
I have respect for them, that's why in 6th.
D Xavier, they're underrated, but I don't think they're good enough to be top 3. So I'll put them as 4.
Yeah.
Top 4.
Não, quinto. Eles brigam também pelo top 3.
Então beleza.
DX लाई 4 मा राख्दिने
राम्रै खेल्छ यिनीहरू.
Vampire Esports. They're one of the best teams on the world, so I think I'll go for first.
Iya, kayak lumayan. Vampire.
Segundo, porque eles é bom.
2 times WI champion.
Okay, and now Twisted Minds. I would go for third.
Why?
Better teams in our group, but I think we can manage to qualify to Grand Finals.
Sixth?
É, sexta é uma posição justa. Mas acho que briga também pelo top 3.
Twisted main region MENA. Ya pokoknya tapi dia jago. Tapi nggak konsisten, selalu nggak konsisten di PMGC. 10?
9 kayaknya.
Oke, kita taruh di 9.
Oh, यसलाई कहाँ राख्ने? यिनीहरू पनि च्याम्पियन होइन?
Yeah.
माथि राख्ने है?
Top 3.
Top 3.
Nah ini nih yang dulu segrup sama kita, tapi lu belum main.
Major Pride.
Ya, cuman rosternya ada beda nih.
Iya, rosternya beda.
Menurut gua sih di 10 sih.
10 ya.
Nah, itu lah.
Oh, किनभने
हामीलाई चाहिँ फर्स्ट राख्नु हामी फर्स्ट हुने हो जितेर हुने
योपालि फर्स्ट हुने हो त्यही भएर.
I think they'll be going home early.
Alright.
Because
Não? Troca aí, né? Não.
é verdade. Que tem lugar reservado.
É.
14º.
Loops. Acho que eles têm chance de brigar pelo top 5 também.
É, sobrou só o 8º, hein?
Não, acho que eu tiro a DX. Não, eu tiro
Tira MP.
tiro MP, coloco MP em 11º. Vou colocar em 11º. Colocar Loops. Ai! Acho que esse time aqui tudo vai brigar pelo top 4.
E o campeão do grupo amarelo?
Não, for sure.
A gente.
Taruh.
Udah pasti lah ini. Nah, nggak bisa diragukan lagi.
Apa 7?
Tim yang paling konsisten lah sih.
Iya, gila.
Alpha 7.
Oh,
World champions, bro. Of course they're gonna
course.
qualify.
yep.
Alpha 7.
Second.
Esse daqui é lá embaixo.
Mais pra
Voltando pro Brasil.
Inco.
Ok.
Yeah.
Nggak ada yang mau diganti?
Enggak, kurang lebih gini lah.
Ya kurang lebih gini lah.
Dah, deal?
Deal?
Deal.
Bom, galera, agora a gente vai falar um pouco sobre os times que a gente colocou aqui. Bom, a gente colocou a gente mesmo primeiro, porque a gente sabe que a gente é o time mais preparado. É o time que mais... Tenho certeza que é o time que mais merece estar aqui. E fala um pouquinho sobre a Vampire aí, meu filho.
A Vampire é um time muito consistente, eles estão em todos os campeonatos mundiais. Então ele só fica atrás da gente mesmo.
यो चाहिँ हाम्रो फाइनल प्रेडिक्सन रहेको छ र हामीले किन हामीलाई फर्स्टमा राखेको भन्दा किनभने म आफूभन्दा माथि कुनै टिमलाई पनि देख्दिनँ.
We put Vampire, DX, and BTR all in the top 5 because Southeast Asia, they're all strong teams. And I think they're the strongest region right now in the world.
It's not misconfidence. I think it's about reality. Like the both teams are better than us.
Oke teman-teman, kira-kira ini PMGC prediction dari kami. Kira-kira seperti itu.
Valeu.
Valeu!
Bye bye.
Bye.
I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change, chasing the wind no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. There, even at the lowest, and nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of the world shadow the darkness above. Glory, never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. Welcome guys to the PMGC Group Yellow Day 3. Today we will be starting off the halfway mark of this Group Yellow. We had some surprises yesterday and as I was getting some strats right there from MSJ. One of the best rotating teams so far in this tournament and they're looking to be in the top 3 of Group Yellow. I can't wait to see and find out what teams like Alpha 7 are going to be doing because they're trying to hunt them down as well. And Major Pride, a team that was able to be in first place coming out of day 1, they're actually going to be starting off in second place tied with points. Stay tuned and find out what's going to happen. Day 3 of Group Yellow.
Well, welcome back everyone to the desk here. Jason Kaplan here, joined by Hot Jukes and Max Smith. We're ready to break down what's happening these last 2 days of play. Gentlemen, it's been an exciting 2 days, I have to say. The days of underdogs, the group of underdogs, maybe we should call it, as you talked about before, Max, as our top dogs are sleeping, maybe, hopefully waking up today. But Max, quick recap. What was your takeaway from yesterday?
I think I have to say Miramar and Sejong, Jason. They're looking great. I'm loving how they played yesterday. The macro rotates, the fights they've been taking. They are on fire, currently tied in first place with Major Pride. Now the question is, are they going to continue today? The answer is yes. More of that. Yeah.
Yes. More.
And if you guys are at home with your bingo card, Max has now officially cursed the team, and now we get to see the downfall of Miramar and Sejong. Hot Jukes, what about you?
Oh, dude, it's crazy. I mean, just looking at that intro video, right? It was so funny watching all the different teams kind of like place where they expected everybody else to be. And I was looking at it, and Major Pride, like on average, was placed in 11th place, right? And they're not in 11th. Right, they are in first place right now, or right there. So I mean, it's crazy to watch. I mean, today is the start of the second half for Group Yellow. It's still possible, at least in my eyes, mathematically, for the teams at the bottom to try to make a race for top 3, but that would require just an absolute monster game today, and of course the top teams to also falter as well. But you know what, I mean, it's the last try, I think, for some of these squads to really make something happen here.
Yeah, obviously, the teams are looking at here in top 3, even maybe a couple a little bit below her, should be relatively safe, if not guaranteed safe, going through into at least at a minimum the survival stage. But of course, all these teams still going to be fighting for that top 3 placings. If you're unfamiliar with how it works, top 3 gets you straight to the grand finals. 4th through 11th is going to make you into the survival. We have to then place a certain ranking to get through into last chance. We then have to place top 6 to make it into the grand finals in December. But yeah, D Xavier here, they unfortunately didn't really increase their rank. I think they kind of fell out as well. Team Spirit, out of like the top 3 teams that I expected, they weren't one of them, and I didn't really expect them to be in a 3rd place position after 2 days. I expected them to be a little bit lower, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, it's heavily carried by Nomi and Effect. These guys are just fragging out. I think currently Nomi is the top 3 fragger in this tournament, and the top 8 is going to be Effect. So both of them are in the top 10. They're popping off constantly. They're getting the eliminations on board and just creating great opportunities for the team. Though going over to the second page here of the leaderboards, we talked about a bit, Hot Jukes here. We're going to focus quite a bit on these bottom teams, because if you want to initiate a comeback to be maybe in top 3, it has to happen today. Top 11, you need to start getting points on board. So right now, looking at those bottom teams, they need to start getting points on board.
They got to. They have to here. But this head-to-head right now between Alpha 7 and Vampire, right? The top dogs that everybody was expecting to really show up here have been underperforming, at least compared to the likes of like Missouri Sejong and, of course, Major Pride. But look at this average. I mean, it's very, very close, except, Vampire's got an extra chicken dinner on hand here, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, it's 6th, 7th place comparison, so they're probably going to be extremely close. I mean, they would have to be if they're going to be 6th and 7th right next to each other in the rankings. Though Vampire, I mean, yesterday did not look good for them. Their best placing was a 4th with 3 eliminations, and then they got like a game with 6 elims.
Alpha 7 too, like these two teams as a whole, Jason, have had a bad day too compared to day 1. Day 1 was fantastic for Alpha 7 and Vampire, getting like 2 chicken dinners for Vampire. Alpha 7 got, of course, a chicken dinner over in that last Miramar, a 2nd place and a 3rd place. Alpha 7, their best game yesterday was a 3rd place, and then 4th place, as you said, for Vampire. So these two teams, they are being overtaken by the competition. DRX got a chicken dinner. D Xavier still getting some consistent placements in the late game. Team Spirit getting big elimination matches. And of course, MSJ and Major Pride just always at the top in terms of all elimination and placement points. Alpha 7 and Vampire were looking like the big dogs, right, Hot Jukes, going into this group, but they got competition, and it's not going to be easy to climb their way back up in the top 3.
For sure, especially considering that, Alpha 7 got majority of their points on day 1 in Miramar, and then yesterday we saw them go out early in Miramar, so that's going to be a little tough one here. We are going to have a whole new group of matches today, and what are the odds, Jason, that Major 100%. Pride wins Sanhok again?
Oh, I don't know. No, it ain't happening again. It ain't happening.
That's it. So just 2 in a row. No chance of 3.
No. If you win 3 in a row, then something. Then teams need to look at you and what you're doing, because like Sanhok, it's not a consistent map for any team out there. It's played only once a day. It's played generally only once a day, if even played at all, when it comes to PMSLs as well. So yeah, no, Max.
I think it could happen.
No, Max, don't do it.
I think they might get a top 3. I think they could get top 3. A win again is going to be like rough. They'll be the true kings of the jungle. But they had quick rotations, Jukes. We were talking about it yesterday, especially that 2nd Sanhok we had so far this PMGC. They just, you teams are fighting on like the edge of circle and gatekeeping? Huh? Don't know what that's about. Anyways, dead center and just send it and get to late game, get 3 eliminations off the back of that. So they've got a good game plan for Sanhok. So I would say they can make it far once again.
Well, obviously, one reason that they are playing so well is, of course, our official smartphone provider here at PMGC 2024, the Infinix GT20 Pro. If you want to play like a pro, pick one of these up, and potentially we could see you at PMGC next year. Hot Chick still doesn't have one. Poor you. It's okay.
I cry every single day.
You'll get one.
I look in the mirror in the morning, and I'm just like, man, do I wish I was Jason and Max, man? Because I would have.
I mean, who doesn't wish
but I don't.
They were us? Unless you don't want to have a giant nose and you want to have a head of hair.
I knew that was. I was waiting for
it. That screen. Not to mention, you guys at home, you can obviously check us out over on socials, whether it's going to be YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. You can check all of those out. And of course, see all the content they put out as well. There's definitely some really good content coming on YouTube you guys should be checking out. And then also, if you're in the area or even if you're not in the area, you can still pick up tickets to PMGC kicking off the 6th of December through 8th of December. If you get a ticket and you go, you're automatically going to be able to get a sweet skin from the 2024 PMGCs, not to mention all the little activities they have at the event for you, and some even merchandise you can pick up for yourself. But as we do obviously take a look towards what's coming up today, our teams to focus in the day, I put the big three. That's the three I predicted to win the group, just because where are they? What's going on? Like, do we have new top dogs? Do we have like the new best teams in the world here? Obviously, it's just 2 days of play, but I was still expecting them to hit the ground running a little bit better.
Yeah, and I picked the same teams you did, except for BTR. And the only reason why I picked BTR is because, you know, they started off looking so strong, right? I mean, I was really like, oh man, this is the big resurgence of the squad. But then, you know, yesterday we saw a little bit of tapering. But you know what? We're in the second half here. They can definitely bounce back for sure, Max.
Yeah, oh, for sure. They can have a big third day this time around. I'm going to go for... No, Mira and Sejong, is that a surprise? Not really. We already talked so much about them. I'm not going to linger on MSJ for too long. But Ravens Gaming is a team I really wanted to highlight going in this third day. I think they are a really good team when it comes to taking fights. They're very successful, but when you come down to the breakdown of how they get their points, they have a total of 45 points currently. 38 of those points are eliminations. They only have 7 placement points over the course of 12 matches so far. That is insanely low for a team that has shown back in PL that they can rotate so damn efficiently. So I think that transition here from PL to global stage is really rough for them. So right now, they never made a top 3, not even a top 4, Jason. So we need to see some late game placement from this team. Eliminations alone is clearly not going to cut it.
If you saw my face there, I was making some very weird looks because we have been informed by the man live in Kuala Lumpur is going to be sitting out Genfos and Zuxi. BTR not going to be fielding those 2 players. So I think it's not a bad decision, I'd say. Obviously, if you want to try to climb up the leaderboards here, you need to make some sort of change. Obviously, they still are technically qualified right now if we ended things off. But hey, respect the change, and we'll see if it's going to work off for them as well. But then again, look at Twisted Minds. We didn't see Robs come out when it came to Miramar, which kind of surprised us.
Not sure what's happening there. Again, there's blood in the water, Jason, when it comes down to this team. Yeah. I wish I knew what was going on. Maybe I'll have to DM my boy Robs and be like, what's happening, homie? Tell me what's going on. Talk to me.
And then he's like, I'm sorry, I do not understand. You need to speak to me in French.
Tu peux m'expliquer ce qui se passe pour la team de Twisted Minds? Parce que c'est un peu compliqué ce qui se passe en internal, non? There you go.
He talks so much smack about us, Jukes. Yes. I know French, and he doesn't know that I know. And he was saying that we're like horrible. And he's like, Robs, come save me. Come be on the desk with me.
That's why you've been on Duolingo all that time. Oh, wow, that makes sense. Okay, good job.
I mean, how do you think I knew what Gitun was?
I should have known. Damn, that was
should have known. And there's definitely another phrase in French I do know that I can't say on air, but you know, Seven would love to hear it. He knows for sure. As we do take a look at a couple of other teams, I mean, Hora as well had a pretty, I guess, decent step up yesterday. They had a first place with 7 eliminations, a third place with 9 eliminations, and then a couple of stinker matches thereafter with 15 places with 0 and then 1 elimination. The team from Nepal, Max, you know, I didn't really see them as being a real contestant or challenger, I should say, for top 3, and I think we're kind of seeing that right now. However, seeing them in top 11 is honestly kind of surprising me. I didn't expect them to be stronger than some of the teams that were actually currently below them, like Demorte, like Loops. I mean, I would even have thrown Twisted Minds in there until we saw day 1.
I'm definitely more hopeful for Hora at the start of day 2, I think it's fair to say. When it comes down to confidence as a whole, Hora doesn't seem like a team that was very confident entering the first day of PMGC. They were a bit hesitant on their rotations. They were clashing into teams because they were trying to avoid fights as long as possible. And as we know, Jukes, when you avoid fights as long as possible, you are going to be crashing in a team eventually and you're just going to be completely unprepared. So Hora here, I feel like built a bit more confidence at the start of day 2, and I want to see that linger in today, but they need to try and get those reps in, because global, that transition again from local to international stage is always so tough.
Yeah, you know, he's like, get out of here, dude. He said, get out of here. We're in first place, dude. Don't look at us. You know, don't jinx us here. But you know, it's so crazy you were saying that, because I just keep remembering that fight, or that one moment where Hora like threw like 15 smokes, like just to move up like 5 meters, you know, like I love it. That's right, I switched to meters. It's wild to see, you know. I hope that they got to get aggressive at this point. You look at the leaderboards, people need to start playing towards it, you know, and teams at the bottom, like, let's just give a crazy, like, just a crazy like thing that could happen, right? Like if Twisted Minds even wanted to make a run for top 3, they know that they have to win like almost every single game today, right?
Pretty much.
So if that's going to happen, they should play towards it, right? Why not? It's either that or you just give it up and you just say, all right, well, let's just try to make it to the survival stage, which I still think would be possible tomorrow. So in my mind, just why not go for it, Jason, right?
I don't know. I'm about to harsh on you like I harshed on Max when it came to this double point days. You think Twisted Minds just aren't trying, Hotchuk? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think they are. I think they
harder?
are, but let's not just try harder. It's just adjust your strategies. You know what I'm saying? Like at a certain point, you got to realize, like if we need to get, let's just say, like I'm going to go back to PMWC where we saw like Team Reject needed like a 20-point game and to shut down Alpha 7 in the last match, and they didn't even hot drop them at all. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got to adjust your strategies to play towards the leaderboard. It's like, yeah, what you've been doing, it didn't work for the first 2 days. Day 3 comes out, you got to change it up. I hate seeing teams just do the same thing over and over and over, regardless of what the results are.
To really jump on Twisted Minds for the last time here, I think they are trying, Jason, really hard, but individually. There's no
That's a good point.
synergy. There's no communication. They're all like, oh yeah, I'm a strong player. I'm Coops. I'm Robs. I'm all like these strong players that have been star players on all the rosters they've been a part of pretty much for their entire career. And now they're at the point where they're playing together and they want to be the standout players still. But unfortunately, it's not going to work out. You need a squad if you want to stand out. And look at the top teams right now. Like Major Pride, how many of their players win the top 4 fragging list? 3 of them. It shows they're all just working together, bringing the points together and avoiding to do those splits that was such an issue for them back in CSA. They have improved, and we have not seen that improvement yet from Twisted Minds. So again, it just requires one good conversation between all the players to be like, okay, guys, we're messing up. We need to play together. We need to do some good calls, some good rotates, and just do a play. If it's a good or bad play, we don't care, but do it together. That is what I need to see from this team entering today.
What I took from that was they need to try harder, but as a team.
Yeah.
As if it was a double point day.
Yeah.
If this was in PMGC right now, and this is a watch party, I'd be going in even harder on you.
Am I wrong? What?
Well, we can see here, of course, we'll be starting things off on Sanhok, which, of course, has been Major Pride's victory. You did ask before, Hotchukes, if we expect to see them win yet again. We don't need to dive back into that, but we do need to dive into is thinking back to the times when, well, I guess they weren't Twisted Minds, when Enigma Galaxy back, with Freak, Lord, and Coops, when they were successful on Sanhok, it came down to that heal strat. And this is what kind of worries me about the team adapting or ever, making those changes, because they didn't really do that when they were Enigma Galaxy with those 3 players. They still kind of played this like really weird style on Sanhok that just never worked out for them. So if they're going to make changes, obviously, like you're saying, it's got to be today, but it's going to be so tough to change how you've been playing the last 2 days. To the way you need to here in this lobby with how things have been going for them.
I would say here, if they have another bad day, Jukes, right, they're almost out of the race. Like, they can still barely make it in top 11, but, like, we need a good day here, right?
You need to have a good day to at least feel comfortable going to tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be rough. I mean, because you're going to have so many teams just desperate, and you're going to see towards the end squads, like, kind of push each other needlessly. Basically, what I'm trying to say, Jason, is they're going to try harder tomorrow.
I hate both of you.
Right? Everybody else is going to try harder tomorrow. So you got to try hard today. That is what I'm trying to say.
So what Hotchukes is saying is that Twisted Minds just haven't been trying these last 2 days. They're just like, we don't need 4 days.
They were trying,
we don't need 4
but they
days
weren't
to
trying
play.
harder.
Oh my God, I hate both of you so much. The upside for Twisted Minds, though, they're only 32 points out of top 11. 32 points is easily done in 2 matches. Technically even 1 if you have a really big pop-off game. So they're really not out of the run just yet. Same for Hami Bro, same for Reagan's Gaming, Loops, Demorte. It is still very possible for there to be a major shakeup towards that part of our leaderboard. It's just whether or not you can make those games happen today.
No, it's definitely possible.
But Max Man, right? If you're gonna get 32 points, how you gonna do it?
Please don't say they tried harder.
Say it, Juice.
Tell us, Max.
I'm saying it. They're gonna try harder.
Yeah. What do they have to do?
They're just gonna try harder.
Points?
Oh yeah.
I agree. I agree.
Thank you, Kalaris, for your approval on this comment.
What about another team, Inko? They had a fall off quite a bit here from day one. No. Way Morse code in this. From day 1 to day 2, you were expecting Inko to be top 3, Hotchukes.
I was. I mean, I thought Eco could do it. Still think they can do it. All right. I mean, they have 66 points, right? That it's still in the realm of possibility, especially here with 2 days left to go. But they would need a couple chicken dinners. Like, that is the strat. So, like, So it's not necessarily try harder, but there's different things you could do. So just to give you an example, at a certain point towards endgame, right? If you're out of position, you could try to just, hey, wait around, just try to get as many points as possible and go out. Or you could try to make a very risky play to try and win the game. At a certain point, you got to realize we have to take those risks, right? We cannot play it safe no more. And Inco, the reason why I think we see them not in that really top 3, because they've been in great spots, Max, right? But they just don't, they hesitate. That little tiny hesitation has been crushing them.
The thing is, in the lobby like this, that little 5-10 seconds delay because you're hesitating to make a play, those teams are going to punish you for that little delay. They are going to punish you so heavily. They got to a few good finishes yesterday. They got a 3rd place with 6 eliminations, a 4th place with 3 eliminations. They got close so many times, Hot Jukes, but they need to get more confident here. I think they showed they have potential to get the wins and climb up the rankings. We need to see them do well at the start of today.
Well, speaking of start of the day, it's time to kick things off here as we have 2 casters who don't need to try harder because they're always plus ultra. It's going to be John Allen and Blake.
It's time for Try Hard with a Vengeance. That's right, we're going to the airstrip. We've taken off already, and we're going over Sanhok for the first time today, the 3rd time to the jungle for Group Yellow. We're on board with the Xavier, the plane path, taking us in once more.
Plus Ultra, yeah! That's right, guys. Chicago Smash. Your way into Paradise Resort. Where you got to make it happen.
That's where that's a big Chicago Smash location. That's what DXavier are going for.
Yeah.
As we head on RSG going down towards the south side, towards boot camp potentially. No,
boot
the south of it.
Full
with
cal
Team
kick.
Spirit potentially looking to try and United States of Smash their way out of boot camp this time.
True. Max says the London Smash. Gotta be done. Tempted to drop a little ooh on the end of them, but I steered away from it.
That's right.
Yeah, straight back into the games. 3rd day. I think the guys on the desk, talking a lot about, well, what were they talking about, really? There's a lot of just try harder going on over that side.
Yeah.
I need some constructive feedback.
Bruce Willis was great in those films, man. I love that.
Yeah. What? Try hard.
Yeah. Try hard.
True.
That's right.
That's kind of good. So I'm popping up over towards that top side. Zeus actually taking fights with 2 teams, I believe.
Yo, did you see that? He just flipped the vehicle up and used the bottom of the vehicle to block the bullets. That was insane tech.
Yeah, that's anime. That's anime right there.
Like, straight up, that actually saved their lives. That's kind of cool. Can I get a replay on that? I don't know if that's possible.
I don't think it saved live.
No, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
No,
then.
but
So.
Yeah, Major Pride. I like this team. I do like the team. I want to see more from them. There was some really good starts for that. And they have got the majority of their points off for a couple of games. Orange.
Oh.
Range.
Federalis.
Doing.
He's getting in there. There's some knives. AZ's getting slashy with it.
Genuinely,
Halloween was 3 days ago. He's not Michael Myers.
I know. It's kind of a weird one as well, where he got shot in the back of the head, and Range was like, "Window? let me just wait a minute. Let me out. Let me out."
No, just wait a minute. Wait. Oh, he's out of ammo. He's nearly out of ammo.
Yeah, I mean, Yappy's coming in. As is Elementrix, though. 30 bullets. Ooh. Yeah, spooky. The tag on his butt. Take the shots.
Go on, AZ. Throw up the smoke screen.
No.
Oh, Elementrix down. Federalis! Oh! He turns the corner, and there he goes with the knife. Harame, bro. Sink it in between the shoulder blades of Major Pride. And that is a bad start to their day 2. Day 3, even. Goodness me. Losing count.
There's a lot popping off around the map at this point in time. I mean, Team Spirit already lost a player. Zeus is currently just blasting off into outer space. They've done so much damage to loads of separate teams at the start of this game, which is impressive coming off their good day yesterday. Just the 1 bullet in the mag, but DBS should do the trick from distance.
Yeah,
been happy.
ADS. Very cool.
Been happy with Zeus. We were very happy with Zeus yesterday. We're still happy today. 8th place right now with 5 eliminations within the first 3 minutes is quite astonishing. And for Zeus, this is a team we wanted to see do well, right, coming into PMGC as that rookie roster. And they weren't doing great towards those first couple of days. I think that was nerves. There's a lot of pressure. And the lads on that roster are quite young at the end of the day, and you're on a LAN format. I think they got a little bit of a taste of that over in EMEA. But yeah, nowhere near as much pressure as here. I mean, all the lights, the stage looks awesome. But it's scary. It's scary. You know that one bad move could be the difference between you going home right now. For PMSL, EMEA, for them, you know, there was that case of trying to get towards those spots on those top sides, but a little less pressure with the difficulty teams on side. So well done to Zeus, and already coming out swinging today is good.
Team Spirit take another knock as they try and get across the river. This boot camp drop just continually being punished. DXavier really looking to turn the screws on them, and it has been a real tough time for Team Spirit on Sanhok here, being the victims of a lot of pressure so far. DXavier, a main profiter from this behavior. Looks like they're trying to get ahead, trying to cut off this bridge rotation. Nomi should be resable if they can extract Kitsune from this wall side, from the compound down to the south of boot camp. But the nade over the top, the bridge under control. DXavier do have a chokehold on this.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's real difficult for Team Spirit. I mean, it's not the end of the world for them, though. It's just a question of how much do DXavier want to pressure this. Right now, they've only got one player on side, which is Kitsune. It's a good nade, actually. Needs to be a better one. There is a lot of damage to back. I think they both take each other at the same time. That was Matic to be able to get involved there. He's made a long journey down this way. For DXavier, two other players aren't really close by, but he's likely calling for a little bit of backup ASAP.
Ooh, I'm not too sure that they needed to go for that peek up to the wall, put more pressure on. I feel like DXavier, they had the back of that compound, they had a lot of control, and they had the bridge as well, but they give a little opening and Team Spirit are ready to pounce. Meanwhile, over in Painan, looks like Harame Bro and Demuerte will be clashing. Demuerte down a player. Harame Bro on all four of their players alive. They've already managed to get through that fight that we saw earlier with Major Pride, but Tresley, maybe one step too far, immediately goes for that flush as well. Taken very low by the nade, but gets far enough away to stay alive. Yappy wants to put another one in, but teammates are starting to fall now, and Pusher a priority to get res. Staying as 4 on this crossing is so imperative here. RSG are on the south side, so could be a difference maker here, because they have got Harame Bro on that south side as well to maybe third party the rooftops, but Demuerte, they're just getting shredded.
I don't even know where he's actually coming from. That was a wild push out for Demuerte, somewhat deserving to lose that fight. 7 minutes, 8 eliminations. Harame Bro basically have already had a successful game here on Sanhok. 8 elims, man. It's kind of crazy. Down towards 15th place. Maybe Hot Jukes was right after all. Maybe they did just need to try harder.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you just try hard. It's so much better. This is a pretty nasty shift. I don't think we talked too much about the circle. I don't think we talked too much about the circle shifting as hard southwest as it did. It's forced a lot of these early fights on rotation, pushing in towards that ruins area is where Zeus picked up a lot of their eliminations. Obviously, that Painan engagement that we just saw as well. And now with the circle moving up towards the bridge, towards the Northwest Island, Vampire are the only team up there, and ruins is a main focal point.
Yeah, there's been so much action towards this early game that it's somewhat difficult to pinpoint what's been happening elsewhere around the map. I mean, Alpha 7 currently moving through 3 eliminations. And yeah, the dinner bell's certainly been rung today in terms of you got to hurry up, guys. If you want to stay towards that top 3 or you want to get towards a position where you're not heading home right now, you need to keep pushing a little bit further. Inco even having themselves an engagement. We're looking over towards Harame Bro here versus Lutz. It's the last 2 players alive. Levi's finds a shot up towards Nov. He's never ending.
They're on 8 eliminations now, and I mean, If they get 2 more, this is a big game for Harame, bro. Within the first 10 minutes already. A nade over towards Nino, nearly finding the knock, but not quite. It's a really bold push, and there's the nade to back it up from Federales on the off angle. That is an excellent pickup and loops. They're losing players. I don't think we get this one back up. Unless he makes this mad crawl. I mean, that's a surprise that he's been allowed to do that. But over the balcony he goes. Federales giving them the slip and finds another through the window. Neil Zada finally puts a stop to proceedings, but from the staircase, nearly doing some damage there. Loops on the top floor stay up with 3. Harame Bro, 9 eliminations, though. And that is a great game for them.
Yeah, I mean, if Federales stays alive for a little bit longer there, that backstab could have been absolutely awesome. It's the fact they were able to turn around and move on to that. But it was well-made pincer move for them because they'd pushed them onto this one building here. Yeah, wow, well done. Well done indeed. BTR, they had an early engagement with Zeus and now look to get a little bit of payback for their troubles playing in Ruins at the moment, as it does become, like you say, a bit more of a focal point as the circle would lean over towards Ruins, and it's nice to be able to play this position. Again, for BTR, this is more of a safety pick more than anything. With 3 players, you want to go for something like this early on. The Xavier try and fly their way on over. I think a lot of these rotates are misguided. We'll put it that way, right? There's no guidance system on these bad boys because they are running out into the open. I think so much has happened so quickly that, yeah, it's getting fairly hectic inside the lobby. Damage proportions here for BTO is Zuxi down towards 2,000. It's a little bit skewed since Zuxi has had a couple of games where he's been out of the roster, subbed out. But yeah, Lepar still being that star player for the roster at the moment.
Yeah, Leon and Hansel coming in. They have had a couple of entries for BTR over the course of the SEA tournament. Obviously, we saw Hansel at the end of yesterday, so we'll see if they are able to patch up some of the holes that BTR are showing. With 2 eliminations so far, 3 players alive. Pretty central, important position. Alpha 7 out in the blue. They've been here for a while. They have encircled loops now and forced them to stay in Painan. Are we going to the North Island? A Vampire just absolutely cashed in on this Northwest Island shift here. BTR have left it early and maybe regretting that decision. Team Spirit as well.
Haha, we win.
BTR, prank.
Yeah, I kind of assumed this would actually head over down towards the south side of the map, but sometimes you do get these cruel circles like this, and it has been a consistent factor throughout the entirety of Group Yellow that we have a lot of southern rotating teams. Not a lot of squads are willing to make that approach over towards that north side. Mirin Sejong, they know the call that needs to be made. They fly in over towards Vampires. This is not an easy team to go toe-to-toe with, but finding an initial knock is good. That evens the tide.
1 for 1 on the trade, but a lovely nade around the side from Stoned. He's already stepping out, getting underneath the stilts as well, and taking Mirin Sejong down as quick as they can roll up. Stoned moves through the building now as well, as Tony K still the only casualty to be found in response. Is there a third party to be found? It doesn't look like it. The nade over to Stoned and Tony K. Hoxie's going big here. Schweppes on the outside has danger breathing down his neck as he goes low. Again, Hoxie dips back. He's the last player from Mirin Sejong, and there's the third party. Team Spirit here to play on the east. BTR have set up on the west side of it, and all of a sudden, Vampire, they've got so many neighbors, they don't know what to do.
Yeah, I think Vampire honestly might have been better off holding that northern compound towards the high ground, because this is just... everyone knows this is most likely free. There's likely only 1 or 2 teams in this location, though it's a strong spot. So for Vampires to like set themselves up so close to the bridge, I think they might have been better off making a play like BTR did, which is over towards that north side and set up that barricade between them and a lot of other teams that will be flying over that bridge shortly. We're down to 11 teams, 32 players. What a weird game this one's been. Very aggressive. Teams understand that now's the time for a limbs, and Vitali goes hard on this fight and will find himself 3 knocks.
Twisted Minds again, not having a great time against Inco here. We can see in the picture-in-picture Alpha 7 battling their way on the east side of Ruins as well against DXavier. They will win that one out. This is an opportunity now, Blank, for Team Spirit, who have managed to get across to the north side to play as 3. 3 eliminations already found, and you can see that tables at the top are looking fairly barren right now. There is a good chance for them to jump up. 110 points for Mirin Sejong have been found. And that is where they will look to set their sights. They're 20 points, well, they're 17 points behind at the start of this match. They have 14 more to go.
Yeah, it's one of those games where it's a gifter of a match, right? Where you need to look at this one as a case of it's all moved over towards that northern side. We know a lot of teams rotate on the south. This is a chance for us to have a fantastic game. I think they understood that as well, which is why they played on the north side. They knew they weren't going to have the best of games down towards the south, so they had to gamble on this heading up towards the north. And now with Matic holding that northern compound, he's got a strong spot. But Zeus is coming in real quick, and the rest of the team will need to regroup fast. I'm imagining Matic does hear the vehicles down the hill here.
This was a pretty crazy rotate from Zeus, Blank. They started on the compound to the southeast of Ruins. They swung out past Alpha 7, over Painan to the east of Boot Camp, over the North Bridge, and now they're coming in on the north side. They're the only team to do this. This is smart. This is heads up from them.
I mean, it's the only reasonable rotate for them, right? If they had the medication to make it happen, why not? They were in stage 3. It was an instantaneous reaction from them. But they knew that Southside, again, it's really tough. And it feels like some of our EMEA teams have a bit better of a grasp right now on those wide wraps, which is cool to see. I think BTR also similarly made a strong rotate. They saw the fighting happening between Vampires and Mirror and Sejong. They didn't get involved. Instead, they took a stronger spot on that northern side. For them, consistent points matter more than anything else. Loops do send over. They're looking to keep that vehicle, though. They are looking to keep that vehicle. I mean, it bounced off the bridge like it was some kind of rubber construction.
It was a little bumbly, but we'll see if they can get much further. Team Spirit need to regroup, I think, in about... Well, they want to keep control over this east side crossing, right? Despite letting Loops through. And Matic is alone right now for Team Spirit. And the fact that Loops are through now, I feel like you do just have to regroup up towards Matic. But Loops might be ahead of them on this one.
This is one of those Team Spirit plays where they're trying to hold too much space, and I think it'd be absolutely fine as a 4-man, but you've got to consider the amount of squads going through. Scouting is good at this stage of the game, trying to cause some casualties, some damage towards these teams, so your late game's a little bit easier. Definitely important. I think that, you know what? Actually, I don't mind this. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't mind this. I don't really think that many teams would have assumed that Zeus would make that play. I think that this is a play that looks bad because Zeus's cool reaction and creative way of getting around that circle. Because they assume they control the entirety of this high ground. John, that's what I'm trying to get at.
For Team Spirit, is it why they felt confident going for that split?
Yeah.
I think that's fair. That's a good assessment. Of course, we have a map feed. We could see exactly what's going on. This is interesting. And I wonder if they're going to figure, or when they're going to figure this out, right?
Yeah, because if that's the case, then Matic certainly didn't hear the vehicles roll up behind him. That's the only way I can assume this. Yes, they still have a strong position because it is all uphill to get towards that plateau for Zeus, but they will be covered for the time being. So this is why Team Spirit's getting so aggressive on this eastern side. They will have to now move, and Zeus has a decent rotate off towards the west. They can play the paddy fields looking over towards BTR. For Team Spirit, for them, life becomes a lot harder. I think that they sort of need to go for more of a sweeping playstyle down towards the low ground, because you can certainly play on what I would call the beachhead on the south side of the map. With Nomi going down, though, that is tough. That is tough.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate timing. For my money, though, I want Alpha 7 to sweep across. Remember, DRX is positioned on the bridge. I feel like Alpha 7 could take this up fairly convincingly, use that terrain cover, try and get some suppression down. It's very difficult, but with Nomi knocked, now's the time to try and make that work. Unless they just want to try and get rid of everybody in this east side and play the outskirts. But either way, I feel like that bridge side is going to be a very strong position to guarantee at least a top 3.
Yeah, for Team Spirit, this has become needlessly aggressive at this point in time. Again, Nomi certainly puts up a lot of those numbers in these games, but that was a bit of a greedy play, specifically because of the timing on the circle, because the Blues are about to approach in. I think at that point, peeking so aggressively over towards the far east is not the greatest of ideas. It's a good thing that Kitsune is able to pick up that knock, though, because that does allow them to maybe move out. But Carrillo, the one lone gunner on the team whilst the res goes through, is watching cautiously over towards that north side, and Kitsune might just be able to pass through. He has been spotted, but Matic is consistently keeping eyes on this.
A slow approach from both of these two teams now from this north side. Team Spirit playing as 2, a nade over towards Loops, but not going to connect. Not enough. Alpha 7, though, I mean, there's no way that Loops gets away from that rock, right? We'll have to wait and see if he's going to be able to get away with that. Vampire taking shots over towards BTR, and they're holding up very north on this compound, and they're actually invading onto the BTR position. Look at that. They are sending all the way up. They want to take care of their competition, and Zeus are going to chime in. Team Spirit cut away in the meantime on their westward shift. Alpha 7 freed up a little bit more now, with much less threat from the top of the hill.
Yeah, it's just a serious greed from Team Spirit. I know why they went for it. They wanted more points on board. They get 5 limbs off the back of this game, so it's not the worst situation to be in. But again, with Alpha 7 getting 7 points up to 8 now, this is going to be a game that catapults them towards that top side of the lobby. And I think Team Spirit could have got a lot more done. It's just unfortunate. For Zeus, though, what a game. What a game from them. So happy with the maneuver they made. Very creative and in the moment play as well. This is not something that... Because I think if you had indecision and you were panicking, you wouldn't have made this play. So it feels like they are getting now into the groove of things. I think it was understandable day one for them to be, let's put it plainly, a little bit freaked out by the situation of being in PMGC. It's a scary place. You're playing against some really difficult teams. And a lot of people have stated that Group Yellow is the group of death.
I just want to highlight that from the circle pop on that phase, it took Zeus about 20 seconds to make that call. That is really fast decision-making, negotiation, and transmission of a plan. Oh, God! From RSG. He's been in the water for a while, but now from the riverbanks, he rises up the hill, and a spray towards Carrillo. He's on the open, but McGrellan has the nade. There's no cover here, and he will go down to the cannons, but Alpha 7 trimmed down to 2.
Absolutely. Inco finding another. That's Vitali over on that western side. And will take down McGrellan. So now down to 1 player in Carrillo. A real veteran of PUBG Mobile. Been around for multiple years. Over on several different teams. Has to go one-on-one versus Vitali. And it's not happening.
Vampire on the south side of this compound. I mean, they pushed up to deal with BTR. They kind of have trapped this in, and they forced a standoff on this northern side. Only solos on the south. And for Vampire, this is a decent hold. I mean, they had a really unfortunate time on the rock-up from MSJ and Team Spirit chiming in as well. But they've managed to hold their own. BTR seemingly looking to do the same. Maniac hopping over the wall. Satar the last to stand for BTR, but he's already taken down Eren on the back line, who did fall as he tried to move down from that high ground. Zeus on 2, Vampire 2 as well. It is ragtag rumble here at the end of Sanhok.
BTR finally out. And now Zeus moving in with just Darkin. Like this will drop down into a 2v1. I'm not sure how much further Darkin can go. Nade around the backside will just fall to the spray off some of the bullets, but Alpha 7 at least picked themselves up a 2nd place. What a game from them. Not been easy. And I think that they played some real predator gameplay. They were waiting in the wings a lot of time for their prey to walk on through, and it's just exposing space on the map that they could push through. It's been a very good game from them. I think that, you know, the dichotomy between them as well as Team Spirit is very real with the way that they played much more cautiously and struck where it was possible. The rotate on the vehicle, trying to back that Vampire up into one of the compounds, but yeah, it's not happening. Vampire picked themselves up their 3rd chicken dinner of the group stage.
The reason that Vampire have been able to take that was the fact that there was really not very much threat from the south side. Everybody who tried to cross the river went down to 1 to 2 players alive, and there just really wasn't that pressure that allowed them to move up toward BTR's compound, take care of that, force that fight to conclude, forcing BTR to the backs to Zeus as well to take that engagement for them. A really heads-up duo play from Vampire, and they'll reap the rewards for it.
Well, Vampire, I don't know what there is to say necessarily about their position, as the zone should never have gone their way, but they're going to be more than happy about it as they, I want to say, tried hard in lucking out on that compound. I'm trying to make it a running gag, but you know, maybe we should shut it down. Maybe we should try harder to just stop doing it. But Vampire, they survived the crash of Amir and Sejong, and a win that honestly Vampire really kind of needed to still be in contention for top 3 here, Max.
It was a good idea also from Miramar and Sejong. I think I like the idea, Jukes, when it comes down to that crash, but we know as a fact when it comes down to drop locations and where teams like to play that Vampire are always going to be in a vicinity. When you approach this area, you should always be aware Vampire are lingering somewhere in the shadows, and they are going to be a threat to our rotation. So you got to be careful, but such a good hold. And unfortunately for MSJ, even Jukes, a little bit of a rough entry point, because that building, you were talking about it during the crash, you can get shot under that building, which that was really the big problem for them on that crash.
It was tough. I think what they were just thinking is like, hey, you know what? We're moving so quick, faster than everybody else, that this is going to be wide open. And no, Vampire was just there waiting for them, and they ended up getting the win there. But I still love that from MSJ, because it goes to show that they're still trying to go for that win. You know, even though they're at the top of the leaderboards, they're looking for that dominant position. They're trying to rotate early, and it just so happens they end up crashing and losing that fight. But you know what? I will always applaud the effort here, because they're doing the same thing that got them to this position, right? They're not just changing their strategies and just trying to, you know, just kind of hold out for top 3.
Yeah. It was also a really cool moment, because when MSJ were fighting versus Vampire, BTR see that. We don't want to get involved. We're just going to avoid this.
It's like, all right,
we're going to get north
fun,
of you, and we're just going to get a free late game position off the back of that. So good on BTR to understand that is a fight they're not willing to take. But no, some really, really good rotates. But as you said, Jason, the circle should have not gone up there. And 11 out of the 12 teams were not on the Northwest Island when that circle rotated. Yeah. So most of them got completely obliterated upon phase 3 shift after that. So yeah, this was a really, really bad game for most of the teams.
I liked how Zeus played it, though. I mean, they were the only team to go for that really wide wrap in towards that Northwest Island, going through mainland as well. Whereas you have like the kind of opposite of that, where Alpha 7, they just kind of chilled back and waited. And Max, you were saying, I mean, their play style was either, if you don't go early, then you're going to be there to backstab teams. And we saw Alpha 7 get a ton of eliminations this game.
Just sweeping teams. It feels good to see Alpha 7 do that here, because they had a bit of a rough day too. So here they were like, okay, we are going to delay the rotate a little bit, but because we're delaying the rotation, playing passive is non-option anymore. We need to go guns blazing in this game, just getting as many eliminations as possible. And when you get eliminations in a situation like Duke, you also clear a ton of space in the process. So Alpha 7, for me, that was the correct approach. Sure, it's not a game-winning approach, but it's an approach that gets you points on the board.
Yeah, and that's what I love, because I mean that's what they're best at. You know, they're the best at when it comes to playing edge. So when it comes down to like realizing, all right, with this kind of hard shift, we're not gonna win this game, right? Let's adjust the strats. Let's go and just play edge, put some points on the board, and that's exactly what they did. And this is what I was kind of talking about at the top of the show, right? Like that was a perfect scenario for them. Now, other teams, right, in certain situations that are so low on the leaderboards, maybe you gotta go for that crazy play, right, to try and win the game. But you know, Alpha 7, they're still solid on the leaderboard, so to put up as many eliminations as they did perfect, especially in Sanhok, right?
For themselves with the eliminations we talked about before. And again, to quickly go back to the Zeus rotation, I mean, you can see 13 points for them, really working out to get them some points where they might not have gotten any, considering how many teams were on that south side.
Such a good rotate from Zeus. It really enabled them to get so many decent eliminations this game. And especially BTR, right, Jukes, when we're looking at their position, was so split in their compound, which makes you very vulnerable to breaches. It's good for information gathering, but breaches, it isn't quite the way, so they just got picked off one by Zeus. And that hold was just not quite working out the way BTR expected.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate. I mean, BTR, you know, especially for such a big change and swap in roster, I think that was the kind of like the right play, to be honest. I mean, just, hey, play it safe, put some good points on the board, and just kind of gain your confidence up. So I'm not really too upset with how they played that one.
I don't want to say that was a roster change that got them that many points in this game. I feel like that was just kind of an opportunity.
Oh, I didn't say
take
that.
advantage of it. I kind of want to see how it will play out the rest of the day, though, because they are kind of, at least were, very, very near that bubble. But MVP going to be newsy, of course. I mean, Vampire, like, again, at least for them, considering they were down to 2 players and still a couple of teams left alive, it was good for them to just hold on and then close the game out, because the points they got from this game is really going to help them get up in the leaderboards and potentially break through the top 3.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a top 5, top 4 kind of position, because Team Spirit did get like a few eliminations here, and they're currently the cutoff point when it comes to entering top 3. But yeah, so they're still going to be in top 3. But here you go, Vampire able to jump up to 5th place here with actually the most chicken dinners this tournament so far. Hodrix, 3 chicken dinners on board, currently our top team when it comes to that stat. So looking really solid.
Yeah, take it to the bank for sure. It's crazy that they have 3 chicken dinners and aren't in top 3. That's pretty wild, you know, considering. But you know what? I mean, they're right there, 8 points away from 3rd place. Again, you know, top 3 is the goal, folks. That gives you that ticket all the way to the finals, and then 11th place on up, survival stage, everybody else going home. And honestly, that's where my eyes are on, because you know, these 5 teams, they got to make something happen. I got to give it to Harami, bro, though. I mean, they got a whole bunch of eliminations in this one. Even though they went out early.
Major Pride and De Muerte, and they were still looking to fight even more. They got an extra elimination on the 3rd squad after that, so they had to end their reign of tyranny in this game at some point. It was going to be tough for them to keep players alive, but here you go. Our top also Grenadiers. Hoxie's still going to be up there, which, no, off the back of that crash, Jason, he couldn't get much done, unfortunately. But we know that Erangel and Miramar, the maps where we really know that Miran Sejong perform well at. So as we leave Sanhok, I know that this is going to be the maps they're going to try and perform better on.
I mean, Hawks was their MVP yesterday, too. So we're seeing Miran Sejong just not only dominate the leaderboards, dominate the MVP. I know we were talking about potentially seeing Nomi up there yesterday, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. He couldn't quite make it with the performance MSJ had. But MSJ, I mean, yeah, I think I don't know if we've talked about necessarily, but I know we talked about it while we were actually watching the game. Like that was a game-winning play for them to just send it right away before any other team did, and just unfortunately they lost out. And I remember, Max, you were saying like you like the idea, but the position they took is very nadeable.
It's very nadeable. Unfortunately, the entry point is rough because, I mean, Duke's talked about it. You can get shot under the building, which is always going to be a tough situation to get into. And it's so nadeable, so malleable also to some extent. And I think they expected, right, Hodrix, in that situation. Their mind was going to, if we rotate quickly, no one's going to have enough time to get to that spot. I think that was the overarching idea, which is a good spot. And also that compound, let's not forget, right, was the winning compound for Major Pride on yesterday's Sanhok game. So there's definitely a lot of value in that compound. But Vampire, they drop there. They like to play there. Got to be careful. The Vampires are always around to just ruin your day.
For sure. I mean, like I was saying, though, you know, when it comes to that play, I'm not mad at it at all because they're going for the win. You know what I'm saying? They're still playing for that dub. And a lot of teams, when they're in the top 3 position, sometimes they'll adjust their strategies at this point in the game. They're like, hey, you know what? We got enough points. All we got to do is just put some on the board. You know, nah. We just saw them full send it towards the center. Yeah, unfortunately, they lost that fight. But if they won it, right, they could have easily won that game. So, I mean, sometimes you got to make those coin flip decisions. And I love to see them still playing the game that got them here in the first place.
Well, as we do have our 3 Erangels coming up back to back to back there after this. My focus again, gonna be looking at BTR Inco, though we didn't have any single hot drop happen yesterday between those 2 teams. So it seems like BTR or Inco or both have decided, yeah, we're not gonna bother to go for it right away. But one thing I will say is, are we going to continue to have these like quarry zones happen, these southwest zones? I feel like a majority of the Erangels we've had, and keep in mind we've had 6 so far, at least half of them have been very near to the same location.
It's been vampire circles all day, every day.
Right?
They've been, oh, we love it. Man, PMGC is great. We're having great circle log. More of that, please. But I would like to see maybe some military island finishes. I'd like to see some Eastern Circle finishes to see how they would adapt, because I don't think they've been truly tested to the extent we want to see Vampire get tested on an Erangel game. So other circles would be good, Jason. I would be happy to see it. But seeing how it went yesterday, even some of the Miramar games are like in very similar locations. So I don't know what to expect anymore. We just got to wait and see how phase 1 goes.
Yeah, I'm expected to be towards the southwest side. I mean, I remember back in CSA, De Muerte, they just hate anything. Actually, I feel like they hate any zone near them because they're used to having to just drive every single time to these long rotations. But I remember in CSA we had so many like military finishes, and they would always have to rotate through, but they would do fairly well. Then when the zone was near them in Severny, they didn't do too well, which is kind of funny. But Inco, again, we're talking about as a team to watch. Here's 7 eliminations. I'm kind of surprised, to be perfectly honest with you, Jukes, and I didn't really buy the hype when you said you expected to be top 3. But I think in my eyes, they're actually performing better than I expected. Though I know they have a lot of strong individual players. I just didn't really have high expectations.
I mean, I got to agree. I mean, I think that they definitely had a big like mounted decline for this tournament, but they have been playing pretty well. There's a lot of times that I think they could have definitely put more points on the board, you know, but you know, that little hesitation we talked about at the top of the show is what's been really hurting them. But at the end of the day, they're still putting themselves in great spots. They're making it happen, and they're learning along the way. So I want to see them hopefully improve here. And I mean, for sure, I think we're going to see them in the survival stage, but who knows? Top 3 is still possible.
Very possible indeed. And when we do have our 3 Erangels kicking off right here, right now, as we continue day 3 of Group Yellow of the PMGC 2024 League stage with John Allen and Blink.
We are back in for the grassy pastures. Milter Power over towards, looks like almost Zaki on the northwest side, as we are going to be heading southeast to northwest. This is a plane path we haven't seen in a while, Blank. They've all been on the east, or the west side of the map, rather, so it's a little bit refreshing to be going over Milter this time.
Yeah, I mean, we have been very much holding on that western side of the map for a long time now. So it is good to see a bit more of that eastern area. And this will definitely change up drop spots as well and give more opportunity to fill the entirety of the map, because I don't think we've even seen a Lipovka drop so far here on Erangel. So we'll see what the next circle does. Most likely going to be west, right? But I do think that for Vampires, it's a scary one to be winning over on Sanhok for a lot of squads, just purely because now they'll have momentum going into Erangel, which we know is a strong map for them.
Vampire dropping not over towards Milter Power, rather, here on that east side. Early out. Twisted Minds dropping out on the south coast as well. Looks like teams who can sometimes like to drop out on that west side going to have to readjust here. Twisted Minds going to be dropping on Milter entirely. Potential hot drop around Novo on the south side over towards the military island, and the circle will keep us out to the east as well. Harame Bro and De Muerte on that south could come into contact with one another. RSG surrounded by Team Spirit right now and want to get out of there as fast as they can. Oh, maybe not.
For RSG, yeah, I mean, it's a good shot to start things off for Nomi.
Ooh.
And one from the backside from Matic. Lighting last left alive here, and incredibly low, no less.
Oh, he's going to go through the knife throw.
Yeah. Ooh, it's a hit.
Oh, nearly. Not quite going to kebab him just this time around. Effect still popping a couple of shots at long range, grabbing more loot on board. Goes for the fisticuffs there for Nomi. First blood is drawn.
For Team Spirit, perfect start for them. I mean, it's an odd one for RSG to drop even a round farm in the first place. They know it is Team Spirit's drop spot. This is where they thrive. And I don't think they've had really much opportunity to fight in this area, so they were somewhat excited for it.
Yeah, able to rack up. Well, there's 2 players still down for RSG, so whilst 1 elimination is on the tally, it's likely to be 3 for Team Spirit to kick things off. Good news. The plane path being so far east, I mean, it does isolate those vehicle drops, and I think RSG, sure, they didn't want to stay around here, but they were just trying to grab vehicles. The roll up towards Nomi, I don't know if they knew he was there. Let's take a look at some of these knocks that came through earlier. I mean, yeah, there's Matic, who just protected his teammates so well from that off angle, able to get the spray down in the open. But RSG, they definitely didn't want to be sticking around too long. It was just unfortunate that they ran into the roadblock.
Yeah, you can tell they're trying to leave. And I mean, they were looking just to pick up an easy elim over towards Nomi. And I think that when you look at that fight, yes, technically is sort of in their favor. But the fact that Nomi had 2 weapons already so early in the game, he was a bit of a force to be reckoned with, particularly because he is just a strong player. It is, unfortunately, that idea of how good he is at the game that does make him make some of those somewhat I don't want to say questionable, but somewhat greedy plays. I think he knows better than anyone that I can hit that shot.
Maestro, the coach, coming into this global tournament, were you guys expecting to be so successful so quickly? Because you guys have been absolutely tearing it up the first 2 days.
이틀 동안 아주 좋은 모습이 보여주셨는데 이렇게 빨리 성공할 거라고 예상하셨습니까?
제가 생각했을 때는 성공하지 않았다고 생각을 하고요. 아직 많이 부족하기 때문에 목표를 위해서 더욱 열심히 노력하고 성장하려고 하고 있습니다.
I don't think we have already succeeded. I think we still have a lot of shortcomings and a lot of things we need to grow up, but we do work harder and we'll work harder to make sure we can achieve our goal.
Well, that's definitely what you want to hear for a team that's currently tied, at least starting off day 3, tied for that first place with major pride. When we get to the end of this week, when we get to that day 4, where do you expect your team to be?
우리 팀 지금 2등 있는데 4일 다 끝났을 때 몇 등이라고 생각합니까?
저희가 실수하지 않는 한 1등이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
If we don't make any mistakes, I think we will be the number 1.
Oh, you guys better watch out because MSJ wants to be first place of Group Yellow. 감사합니다. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Seven, for a little catch-up there from the start of the day from MSJ. And you heard it from him, right? If you don't make any mistakes, you get all points. I mean, it's as simple as that, right? If you just don't die for longer than everybody else, you win.
With MSJ, though, that is their MO, though. It's just very clean gameplay. And I think that was something that was holding them back a little bit towards the beginning of this tournament, was the fact that they were trying to play such a clean game that other teams could abuse that fact. I mean, remember we saw when they went down to just 2 players, they were insistent on making what is the quote-unquote right play versus vampires in the fields, which is, we're in a 2v1, I should res my player and get us into a scenario where we can trade off one another. But vampires, again, in that moment, this is a good call where he's like, I'm not going to res. Instead, I'm going to push over towards where I know that res is going to be going through and take the fight there, which is something that comes with experience. So for Miran Sejong, that has changed over the last couple of days. They're making some more aggressive plays, and that is a lot marshaled by Hoxie. And it's good to see, because you do have the rest of that team, which in general keeps one another in check, but it's good that Hoxie is there to unleash that beast when it's required.
Kitsune down. There's no way he gets back up here. Demuerte too close by, and he was caught out by Demuerte on that south side rotate, coming back over from Novo. And Team Spirit down to 3.
Not ideal,
no.
But certainly doable. It's still doable. I mean, they're inside the circle. They're in not a horrible position to be in. I think when you look at this map, though, it's hard, though, right? And I think that for Team Spirit, they're a great team at looking at those rotations, realizing where teams are coming from and how to make those rotates off the back of it. Kitsune is generally a great scouter for the squad, at least recently. And I think that for that play in particular, it's a question of how quickly did Demuerte get across that road? When do they send through? And on this circle, we just haven't seen too much of the eastern side of the map, so it's hard to pinpoint exactly what Demuerte does in this situation. And realistically, this is a late crossing for Demuerte. Usually they're across much quicker, and I think that Kitsune was buying into that fact.
Yeah, you may be reading a bit too much into what should be happening rather than what is perceived in front of him, though. It's a really difficult call to make, and it's unfortunate. But Team Spirit is still in a fairly decent spot. They've still got 3 of their players alive, and they're kind of used to this, right? From back in the EMEA, we kind of harshed on Kitsune a lot for going down early in these games. So this is a scenario that they're not disfamiliar with. Is that a word? I don't know. We'll go with it.
Unfamiliar.
That's absolutely the right word.
Yeah. But I will say this is something we're seeing a lot from our teams during this lobby, and it's something that we've desperately wanted to see from Team Spirit for a long, long time, which is going for more of these gamble situations where you know that compound could be free. It's not 100%, but you'll try it out anyway. And Kitsune is the one making those calls. In the past, he used to be a little bit more passive, but I'm glad that he's kind of taken that back seat to it, in the sense of, I am a good backstop, and I am a good scout, and I'm a good IGL. I can help the team get to where we need to go. But if anyone's to go down early, it should be me, because Matic, Effect, and Nomi they are the backbone of that squad, whereas Kitsune is the brains, right? He can go down and it's fine as long as the other lads can continue onwards. And he's provided good intel back there. And this is what we're seeing from plenty of other squads. Alpha 7, Mir and Sejong even go for something very similar, although a little bit more quiet. And generally their rotations are very clean. Like I said, that is a team that has been doing a lot of homework in the background. And it's evident during this PMGC groups.
Loops moving up towards the hill south of Shelter. Doing so fairly successfully. Team Spirit taking residence to the west of Prison on the Harry Potter Tower. Looking to try and keep that under control. Vampire now moving into the compound on the southeast side of the hill towards Milter Power. At the top, near the lumberyard. Twisted Minds trying to hold them out right now. And Stoned, Newsy taken low. Tony K taken very, very low there. First aid going off. And they will need to get that health bar back up. Not really an opening found in response. Doran is low. Lord is away. Sorry, not Lord. You've got... I'm not too sure how that is. I think it's Coops who is off in the back. So potentially not able to go for the backup. A nice nade over towards Robs, who gets too bold on the rooftop for my liking. And the nades find him, get immediately flushed away as well. And now I think Coops needs to regroup onto this to stop Vampire from just launching themselves in. Or perhaps, yeah, maybe just move Lord away, move Doran back. Because you're losing players, you're just hemorrhaging away from this fight.
It's tough. It's very tough. I mean, Twisted Minds are doing their best right now to hold on. With Vampires up so close and personal and fairly healthy, all things considered, other than Schweppes, this is a tough fight to be in. They don't have control of too many angles, and they're forced to use a lot of this smoke to keep themselves at bay. But Doran being caught off guard, being that front line, that's really awkward. And now for Twisted Minds, they realize, you know, they've got to give up the ghost here. Losing Lumberyard this early on, though, is tough.
Yeah, they're down to 2 players now, and Vampire pretty convincingly take care of that one. Circle centers up a little bit further north over towards Prison and that mansion split area. So we'll see who's going to be able to take control of compounds up this way. Lumberyard in general is not going to be as valuable given this circle pop.
No, but it definitely has value in terms of like understanding where those rotates are coming through, though. And as a scouting position, it's fantastic. And I think at Twisted Minds, they'd like to have stayed up there a bit longer before they potentially made a push over towards that eastern side. I think if I was Vampires, I'm waiting for stage 3 before considering making that eastern push, but Muerte's already on the roll. Nomi catches off Lord on the rotate, will pick himself up another elim here. This is what Team Spirit's always very good at, and something you won't see all that often is a game where Team Spirit goes down with 1 or 2 elims. But yeah, a heavy northern shift on the circle, and this is where, yeah, for Vampires as well as Muerte, wrap over towards that eastern side. It's a perfect opportunity to get in towards the northern edge of the circle here.
Looking at Mir and Sejong right now, right? They're in that incredibly powerful Heaven compound that sits above this mansion split. I'd be interested to see when Seiwu regroups, or if they regroup actually down towards him, back over towards mansion and the compounds that sit in the southeast. If they hold this 2-2 split, I mean, this is kind of crazy from MSJ. I feel like this is a very, very big split, and they're going to get noisy neighbors fairly soon as Muerte able to find the remnants of Twisted Minds.
It's hella greedy, but there is a situation where when you play Mansion, you can comfortably play either sides of it. So they give up the western side and allow teams to come in. They're just going to play that eastern edge. They're playing for stage 4 right now. It's not... I think a lot of teams don't think it's ideal crashing onto Heaven unless it's absolutely necessary, in which case that rotation is going to come back through from Mir and Sejong. I think the difficulty for that team right now is for Seiwu as well as I think it's Jaesuk down towards Mansion, is keeping the vehicles alive. It depends where they've actually placed them, because they will desperately need them if they need to regroup back over towards Final and Hoxie. But yeah, they are split now.
And they're sort of entrenched in that split, right? By Major Pride, by Team Spirit. By everybody else, DRX on their north side as well, so... potential difficulties for them because of that. Vampire, they continue to just slowly march up from the southeast side, and I like it, right? This is something that Vampire, we heard from the interview with Satani earlier. It's something that they are not unhappy to do, right? They're not they don't just want to play like the lobby, they want to play like Vampire, and that is how you carve out an identity, a legacy here in PUBG Mobile. So I'll see if they can have a legacy in this game too, because there were 2 eliminations, they took down Twisted Minds, and They don't really have too much to worry about for the time being a little bit close to the edge, though.
Yeah, they're one of the few teams in PMGC that has capability on every single player to be what I would call a clutch member of the team. I think that's a big difference maker. And it does change your playstyle, right? Because for teams like, sorry to come back to Miramar Sejong, they don't have incredible firepower, but they have this really good tactical mindset. But that doesn't open opportunities for them to be an edge sweeps team. They have to much more rely on that macro. Whereas for Vampire, they have another option available to them, which is we might not always be in the strongest location on the map, but we're happy to fight teams and create scenarios where we can pressure other squads out and open space around the map where we need it. And I think that's definitely interesting. So the circle does shift off over towards Mansion at this point in time. Final and Hoxie would like to relocate. But if I was Saywoo and JSOC, I'd be like, there's a lot of teams here. It's probably best that we come back up over towards Heaven because it's going to get very hot in Mansion soon. And we'd rather play on the edge here. I don't think it's wise for Hoxie and Final to regroup with JSOC and Saywoo.
It might be a threat, though, from whatever the conclusion of this fight is here between DXavier and Aura that could dictate how powerful that position is in the Heaven compound. DRX could also look to move up there. Major Pride holding off their corner of the central compounds. They are closest to the middle of this circle right now. RSJ thought that they could take it from them, but Major Pride looking to dominate that southwest edge.
DXavier popping some tags over towards the players on the hillside. They have to move, though. They know this better than anyone. They're outside the circle right now. We'll have to move in. Not a huge amount of areas to play, though. Yeah, again, the reason why Miramar Sejong's been able to happily play in Heaven for so long is because it is, as a lot of people will consider, a god compound. It's very hard to breach just because it's up on high, and a lot of those angles can be covered off by the rooftop positions that are on those compounds in Heaven. So yeah, this is the decision that I thought would come through. So Miramar Sejong are regrouping with the rest of MSJ. Smart. I'm really happy to see it. That's exactly what I wanted from this team.
Western side, that macro praised by Blank. It's a difficult accolade to get. DXavier runs headlong into Major Pride, who are now farming this lobby, despite only having one elimination, though, and racking up 2 there. Who's been taking all these elims? Where are they going? Who's finding them? Is that MSJ? Have they just been stealing the elims from Major Pride?
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. They've got the high ground. They can do it. So,
who's going to stop them?
Easy. The fact they're on 6 elims is kind of nice. That's a very good name from Vitten. It's a long one, too. And that cuts off their off angle. So for Vampires, things start to get a little bit weird. Nino, in fact, even hitting a DPS. I think Vampires just out here. After all I said about them as well.
Yeah.
Damn, I think that all does come off the back of that insane grenade over towards Tony K, though.
Yeah, they are just swept aside. I feel like the suppressed auto shot here is one of my favorite gunshot sounds in this game. It's so clean. It's so clean. It's clinical, you know? Just looks good.
Saywoo scouting out over towards that western side as well. Does spot Inko as they try to get in on this fight. There is a couple of players up into the building, but Jason's doing a fantastic job to hold them. This is what I'm talking about. It's so hard to aggress over towards Heaven. I'm glad they regrouped on it as well. It gives them so much presence over the map. 10 elims at the moment. Fantastic stuff. They even made the play, Inko, which was to use that momentum as you head up the hill to kind of jump onto one of the high grounds. It was a decent ploy, a good try, but not versus the hands of Miramar Sejong, who is quickly becoming one of my favorite teams in PMGC.
It seems like they're the table's favorite teams as well. They are jumping up. They're on 120 points now with the 10 eliminations they found. They fought BTR in Heaven. Maxman pointed this out in our group chat. They took BTR on in Heaven and absolutely destroyed them, which is how they got their first set of elims. That split that they maintained. Now they've come back. They pulled a bunch of the elims away from Major Pride, who are second place, remember, contenders for that top spot. And now they rack it up with an Inko wipe, and it's a really solid situation for them. The circle pops. It keeps the top side of Heaven compound in, which means that they can stay there for a little bit longer. It keeps that second lower tier of it down, which means that there's going to be less threat from teams approaching on that angle to try and sweep them through. So a really good spot for MSJ continues to be the case.
They're still in, which is good. And again, that that angle, that high ground is going to have so much benefit to them towards the late game. I don't think Loops has done badly at all, by the way. And Alpha 7's still in the match, as our Team Spirit. I mean, Team Spirit's been able to get 5 elims, which is nice considering the amount of players that they're currently on. It hasn't been the easiest game for them. I think DRX might have something to say about that, though, from that northern side. Though, saying that, Mirren Sejong should have an off angle on this.
The approach from DRX, I mean, it's just covered. You can see the trees just giving them a little bit of cover there for DRX to slowly make their way through, but still, it is dangerous. It's not hard cover. It's not quite good enough. And as soon as they get into the compounds, then teams like De Muerte, like Major Pride, Team Spirit are going to start to pay attention to them as well, even though Team Spirit are only on 2. So DRX from the north, a difficult approach to make. Loops, 5 eliminations so far. They're looking for more over towards Zeus, who are still in this one on the southeast side. 4 players alive. Going to have to move a little bit further forwards. With Loops losing Rafinha on a knock, they're going to have to regroup and move forwards into the circle.
Yeah, Zeus over towards that east. Now, Zeus has been a standout over the last couple of days. Racked up a whole bunch of points. They do lose Rita, though, to Harame, bro. Unfortunately, the team tries to make a crazy push up. Range finds another on the roll up and will decimate them. Shreds them as 2, but this should be an opportunity for Zeus. Absolutely.
Maniac moves forwards, hits the deck behind the vehicle. Molotov's ammo depleted by that roll-up control from Harame, bro. But Maniac down to a nade. The res comes through on the backline for Zeus to keep them as 4, but Maniac burns down and goes to 3. Range is still alive, hasn't healed yet. Instead, looking more for that suppressive force, that gunfire down towards Zeus, who lose Darkin as well, clipped away. And Harame, bro, are taking on 2 full 4 rosters on the South as 2 and coming out looking great.
I think this would be a very different story if teams knew they were just 2 players. Again, for Zeus here, it is a lukewarm play, in my opinion. As Horror finds Eren. Sky found the shots from the side. Again, if they knew there was just 2 players inside this compound, if they had more time to scout it, that did just give you the good cover to kind of mask how many players that are in that location. For Zeus, that would have just been a simple, let's just all crash in and see what we can get done off the back of it. Loops had the right idea. It was just some very good plays coming through from Bro Harame to stop that from happening.
Circle coming on through. It goes northeast. Major Pride in a priority position here. They have the corner of the compound. They can force all the teams on the inside to fight. Alpha 7 may be able to sneak something here as well. Given that they're on the outside, they could maybe establish. It's going to move away from that MSJ high ground. Finally, Blank, which is going to force them down and out into the fight.
Yeah, they certainly will have to move forward. I think for them, though, they're most concerned about Horror off in the distance. They roughly know where they are. The smokes have been laid down. So getting rid of them, it would be brilliant. Zeus goes down with 0 points. I mean, it is just a pretty painful play that they make over towards Harame, but I think they get so spooked in that moment. Horrors being cruel here, really biding their time.
You know, the south side is Federalis and Range for Harame, bro. They are one of the most ultimate duos since Eddie Brock and Venom, which you guys can go and see at the cinema right now. The Last Dance is available in all good theaters, so make sure you're checking that one out for the symbiosis that we're seeing here in the PUBG Mobile Group Yellow.
Horror, lose a player. So, 2 elims. I think a lot of people had high hopes for Horror. It's not come to pass, though, in these games, as Mirren Sejong just send out. And this is exactly what they've got to do, is just fly on over. They know that this team has already taken a knock. They know they're weakened. There's the fight they've got to take. They bait out the nades as well. Fantastic plays.
Oh, big.
That's a very well-placed nade.
That does so much damage. Unfortunately, it didn't get a knock there, but it's going to slow things down so much as the nades continue to bobble on forwards. That one just continues to find the mark. Order taken very, very low. Mr. Boro goes almost down. That one's going to find Malik for sure. No, okay. The spray downs instead. Hoxie finds another knock. This guy is on a tear, and the nades do the job. Order down, and now MSJ can navigate the open fields on the outside of this compound. 13 elimination game blank so far for them. Mirren Sejong, they are not going to make a mistake up to this point. Can they keep that track record clean?
With 13 eliminations and 17 still remaining at 22 squads, it is a really strong game so far. Definitely being a bit of a point sponge here. Team Spirit is more desperately how many nades do they have remaining and how many more can they scrounge from this building, because DRX aren't in the greatest of spots. Really not a lot of bullets remaining here for effect. With 2 players, it's hard to get a full squad wipe inside a building like this. What they have to do now is wait for the next circle and cause some big problems for them as they leave and hope another team chimes in. Hard fight to win 2v4.
DRX on the southeast corner. Sorry, on the northwest corner. De Muerte on the southeast corner. And this is what I was saying earlier. With Alpha 7 being on the outside, I feel like they potentially have one of the better shots, and move this one down south. That puts Alpha 7 into a little bit of a better position. There's a lot of open ground in front of them, and Mir and Sejong currently have Hoxie in the circle as well. So I feel like these 2 teams and Major Pride have the best shots into this game.
It's a very good lineup coming through from Mir and Sejong, an aggressive one at that. They know that they've got a little bit of cover, some of these trees, some of the rocks to play around with. De Muerte sending nades over towards Alpha 7. Major Pride get involved with that as well, as they know that De Muerte needs to leave eventually.
Knock from DRX, though, over towards Major Pride. Takes Evo Station down, and it's going to be up to AZ to get the res. So only one sightline. De Muerte may be able to capitalize off of this. There was a lot of damage sent through the smoke, but their sightlines are severely reduced now, and Alpha 7 under a little bit more pressure. The smoke train doesn't have too much longer before it's going to clear and open them up to a broadside, but De Muerte trying to navigate this one, but they haven't found an opening towards Alpha 7. Instead, they're just getting teared apart, teared to pieces as the smokes drop, and it's all going to be Major Pride racking up those points. Look at the devastation that lays before De Muerte.
It's Mir and Sejong stealing them, actually.
Wait,
on the
what?
other side of the map. Yeah, they were able to pick up 2 of those.
Oh, that's naughty.
15 elims. But Major Pride only been able to take 3 off the back of that. Team Spirit crawling their way in. Smokes are unleashed. There is a lot of action going on, so there's potential for Team Spirit here. But for them, this is now less about getting a high placing, but more about the elims. Realistic. Hyunbin's so close, and that spoken effect knows it after he gets that tag.
Major Pride getting a knock over towards DRX. Another one. Team Spirit still fighting on the inside of the compound. Close quarters. They don't need to make macro rotations. They don't need to scout. And this is where they can frag. Effect and Nomi. Take care of it. Now they can turn their attention towards Major Pride, but they have to cross open ground with Mir and Sejong taking a peek over towards them. Effect into the smoke behind the tree. Has to tuck his ankles away. Get that first aid going. Nomi as well under threat as AZ lays a nade in, but there's traded off by Nomi. Will be blasted away for a flush, but it's just Elementrix to stand. Effect trying to cross the open ground, does take some damage, but not quite gonna make the full Monty there for Elementrix. Not gonna be able to get that knock. Instead, gets spotted, and from across the way, it's Alpha 7 to take them down. Mir and Sejong are still going. They've got 16 eliminations. Team Spirit with a solo, but it's Alpha 7 to be their major threat now on the outside.
Alpha 7 still has 4 as well. And I mean, Mir and Sejong is being kind of peppered by quite a few teams. Team Spirit. Effect's going to look to pick up some more util, some more smokes from these death crates and go from there. Again, for Team Spirit, it has not been a bad game. Very, very good salvage game. We know that they're decent at that as Mir and Sejong looks to move up. But Alpha 7 have themselves a tear. And it's Harame Bro who have lived out this game. They have not been in the most awesome of positions either. Yet still able to get a lot of work done. 5 elims and guaranteed top 4.
A really nice result from them on the south side. Another knock. Over towards Mir and Sejong. Federalis. Okay. He's found the first. He's looking for a second. Alpha 7 keeping them tucked in as well means that these reses can't really come through. The headland that he's got keeps him safe from the Brazilians right now. Could go a little bit further here. Effect is still inshore on the north side, but he's going to have to cross open ground. Not much you can do. Mir and Sejong will not go down without a fight. They've got that first res on board as well. Effect crawling his way forwards through the smokes. Mir and Sejong being preoccupied with these reses is allowing him to do it, but Alpha 7 too quick. Eliminated on 8 elims though in 4th place for Team Spirit. Harame Bro ladder up once more. Mir and Sejong, have they met their match finally?
Great shots from Carrillo as well as McGrellin there. And they will get a confirmed res on this when Mir and Sejong go down to just 2 players. It would be a shame if they go out in 3rd place with Harame Bro with Federales with an innings here. Blue's going to push him though. He's right on the edge of it. Down to stage 9. This will push absolutely everyone in. Mir and Sejong want to bide this position. They know that technically they have a little bit more cover to work with than Alpha 7.
Oh, this is nasty. The smoke's there. Mafioso can't quite thread the needle this time around. The healing does come out, but they are going to have to take up with those stims. Federalis is spotted. That is going to be taken by Alpha 7, and now it's a 3 versus 4. 2 players lined up behind the tree. Breakout wide for Mafioso. 2 players in the same position for Alpha 7 as Revo peeks the other side of the rock to Carrillo. This is dangerous from Seiwu. Has got 3 first aids. Going to need to use one of them now. The vehicle smokes in front of him and gives him a little bit of cover. But there's Hoxie found and 2 players behind the same tree. This should be an easy pickup for Alpha 7. Jae-suk the last to go. MSJ stole so much from this lobby, but they do not have the gumption to steal this chicken dinner as well. It's Alpha 7 on 4 players alive, surviving on the southeast side.
I mean, although they don't get the chicken dinner, it's probably the best PUBG Mobile game we've witnessed throughout the tournament so far. They weren't able to get the circle on towards their side, and they were consistently playing in from that west. Alpha 7 just have such good control of those situations. They played a fantastic game as well, to say the least. That can't be taken away from them. A lot of strong games. Team Spirit, Harame Bro, Mir and Sejong were some of the best rotates I've ever seen. But, you know, who can analyze this a little bit better than me? It's the boys on the desk.
Well, if we try extra hard, we might be able to, Blink. We'll find out here as we're going to kick things off talking about this match. And Alpha 7, like you guys mentioned, taking the chicken dinner. But honestly, Max and Hot Jukes, the story of the match wasn't Alpha 7. It was still going to be Mir and Sejong.
Mir and Sejong.
I mean,
go for it, Jukes. I'm going to go for A. Just go for it, please.
No, yeah. I mean, seriously, just what a game from this squad. I mean, you and I were going nuts when we just saw that push on the BTR at Heaven, right? Once they won that fight, I mean, they just straight dominated. Inko flew in trying to usurp them, and they got shut down immediately. Just honestly, I think Blank nailed it when he said it's probably some of the best PUBG Mobile we've seen.
It's my favorite
so
game
far in this tournament.
My favorite game by far. This match has been absolutely incredible. And before we go like really in depth in how the teams play and stuff, because there's a lot to really break down, let's not forget Mir and Sejong and Alpha 7, they dropped west. This was a very eastern circle that was happening for these teams, right? If anyone says, oh, we didn't get circle lock, I'm going to say, look at this game. These teams are incredible when it comes down to just rotations and map knowledge as a whole. Like Mir and Sejong were able to live so long in the field where it's just flat terrain, but if you know the terrain well enough, you've got some little slopes and rocks you can use to your advantage and stand out. But Alpha 7 here, clearing out all of Mansion in particular, Jason, getting so many eliminations in the process because they were in such a great spot to get free elims from those squads.
Yeah, but I think one thing we also have to be careful with Alpha 7 is the fact that they were running a little bit low on ammo count, right? We were kind of discussing this, that because they weren't in Mansion, like in the midst of the skirmish, they weren't really able to loot any boxes off of that. So they'd be very careful about like what shots they did take. Maybe that's why we're seeing their limbs be a little bit low or maybe damage a little bit low. But still in the end, like to kind of realize we have the advantage to close things out against Mir and Sejong. If Federalis wasn't there, I do wonder who would have won that game, because he really like was the guy to stop any sort of chance for MSJ to win that match.
Just what a crazy game in general. This was just absolutely gorgeous gameplay from all these squads. But I mean, when it comes to Marie Sejong, I mean, it's so crazy that we're talking about this team and they didn't even win. You know, they didn't even win the game, but just the way that they played it was just so perfectly executed. You couldn't really ask for anything more. And then, you know, Alpha 7 putting up some good points. I mean, these squads are just doing better than we could have possibly expected in the past 2 days, Max.
You said they didn't win. They won in my heart, Dukes, okay?
That's right.
They won in my heart.
Right.
They were the winners of this game. I mean, eliminations alone. They got the biggest elimination game, by the way, so far. I think it was a 15 elimination game from Major Pride in match 1 in Sanhok. This is the biggest elim game we've had so far, and it's from a Korean team. It's so good to see Korea finally get this big pop-off moment outside of like D+ back in the first season of PMWI. But here you have some of these finishing moments, and you talked about Federalis here, Jason. His shots through the smoke, by the way, on MSJ was like, this guy's got like an extra sense. He's Spider-Man in this match because he was incredible in those sprays.
It wasn't even just that too, because you think back on what we just saw, right? They took down loops. pretty easily. And then Zeus, well, I'd say pretty easily. They only have 2 players left alive at the end of that. Then Zeus, who had a 4-man squad, was right next to him looking for a potential fight. Instead, they looked to rotate clockwise around the map, around the 4 to like 6 o'clock position. And somehow, Harami, bro, with only 2 players, were still taking out Zeus members that eventually it was just down to 1 player alone from them. So I was really confused how they were able to get so much done from that position. But to kind of rewind it back before that, one thing we have to talk about is this split, Max, that you were looking at when we had Mir and Sage on with 2 people in heaven, 2 people towards mansion. You're getting a little bit nervous. I know you and Hotdrinks were discussing like, yeah, you're not a fan of the split right now, and yet somehow they were able to regroup without losing a player when you had major pride and team spirit in the way.
I was getting very nervous. I was getting very stressed there, Jason, because it's a good position to have until you get to phase 4, let's say, because a lot of teams are going to be trying to send it in that field to the strong positions, which here are going to be or heaven or mansion. So they were weakened by that position, but we were lucky, Jukes. They were able to regroup, and because they regrouped, they get 22 points on the board this match, followed up with 19 from Alpha 7. They are the top dogs right now, I'd have to say, MSJ. They are looking so good these games.
Oh yeah, I mean, these guys are gonna rocket launch themselves, even further into first place. I mean, after that one right there, and it was just that rotation as well, man. I mean, it was so beautiful. I was so late. We thought there was like, oh man, the chances of them being able to actually regroup together without losing a player is going to be so slim, but they did it with ease. You know what I'm saying? They took their time. They got all that just valuable information and made it work. I do think it was that final player though that kind of, I think it was Federalis that actually made it a little bit more difficult for them towards the end. But still, I mean, 16 eliminations, you got to hold your head up high.
You see BTR at the bottom like, it should have been me, not him. It's not fair. We took
doing
heaven
it,
first.
right? Not doing it.
No,
not going to hit the button.
Can't be the button.
In the last 6 games for Mir and Sejong, they've had 2 firsts, a second, a fourth, and then they had another second just now. So they have 2 firsts, 2 seconds, a fourth, and then a 12th when it came to that Sanhok, which honestly, if they were able to take the fight against Vampire a little bit better and come out with 4 players alive, it could have been another first place finish for them. Like, this team is on fire right now. The only thing I hope is when we get into maybe the grand finals, if they do make it there, obviously, that they're not able, or that they are able to replicate this, because it kind of feeds into perfect what we've been saying this whole year of the uncertainty era. PUBG Mobile Esports is here, and right now anyone can win. And that result off that last match alone propelled them into a massive lead now up against the #2 team of Major Pride.
You would have shown me these leaderboards before Jukes, the tournament started. I would say photoshopped. Right?
Yeah. Just no way. But you know what? Guess what? The Alpha 7 put themselves in 3rd place now. They are now in that running to be able to rocket launch themselves into the grand finals. But, Team Spirit being knocked down. It's so crazy to see Vampire in 5th with 3 chicken dinners. That's just straight wild to me. But still, I mean, yeah, Marie Sejong, 132 points so far, and the way they're playing, they're looking almost unstoppable.
Talking about Vampire, I'm happy you bring them up actually, Jukes, because when you're looking at their 3 wins, that's of course like a great conversion rate in terms of how many games you played and wins. It's fantastic from Vampire, but they have 40 placement points, which means that outside of those 3 wins, they got 10 placement points out of 10 plus games they played. Outside of that, it is quite low. So right now what I'm seeing from Vampire is they're quite hit or miss, and we need to see a bit more consistency in those bad games. I said it many times, right, Jason? That a good team for me is a team that when they have a bad game, they can still bring some eliminations, a few placement points on board, and that keeps them in the conversation consistently. So Vampire, those bad games, I need to see a few more points coming on the board there.
We're not seeing much movement down towards the bottom part of the leaderboard, mostly due to the fact that our top 4 were still alive very, very deep into that game. So they continue to soak up these points and just don't seem to show any sign of stopping. I did kind of want you to go into, though, the mansion position in the last match, because we had 5 teams all in that area. And it seemed like the only thing that was going to cause them to fight or move was going to be that zone. It was DRX, Demorte, Team Spirit, Major Pride, and Alpha 7.
I would say, Jukes, it makes sense we saw so many teams going to Mansion, because when the circle goes north of the shelter area, it is pretty much just flat terrain. Fields with very little compounds, buildings. All you have is going to be Heaven then, which is where MSJ ended up playing, and Mansion. And Mansion is actually available for a few teams in the late game, because these buildings are kind of separated from each other and are quite big. So it could host a lot of teams, but as we see, when the circle moves away, Jukes, that's when really all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that terrain between Heaven and Mansion is just literally wide open field. So when you have to decide between one or the other, I think you definitely want to lean a little bit towards Mansion, because there's so many different places where you can kind of like just hide, and just multiple teams could sit there, right? Heaven, not so much. There's like only a couple buildings that are available, and it's so difficult to even want to share that area. So you're going to get into an engagement no matter what. So I'm not surprised to see Mansion just so packed all the way to the end. But yeah, look at that. Masterclass indeed. And it's so crazy to see exactly at this point. I mean, these guys are playing like they're the world champs already. Yeah. It's wild. I mean, hopefully they can keep that energy up, though.
Even going down to the Heaven discussion again, you could theoretically host 2 teams in Heaven if you really want to try and like work together as a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah,
you could.
You have to really try.
But seeing how Mira and Sejong here have been playing, Jukes, they don't want to share that compound, because they know, no, we're not just trying to get into top 3. We are trying to win the game. So we're not letting anyone live with us in this area of Heaven. We're going to take you down instantly the moment you get even remotely close of our compound. So yeah, again, yeah, masterclass, absolutely. And I hope it continues.
Yeah.
Well, obviously we're talking so much about MSJ, but we have to give credit to Alpha 7 on the day as well. We talked about yesterday, they had a very, very slow day, not really mounting to much. And then day one, it was basically just their Miramars, but they've already had a second place finish now with 10 eliminations, and then a chicken dinner we just saw here. So just off these 2 matches alone, they've had a massive upward swing in their leaderboards, and I'm kind of curious if they can maintain this kind of pace over today.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but they're going for the win. That's for sure. I mean, and they did it in Sanhok as well, right? It's so crazy to see just like how both these teams are playing right now. Alpha 7 now chilling in 3rd place. They're going to feel a lot more comfortable. I wasn't worried from them at all in day number 1, because every single game that goes by, they just adapt. That's going to be the problem, I think, for when it comes to MSJ, because Alpha 7, we know what they're going to do. What is MSJ going to do, right? Are they going to be able to maintain what they're doing right now? Will they dip? Or will they even, ascend further beyond? What do you think, Max?
Sorry, I'm looking at the numbers here for MSJ. Those average damage stats are insane. 450 a game? Is that
it's crazy?
I want to double check that. What? That is ludicrous amount of damage here. He's doing every single match, Jason. I'm sorry, I had to go on MSJ again. Those numbers were kind of impressive.
Max, who's your favorite team at the moment?
Yeah, who's your favorite team
in all of PUBG Mobile Esports? Because if I remember correctly, you would say it was Falcons, right?
It's still Falcons, but I kind of like what MSJ are doing. Is all I'm going to say. Give me way more.
Tickling your fancy?
I remember I asked you during the watch parties for CSA, like, what would it take for you to no longer be a Falcons fan? And I think you basically said like underperforming at PMGC and not make it to the finals. You might have a new fan here for Max. I'm a new favorite team, and you know what you say. You got to get a tattoo of them.
Hey, did I say? Wait, I don't remember this. Was this the party 2 days ago, Jason? I don't remember that.
You do remember, right, Jukes?
Oh, I remember. I remember. He said, you know what? He said, I'm going to say less and I'm going to say woo. That's what he said.
I did.
Yeah.
I said woo after, yeah.
He said woo.
Like a roller coaster. Well, we still have 2 more Erangels to come up today, and of course 2 Miramars on top of that. I kind of don't want to talk about them because I feel like we have talked so much, but Twisted Minds have had a really, again, slow day. I mean, they had a 7th place with 4 eliminations, mostly because of Coops single-handedly, I think, picking up those limbs. And then here they go out really early, getting 0 points. If we're talking about even not just them, I think, them, RSG, Loops, maybe not Demorte so much just yet. Big plays have to be made, and the only team that at the moment who is outside of that top 11, Harame Bro, was the only team to do so just in that last match alone with the limbs. They got 9 limbs, if I'm not mistaken, on Sanhok, and they get a ton of limbs here too off Federales.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's definitely some potential there for Harame Bro. I like the way they rotate. I think when it comes to fights, they're a little bit inconsistent at times. I think they had some good Erangels, but outside of that, it's been a kind of rough time for Harame Bro. But Twisted Minds, Jukes, I want us to kind of like all agree to some extent that let's just not focus on Twisted Minds unless we see something good. Yeah, I feel like we sound like a broken
literally that's
record.
what it is, because it's so difficult. I mean, they have so much pressure lying on them. Like they want to perform for, their families, their country, their organization. It's just so difficult because this is the organization that had 2 teams qualify. And it's unfortunate to see, one of their teams didn't make it here, and there's that added pressure because you want to perform better, because of that. And it's unfortunate it ain't happening now. So I think honestly, if you're Twisted Minds, you're kind of just hoping that they make it to that survival stage. You know, like they can make a good few games, get to that survival stage, and then bounce back then. Because the chances of getting top 3, especially with seeing how Alpha 7 and MSJ are performing, it's just going to be too difficult to cross at this point, right, Jason?
I would say there's no chance. I mean, they're 100 points out at least right now, and I don't think they're gonna be able to do that. I mean, they have to over triple the amount of points they've gotten with just 2 days of play left to go. But I mean, besides obviously like Bigatron, I feel like not a bad changeup for them. I mean, obviously, like we can obviously say that they lost the fight against Mir and Sejong in heaven, but they lost the fight against the best team in the lobby right now, and they already had a 4th place finish 4 limbs on Sanhok with the roster swaps we had happen. I feel like we're starting to see an uptick out of Bigatron. Just unfortunate that they couldn't hold out against MSJ.
I don't think they were ready for that fight. I don't think anyone would be ready for that fight realistically. But yeah, I still want to see a few more matches with this current roster to see if I'm sold or not on the current player changes. So BTR just need a bit more time to see how that's going to potentially go down. Though I want to bring up another team here, and I would like to know also what you maybe think, Jukes, about them. Is Xavier have been eerily silent. And they're one of the big name teams in this group. And sure, they got some decent finishes yesterday, but a few of them were because Parajin was remaining as a solo, or another player was remaining as a solo. We haven't seen these strong team finishes from DX outside, really, of the last 2 almost matches of day 1, with especially that chicken dinner over on Miramar. So Xavier need to get back on the board because they are slipping away slowly but surely from that top 3 position.
Parajin, yeah, when it comes to Xavier, honestly, I want to see something out of him this game, right here, right now. And I think it's something that we're definitely gonna see. You know, the first 2 matches of the day, you can always just kind of, you never know what's gonna happen. You got Sanhok starting off, you got your first Erangel. You know, now you should be fully warmed up right now. There's no excuses. You got to be able to execute here and now, and especially it's going to make things more difficult when you see these top teams performing so well. I mean, the first game we saw a sign of life because, you know, all the top squads went out so early, but then game 2 comes around and you see a 16 elimination chicken dinner. It's definitely puts you back on your heels a little bit.
I feel like Xavier have always kind of been this really hit or miss team. Thinking back to last year, thinking back to PMGC where they were definitely on point, and then thinking back to the event we did Max in Saudi Arabia after, they weren't even the same team, it felt like. Obviously swapping around Chua out of the roster too. Consistency is definitely something that's been lacking within this team, even though in PMSL SCA Finals they did exceptionally well. So I'm not sure necessarily what it is for them, but also I turn my eyes towards maybe our only representative from Turkey here, Zeus, who great rotation on Sanhok. I feel like they've shown they have a lot of potential. But slight consistency, maybe missing, maybe confidence. I'm not sure what it is necessarily, Max, but we've seen really good things out of this team. I mean, this is like the first time at PMGC, right? There's a lot of pressure on them to try to perform.
It's interesting we're talking about them because I would compare, maybe this is a completely bad comparison, but looking back at how the games have been played for Zeus, I would compare them to a Harame Bro, but it's more successful on their rotations and fighting in particular. I think this is a team that is learning so much on a day-to-day basis, Hot Jukes, right? Because when you have a team that has never played global before, they learn so much in the first day or 2. They know how to adapt to the tournament. So Zeus here, they are building momentum and they could get even higher on this match.
Well, the momentum meter's about to break here as we head into our second Erangel of the day, our 3rd match overall, as we'll send it back over to Blink and John Allen.
Mir and Sejong on the limit break game from that last time around. Let's see if they can go for the repeat from Lipovka over towards Gatka. We're sending over Erangel for a 2nd time today.
Indeed we are. Heading back over on this map. Beautiful stuff. Nice horizontal plane path, which means a remake's on the way. Obviously, right?
Must be.
Surely.
Yeah.
Surely.
It's 1 a day at least, minimum. It's a quota.
Can't be having a horizontal plane path. I'm just goofing you guys at home, by the way. Just doing a little goof there.
It's a blank prank.
It's a blank prank. Don't worry about it though. We are actually playing this game now. I'm worried I've cursed it. I don't think I have. But yeah, this is a nice plane path for a lot of teams. It's probably, I think the horizontal plane paths are one of the best for any squad inside this lobby, especially this one that cuts pretty much through the dead center of the map. No one's going to be dropping on one another's vehicles. I think the only difference here is that potentially there might be more teams dropping out on the eastern side and trying to pick up vehicles early, which might cause some conflict. But I highly doubt it. As we're heading into day 3 here, it is important to be making sure that you don't give up too many points early on because you have a long way to go for some of these teams.
Be interested to see if Inco are going to hot drop. Looks like no. BTR have disengaged from that. two teams that we talk about stubbornness, and this is what I wanted to see, Blank. It's a military circle. Look at that south shift on. Teams are going to need to move fast now. I'm expecting Twisted Minds to break down fast. Team Spirit, they have options, but generally what we've seen from them at EMEA is going for a fast drop, quick loot, send off the side of the cliffs and try and get for that swim early across to Sosnovka military base. Take a boat with them if they can.
Yeah, I think for a lot of our teams, it is going to be quick rotates all day long. This is very much confirmed Sosnovka military base. There is not really much doubt in my mind that this is not going there. It's also surprising that we don't have any teams in Sosnovka, considering the plane path was far up towards that north side. Haha, look at me going back on my words. This is the nicest plane path it could have been. It's not too bad. It's towards the center. JK! You get this crazy circle down towards that south side. For Two Spirit, we know what they do with this one. They like to head over towards Shark's Head and then just send over the water and just swim it in towards some of those northern compounds. For RSG, looks like they're going to go for a quick rotate over towards that western side. Demuerte, on the other hand, I'm so sorry, Demuerte fans. These guys love Nova at Moya. This game, they went Severny.
This is unfortunate for Demuerte. But you know, that's just how the cookie crumbles. They're going to have to come in. Maybe going through late to Military Island is always very, very difficult. Could potentially see boatates coming through. A lot of the Military Island is in this circle. Sometimes you get military circles where the south coast is cut out, which means those boatations are a little bit less possible. But maybe that's on the cards for them late. Alpha 7, Zeus also right up on that northern side. Alpha 7 in North George spread out with almost Tazaki with Carrillo. And Stalba, Kameshki split for Zeus as well on the northeast side. So long rotates for them. Major Pride not wasting any time, but unfortunately, DXavier and RSG have both already made this rotate.
Yeah, I think that if we were playing in more of a tournament format, teams might gamble on trying to take a hold around this area and go for some big Elim points, but that can lead to quite early deaths, right? So I think a lot of teams are more looking just to send directly in towards the circle. On the other hand, the guys in the rest were talking about Twisted Minds. It is unfortunate.
Yeah.
If you're a Twisted Minds fan, fair enough. I will say one thing is I think that the recruitment team over at Twisted Minds did a great job. I don't think any of these players are bad. I think they need more time. So if I was to be able to speak directly to the Twisted Minds team, it would be a case I would keep these guys around. I wouldn't ditch this team just yet. I still think it has a lot of potential. It just needs more time in the kitchen.
And they took that time right back in EMEA. They really did find their feet, and it was very impressive what they were able to achieve. But it feels like they've gone a little bit stale here into PMGC. They need to, as you say, spend that little bit more time in the kitchen and get back on. This is interesting, actually. This is the first time we've really seen it. The hovercraft could potentially be a big change here. You can obviously transition from water to land with it, which means that if Harame Bro make landfall, they can immediately be quickly rotating onto those land-based positions rather than having to clamber up some cliffs, go on foot, try and scramble whatever they can together. There's a little bit of a crash coming through from DRX. I don't think DXavier have the firepower to hold it, but maybe I'm wrong because Kaikse is already down. That is traded off though, and immediately going to be flushed away. Finding more as well. They're looking for the back lines. Lamborghini able to trade it off, and 2 knocks sent back to DRX, so not all lost for DXavier. They've still got 3 players, but a little cut around the side of the wall there finds Paragin. Now it's all up to Levi's on his little shack there, the ticket booth on the outskirts, as QXZ going to move on forwards. Trade it off, 2 knocks, 3 knocks to DRX, but it's not going to be enough to take him down as DXavier will fall.
Yeah, and they get the full reset on this as well, which is the best thing about it. It looked pretty dicey. So we currently have 2 Korean teams up towards that top 6, which is very nice to see here in PMGC. But curious, very curious that they both went for this exact same position on the map. And I mean, it's fair enough. You both want to head down towards that southwest side of the map, get yourself out of the way. You know teams are going to be trying to relocate over towards those northwest compounds. So you want to be one of the last places that gets crashed. But yeah, painful.
We've got a recap from 7 as to today's
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG as Alpha 7 was just able to get their first win of day 3. I got a chance to talk to Revo at the beginning of the day, and he was telling me that they were coming in with too much confidence because everybody was just expecting them to be in the top 3. They thought it was going to be easy. It was not. Today, they're going back to their usual playing style. Is Alpha 7 back? You guys let me know.
Absolutely. It's good to see Alpha 7 in that top 3 spot. 111 points just ahead of Team Spirit at the end of that game. But this is a difficult map for them, right? Team Spirit are already across. Alpha 7 not so lucky with that northwest position. May struggle to get on in. But as it stands, that western bridge is not looking too terrible. And here again, that hovercraft, if they had to make landfall with a boat there, they're on foot, they're not going so fast, and they might struggle. Same story for Vampires. This is actually one of the main situations where the hovercraft is going to have an impact, Blank, these military island circles, and we're seeing it here.
The hovercraft, it's nice to see, actually. I think it's tanky, and it's very nice to have. I mean, even Harame Bro picked themselves up 1-2. It's super defensible, which will change the game. It's one of the more meta-changing vehicles in the game, honestly, just in terms of those rotations you make. I think the biggest weakness with the boats in the past is that if you got spotted on a rotate inside one of those boats, it was so quick. As long as you had the teamfire set up, hello. As long as you had the teamfire set up, you could immediately destroy that boat.
Yeah, but with this, with the addition of the hovercraft, it's a little bit harder to go for that. Harame Bro, they roll up into the spot. DRX King, a roll-ups. What on earth? Just completely whiffs the spray Federalis from the last game. Where did he go? Soares hops out and just clocks him. You can't let that happen, Federalis. What happened there?
Yeah, that was painful. Painful to say the least. But yeah, well played. A little bit of a quick angle reposition for them. The hovercraft is now finished. So it's not quite as... it's not massively tanky to the point where you can't just take it down immediately like a BDS, but it's very much still great for just sending directly into that circle. Eastern Shift on this one does move over towards that side where Twisted Minds is currently playing. Team Spirit have some reasonable rotations, but Loops have a strong spot down towards this middle of the circle. To see a good game from Major Pride because it's been a while and they have just been hovering with those residual points they've been able to achieve over the first couple of days, and then a couple of Elim points here and there.
We've got wacky races down to the South Island. We've already had the hovercrafts. Now we're going into the skies with Alpha 7, taking an aerial approach to this one. And with the circle shifting out east, they might find a runway on the west side of it now to be able to get down and into it on foot.
I mean, for Alpha 7, it's certainly possible. There is plenty of areas where you can play on the southern edge. I think we have seen Alpha 7 multiple times in the past play towards some of these locations. The best thing about the glider, though, is the fact that unlike the boat where you can only rock up towards the base of some of these cliff faces, as we all know, gliders have a bit of flight to them, so you can get up towards the high ground. There is a specific compound down towards the southeast. You wonder just how much fuel they brought with them, but they were setting this up for a while. Unfortunately, the rest of the squad is just in a boat here, so it will be those two players looking to make landfall out in the distance, potentially scout out position. These two players to grab a vehicle, then recruit with them later.
This has only been allowed because the circle shifted out to the east, right? There would be teams littered around this area if it hadn't gone that way. So Alpha 7 allowed in there, and they read that circle very nicely. BTR with a very late swim, but it's got to work out. There's no contest on the northern shore. Not that they have figured that out yet, but I'm sure that they will do in short order. Again, 4 teams actually still on the north side, still on that main island. Zeus holding the north side of the east bridge, so I'm not really counting them. We've got MSJ still in South George, by the way. We've got Inko in Pachinki, and you've got Ora, who are just about coming to the south side near Farm, to Muerte on the east side near Prison. So a couple of crosses still yet to happen.
Yeah, and it's just because of that first plane path, right? I think if I'm honest, I think it lulls a lot of the players into this false sense of security where they're like, oh, lovely plane path, chilled out game, psych down towards Sosnovka. So we have a lot of teams still to make their way through. But there is a lot of openings here for quite a few teams on that northern side, purely because we had so many crossings early on. That really has not been a huge amount of bridge holds. Everybody kind of knows and understands how bridge holds tend to go. You get a couple of elims, but essentially ruin your chances for a late game unless you have an incredibly solid hold. And that's not always possible in these types of games at PMGC, where it is really strong teams that take advantage of any mistake that you might make. So those bridge holds just won't come into effect as much. Circle again over towards that eastern side. Team Spirit gearing up for potentially a strong game, but with Twisted Minds on that high ground, they are sitting pretty.
Yeah, Twisted Minds getting that position. Really nice stuff. BTR on the bikes. Going to be moving in from the northwest side. Oh dear, Ora coming into contact with Inko and not looking too healthy for it. And Nade outforces Sky to go for the peak here, but Wancho finds out that that's maybe not the best idea. Inactive and then Abete both trying to handle it. The heal comes through, but Sky's there for the flush. Finds another. This guy is on a tear now against Inko. One more player on the upstairs to try and hold him out, but where are the nades? Where's the damage? Inactive down to Sky. And now it's just the one player on the inside, but Vitali rocks up on the outskirts here, looking to try and control this situation. This is all the way on the northern side, not yet crossed. Vitali, a lot of damage felt from the nade coming through from Mr. Boro. Another one from No Fear on the back lines. Should about do the job, and he lands it. Nenobete still on the top floor. They know he's there. It's only a matter of time, but the question is, how many does he take with him? Because Sky eats some damage from a nade, needs to bandage up.
Yeah, it's a really nice nade coming through from Mr. Boro on the outside. I'm actually surprised the first one hit. I was even more surprised that the second was on target. Nice nade from Nenobete. Still trying to get that damage done. He's forced in a situation where he has to fight. He's looking for this elims. The rest of the players are protecting off the back of it so they can maintain at least 3 players. They know they'll need that going into the future, but it is getting late in the game. Luckily, they'll get that reset with some of the death crates here, with some of that medication on board. They're likely going to have to drop some of that util to make room for stims as well as first aid kits, but that is a lifeline that they desperately needed.
Alpha 7 again on the push bikes. It seems to be the vehicle of choice. Obviously, if you're going for a swim rotate in general, it's a good idea to bring those bikes with you to be able to get a little bit of speed. If you keep control of your hand, Revo, there's a crate there. Watch out. He's trying to figure out how to ride a bike. He's learned. But it seems, yeah, he needs a little bit of BMX training.
There's the last stages of the game now. I think for Sosnovka, mid-game passes pretty quickly because it is majority of the case of just teams trying to get into position as opposed to teams fighting for position. It's just teams trying to get a spot to play. So you head towards that late game quite quickly where it is just teams set up and then start fighting as a full 4-man squad. Good hold from Zeus. Again, I think this is one of the few times where I think a hold like this is possible because for Demuerte, coming into stage 4, they have to make a decision, right? Which is, we have to send it. And they can't elongate a fight over on the bridge. So it's nice for Zeus to take that hold now. I think it's one of the few times where it actually makes sense to. What a hard shift, though. Down towards the southwest. Completely cuts out any chance of a good game for Twisted Minds. That is so sad for this team, and they set themselves up so well in this match. A really good early rotation for them as well, only for them to all go awry on stage 4.
It's unfortunate that Zeus left this hold when they did, but they are going to turn their attention back to the bridges here. Rita takes a lot of damage. That's from Twisted Minds up the top of the hill, as they will get the knock, and No Fear chimes in to get that final bullet in on the mark, and will find the knock, get that flush. Unfortunate for Zeus. If they'd have held their positions for a little bit longer, they would have been able to deal with Horror, and they wouldn't have taken the shots from Twisted Minds. But as it stands, they're not going to be able to do that. Unfortunately, busted down to 3. A very late approach from Horror spells disaster, losing their 4th player.
Yeah, I think for Horror, it's kind of painful in a situation where you look to make your way across that. They took that fight with Inko. It was well played. This was always going to be a case of attempting to get in. I think personally they would have been better off making a wide wrap over towards the western side as opposed to going for this east one. Yes, this is the closest to the circle, but it's where you're going to meet against most of the teams. I think heading over towards potentially that north side where there is a bit of a hill where BTR is, they could have got a backstab on that side. It's a greedy push. Miran Sejong, though, falling to Major Pride. And it's a team that I definitely did want to see step up in this game to 4 elims already.
Yeah, able to do a lot of damage from this south edge. They've been sweeping around for a little bit. Miran Sejong, one of the teams that had a long way to go in this. Alpha 7, one of the other ones as well, and both of them have been busted down on numbers. MSJ on 2, Alpha 7 on 1. It's been a real tough road. I mean, De Muerte were already cut out of it. They were over on that east side, right? It's been a very difficult approach to get in late to this one.
For a lot of teams, it's definitely not been easy. I think a couple of squads that dropped down towards the south side of the map on the main island, they've had an easier time of it, but with the way the circle's been shifting back and forth and switching over towards the eastern side of the map, now back towards the west, it's caused problems for a fair few squads, and a lot of the best laid plans have just ended up in disaster. BTR on this north side, they have to cross that road, and that road is really quite the tough crossing. And I think for teams on that north side, it will take a little bit of a miracle to make their way through. They could play over towards silos on the western side, just above loops, but that does put you in a situation where you are forced to fight out for the rest of your game.
It's a very difficult area to navigate. Team Spirit going to hold off on the northeast side. Kitsune regrouped up towards them. BTR are just across and waiting in the wings. Ora on their last player now. Sky was able to do a lot against Inko. But against Team Spirit in this position, I feel like it's just a little bit less likely to make it work, and Nomi sees to it that nothing gets done. Surprising that Bigatron didn't really take too much of an angle towards this. And I feel like Team Spirit may be able to figure out that there's players here as they rock up to the hillside. They are into this next circle, controlling the side of the road, and what this allows them to do is spot anyone from that northern side crossing back on over. They'll have that shot as soon as they try and send on through. They'll get early angles and be able to shoot them down late.
It's difficult, and so I mean, just taking a look at it, I think DRX actually does have a very strong position, trying to play something similar to what Miran Sejong does with their 2-2 split. In those sheltered locations towards the center. Those will provide cover for multiple teams, but DRX absolutely cannot hold on to two of them at the same time. Vampires underneath, Coops with the MG3 looking to drop the pain on them. One well-placed grenade could be disaster for Vampires using the hovercraft to get up there.
Oh no!
Okay.
No way. And this is exactly the situation where Twisted Minds can shine, Blank. This is what we've been missing from them. They get into a fight. They have, I mean, to be honest, they have a massive advantage in that engagement, right? A nade or two will see them safe. It's interesting. Schweppes using that hovercraft, as you say, to slowly creep his way up that hillside. But does manage to get through and actually looking very healthy for it. Twisted Minds, I mean, they find something, finally. They're up to 4 limbs.
Yeah, it's a game for them. Maybe they can get themselves into survival stage. I think that would be the best thing. But again, today, you need a large match. You need a big chicken dinner for Twisted Minds to make that even a possibility and then playing through for the rest of the day, because we still have a few games left. Team Spirit up against BTR. Team Spirit, this is a fight that they absolutely should win, though. Considering the way that BTR has been playing and where Team Spirit is in the lobby, I think this is a good litmus test of how Team Spirit's feeling today, because if they're unable to clear BTR out from this angle towards the west, yeah, I'm not too confident in the rest of their day today.
I mean, the difficulty is that Twisted Minds angle, right? It's so hard to move over these hillsides unimpeded. The smokes are there, sure, but in general for Team Spirit, look at the open ground that sits to their south. They kind of have to go for this push against BTR, right? So they are gathering speed, gathering momentum. But this drop down from Twisted Minds allows them to do it a little bit more safely now. So that's an interesting maneuver. I mean, Twisted Minds did have to move, so fair enough to them. But Team Spirit could be opened up a little bit more.
Team Spirit's shots taken out towards them. Good shots from Lord. Might be able to get himself behind the tree in time. There is a bit of cover been sent back. Matic will be finished off by Robs, though. That's Team Spirit down to 3. Now puts them in a more precarious situation as they attempt to get over towards the roadside. There's a lot of teams in this area with all angles, all eyes over towards Team Spirit. They have to turn around. They do find a knock onto Lepard to start with. Remember, that guy is the one doing the huge amount of work for BTR. And another over towards Leon coming through from Zeus. This might be the break that Team Spirit needed.
Nades over the top as well, and that looks good. Oh, it's just a little bit far, just over that ridge line. And the res comes through onto Leon. The pass still down. Nades continue to pour on in over the top line, and that looks good. The spray down from Effect gets one, gets two. Satar is still in there, though, and he reads into it. Hits the deck, and Effect with the 1-2-3 punch, able to take them down.
Yeah, really good play from Effect. I mean, that off angle is there, and this is what you expect Effect to do. You need him to be your firepower in the squad, the one that can hit the hard targets, and you put him off on that off angle for that exact reason. Without Matic, you don't have that player there who is specialized in that category of playing. Kitsune still bobbling shots over towards the south end here. Now, if they can get over towards Zeus's position, who is pretty unhealthy, you know, they're down to 2 players. I'm pretty sure, not so sure anymore. I thought one of them didn't have any stims, but he seems to be ticking up just a little bit now.
Ooh. Robs for Twisted Mind sat atop the mound. They will need to move west, but so does everybody else. I think Team Spirit have to figure out how to get past this, right? Because this is the high ground that is such a threat to their position, to their rotation. It's going to control so much of the ground. And you're right, though. Zeus may be a little bit more appetizing of a meal for them, but they have to, again, gain momentum to be able to get up to it.
If you are RSG towards Twisted Minds, you're in a sticky spot because you have to fight eventually. Twisted Minds taking shots over towards Major Prize. They make the full-on crawl across. AZ has to get out early, but they do make it through. And it's a hell of a rotate. Surprising that absolutely no damage was sent back through to them. And now Twisted Minds are very much aware of RSG's position underneath them. I think for Team Spirit, the reason they've been so slow on this eastern side is they're looking to pick up more points. They know that, you know, with these types of circles that head back out over towards Airstrip, it's not exactly ideal in terms of their position. No, you know, up close. Yappy.
Oh, no.
That's an easy target for them.
Need to be very careful now for Nomi because this is a very exposed position. Rezzing behind that is not a safe place to be. And you can see he wants a little bit more cover from that watchtower. Twisted Mind's going to launch nades out this direction. They've read into this. They know what's going on. The nade goes out wide, but they're committed to this res for Team Spirit, and they need it as well. Getting him back up to his feet is tantamount to making this game work for themselves or not, but the re-knock from the nade on Lord is there again. They may be able to get this one, but it's just time draining from the resource bar there as the zone pushes them in. And Twisted Mind's going to descend the mound, going to move up into Major Pride territory as well. This is a chance, actually, for Team Spirit to get Nomi back if he can crawl his way forwards. A nade from Major Pride, and Twisted Minds may have just fallen short of the mark.
Yeah, odd rotate from Twisted Mind. They need to do something a lot sooner, or at least try and get rid of RSG. They put a lot of focus over towards towards Team Spirit in that situation, but they get themselves up to a spot where it is somewhat comfortable to play at least. And great nades from Major Pride, dealing a lot of damage over to RSG, who have been so passive in this game, really not getting too much done at all. 5 elims now for Major Pride, catching back up to Miran Sejong, who did dismount them from that top position.
In comes Nomi immediately as soon as he's ready. He's like, right, I'm going to put myself in danger again. It's time to go. And maybe it was the right time to do it. Nomi goes up to the wall as his teammates at the backline getting pinged away there. Kitsune goes down, but Effect is so close and Twisted Minds will finally fall. Team Spirit looking to take up that mantle. Nomi and Effect, a duo for the teams from EMEA as Major Pride look to try and shut them down. The backline gone as Kitsune is fully eliminated, but the nades move forwards, and there's the shot onto AZ. He has to fall back here, is in danger. More nades pour on over the top as Team Spirit moving over crates. DRX chiming in, the sweep out wide. They want to get engaged, so Major Pride all of a sudden have things turned around. Zeus could third party. Watch out for that high ground, but out comes the fight. As Evo Station and AZ turn their attention to DRX, but there is just no right way to face here. AZ down, and Team Spirit look to sweep around.
Good crunch, good finish as well. Now Team Spirit need to fight another team, and they have been desperate to clear this angle because they know that Zeus is behind them, who did move out from that position to try and catch them off guard. DRX come face to face with another team. Team Spirit continue to send those nades back across. Weren't able to get too much out of those death crates, but they need to move further in. Hyunbin holding a strong spot over towards their western side, but Loops made their way over. Now it becomes difficult for Hyunbin to provide support for that backline that is currently dealing with Team Spirit. It is all systems go now for every single squad.
DRX flexed out. to make sure that that fight concluded with all of the teams on the east side being decimated, and now Zeus are chiming in towards Team Spirit's position. They are basically stuck at this point, so the regroup back in from DRX is good. The flex out was great. I really, really like that from them. They didn't quite get rid of Team Spirit, but they've done enough to make them not a threat anymore.
And with Nomi down, Zeus were able to get a very nice off angle onto him. The circle's not pushing in yet, though. I think Effect understands that, you know, for Nomi, he's a goner. Moves up. He is so visible to this squad.
Just see him.
Kaise just turns around. Oh, he sees all of them. Dude. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, he knows and immediately has to go for the fight. As soon as he was spotted, he was dead, so he knew he just stood up and went for that fight, maybe get a knock and an elim. But 11 eliminations in the 4th place for Team Spirit is great for them. 10 elims, though, for DRX, and they are looking to keep this one rolling. Loops may have been a little bit too slow to take this one away from them.
Yeah, they made that initial push and it just didn't work out. I think that they made the right call. They saw that DRX had pushed back over towards the east, and I think at that moment they had to make an aggressive push over towards Hyunbin's position. And they just refused to do it, rather sending back over towards that position on the northwest side, and DRX is given all the time in the world to make this work. I think Neil Zada is the real key to this fight, right? He could be an agonizing thorn in the side for DRX to be able to hit one of these nades off over towards them.
DRX from the high ground on the mound. Loops trapped on the inside of these buildings, right? And that's the advantage that DRX have, even though both teams are on the opposite sides. Unless we get something really special from Neil Zada. A couple of nades in the right place, maybe. Zeus getting up into 3rd place. I think that's a successful game. 5 eliminations, 3rd place. You'll be happy with that. As Neil Zada, they know he's close by now, and you can see DRX readapting to that.
Yeah, some good nades. A lot of damage. I mean, at this point in time, you'd want Loops to regroup with him. You know there's a fantastic amount of damage going over the top side. Neil Zada's providing the information back. They have to first aid kit. They can't prevent a full man push here from Loops. And that's the sort of information you have to be going off the back of. And this is why DRX is playing so aggressive right now. It's because they're scared. They're terrified.
What is this?
They know that a shot should be coming through. Rafina makes a wild play up the watchtower. It's confusing from Loops. Finally, I mean, Neil Zada has really been the king of this lobby at the moment. He has been the one that's been providing so much support for Loops to even enable a finishing fight like this. Finally, Vitin sends through.
Will the watchtower pay out? DRX are getting cut through. This is only one player now remaining on the high ground. I cannot believe that Rafinha was able to make that dash up the tower against DRX with full sight lines over towards it on a blind staircase. The drop down, and it's only Kaise versus Nino and Rafinha from the high ground. As they find the flush onto Hyunbin, the drop down, and Soez is in action, but the light up from Nino is there. Soez needs to win the trade, but the challenge is too much. And he just can't make it work. DRX may have had this one stolen away in the final moments. Loops have been almost silent in this lobby. The heal comes through, and Soez needs to win this challenge. The drop down from Rafinha comes through. He's in a 1v2. The breakout wide. Can he spot Nino? The blue zone pushing all of them as the shots ring in, as Rafinha marches his way towards the last player of DRX. Nino pushed out on the blue zone, finds the long corner here. But will Soez outlast?
Soez underneath, knows that Rafinha's above him. Drops out into the blue, and Nino will be the one to finish up the fight there. Again, for Loops, that fight does not go that way without having Neil Zada on that front line, right? He made that game possible, because it was the case where Neil Zada doesn't keep him locked in like that. You do see the rest of DRX being able to get out from that situation, drop the smokes down, potentially get up towards that tree cover. It was a weird one. It was a weird one to watch from Loops' side of things. I feel like that could have gone one of many different ways.
That is so unfortunate. And I can't believe that they allowed Rafinha to go up towards the top there. A low elimination count, but it is nonetheless a chicken dinner for Loops.
Well, finally, another team from Brazil does show what they've got. They finally get themselves on the board. It wasn't, like we heard the caster say, the biggest of wins, but a win nonetheless. And that's honestly maybe exactly what they needed to break the ice for them, to get their mental state in the right position. But then again, South Korea, man, DRX. Like, if it was Sejong, it's gonna be DRX, and it's just it's continuing to be the South Korea domination.
It feels like 2 games in a row. We're like, Alpha 7, Loops, good game. But South Korea, though, it's twice in a row. Like, really good match from DRX, especially the amount of control that has been shown from DRX on the eastern side here. Hodgix was so strong. Against RSG, there was Twisted Minds, there was Team Spirit, so many teams just sending everything they could over there. And DRX just, the way they were rotating and following the calls of the IGL was so clean that they could react to pretty much anything this match. So DRX, dude, looking to compete with MSJ.
It's that South Korean synergy, baby. It is on point this season because, I mean, yeah, you see DRX playing together as a squad, pushing one team at a time and just executing them one by one. And we even saw a possible 1v2 there from Soaz. He almost had a shot with that blue zone pushing him out, but, Loops pulling off a chicken dinner. And like you said, there's an old saying, right? A win is a win is a win. You got to take this all day long and hopefully just utilize it to help rocket launch you at least into the survival stage.
I mean, it might not be the biggest win, 15 points, but considering how close things are down towards the bottom of the table, 15 points is a lot of points. It can cause a lot of movements as well. We were talking previously about Hora being that cutoff point at 11th place. So yeah, in the end, not a bad match for them. I don't know. There's a couple of things I did want to talk about. If we're going to talk so negatively about them so consistent, we got to talk about the positives. Twisted Minds getting themselves, I think it was 8 eliminations. Coops with the MG3 able to help take down Vampire Esports, which was fantastic. And if we're talking about Loops getting the sign of life and the team getting the win, we got to talk about Twisted Minds getting theirs.
Yeah, they even caught up to Shreps trying to get away with that hovercraft. That was interesting, Jukes, that entire segment. But no, they're playing Observatory on the eastern side of Sanhok Island, which is an amazing spot when it comes to gathering information. And here I would have to say, Jukes, they were kind of playing as a squad, which I don't think I was going to say at some point today, but they are playing as a squad in that fight when approaching the eastern side. Of course, it was tough transitions, but maybe we are seeing a sense of synergy. I really hope so, at least.
Man, it was almost like watching a movie for a second. It's like Coops got a hold of the MG3 and the other teammates just, to them, it looked like as though he grabbed the Holy Grail or something. You know what I'm saying? And they were just inspired. They're like, you know what? Let's start working as a squad. Let's take this team out one by one. Hey, Coops with the MG3, we will follow you, my brother. And they put in some work. It's good to see a sign of life from Twisted Minds. And honestly, it couldn't have been at a better time. Right now, I mean, it's just the perfect moment for them to start making it happen.
It was RSG, Max, that took down Marin Sejong. We weren't 100% sure who that was. But also, I'm surprised we've gotten this far in this segment without Max going absolute nerd crazy about the Skytation we had at Alpha 7.
Oh, there's so many little things I want to talk about here, Jason, but the Skytation, the Glidation, the boat glidation, the Alpha 7 were in the
I think you said in Watch Party once.
No, that was the eco-tation from Revo on the BMX, yeah. he was eco-tating over there inside military. But no, I think Alpha 7 had a really good understanding. We're a bit slow on the rotation to do a botation. What if teams are going to be holding onto the cliffside around the island? Let's do a botation, and luckily enough, we have a glide in the back, so we're going to use the 2 players up in the glider to gather information to see which spots are free to push on Sanhok Island, while the 2 players in the boat can just dock over on Sanhok and just make it their way into the circle. So they don't make it really far, Jason, in that game, but I think it was a good approach for late botation to make sure you take minimal risk.
I mean, so many teams had to go over with a boatate as well. Harame Bro and VPE able to get in there. But as you can see, DRX coming out, technically the kings of this one with 19 points, even though Loops did get the chicken dinner. Team Spirit as well. Man, they picked up a ton of eliminations, and just so sad for Effect at the very end there, trying to push in, trying to snake his way behind DRX, but he does get caught out by, I think that was Soaz, and he did get eliminated himself.
Damn, crazy. Good to see. Yeah, it was good to see Twisted Minds put 10 points up on the board. That is, I mean, what did they have? 33 before this game. So I mean, yeah, that's what it takes right there. Alpha 7 pull out a little bit of a goose egg there, but no worries. We still got plenty of games left to go. Nino being the MVP of this one with 4 eliminations. Man, it's good to see Loops finally make something happen. And I think with this game, that should hopefully put them in a position to at least make it into the survival stage, right, Max?
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be a very important game for them. Hopefully, they can build a bit of momentum off the back of this. Though, Nino Shaw being MVP of this game with 4 eliminations, really happy to see him up there. But we have to talk, Jix, about Rafina on the radio tower. Like, to begin with, I have no idea how he was not punished to make his way up there. Like, that was so impressive, but it was actually giving a really good angle for Loops to wrap up the game.
Dude, he was getting shot at like crazy on the way up there, but he was able to just snake his way to the top and put in some good work there for Loop. So beautiful game. Good to see, you know, as well, Major Pride do a little bit of a bounce back, you know, trying to catch up to Marine St. John here, Jason.
Yeah, a little bit of a bounce back. Zeus as well, with just, I think it was 2 players surviving extremely long into this game, getting themselves up to 7th place. Vampire, as you guys pointed out before, still only 10 placement points outside of their 3 wins. So in 12 matches, 10 placement points, a little bit rough for them as DRX have moved themselves up into 5th place. And then Dig Xavier, Max, they're still continuing to fall down the leaderboard. They've really had 0 impact today.
Yeah, another 0-point game, unfortunately, at the bottom of the rankings when it comes to the previous game. And they are going to be sliding quickly because we said also early on the pre-show that these bottom teams on the ranking are so desperate to climb back up. They are willing to be aggressive. And unfortunately, Dig Xavier is not a known team to be aggressive early on in a match. They'll be aggressive if they have a good spot, but early in the game, to breach a good position, Dig Xavier like to play a bit more passive, and I feel like that could really hinder their attempt to climb high in the rankings, Juke. So DX need to start to be a bit more aggressive.
But Max and Jukes,
yeah, I agree.
Look at 11th place.
Oh, Loops have done it. They put themselves into that spot. It was good to see. Good to see. I mean, they needed at least one good chicken dinner to put them in that spot. So they're right there on that cutoff. So 71 points is there. You got Aura right below them. But I see you thinking about something, Max. What's on your mind?
So, like, I'm happy for Loops. Jukes, it's like, cool, you're in top 11. Congrats. Good job.
Sure.
I would have to say they were gifted a very easy ticket to the late game.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
This is not the confident way I want to see them make into top 11. For me, this is showing inconsistency still for Loops. Are we going to see a repeat of a game like this? Possibly, but I want to see a more confident match from them because right now, I would say top 11, that was a lucky scenario. I want to see a confident win coming out from them if we get another late game finish from Loops.
So you did say multiple times, or while we're watching the game, that like Loops, because of the zone shifts going like west so heavily, they knew they really didn't have anything to compete with on their backside. In their situation, maybe Hot Jukes, would you have liked to see them push out and get more aggressive to go for the eliminations, or did the way they play it actually work out probably the best for them?
No, yeah, play it the way they played it. They got the chicken dinner, and yeah, I mean, it was lucky. They got zone blessed, right? But that is this game in a nutshell, right? There's going to be sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, right? The champions put up points regardless of the situation, and the teams below that don't, right? So if you're Loops, get a chicken dinner under your belt. Yeah, I was lucky, but you take it, right? Use that game to hopefully make it happen and just kind of get your confidence up. I mean, whenever you get those opportunities, you got to take them.
Well, we're going to take an opportunity to head to a break here. We get things ready to go for the second half of the matches of the day. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back. I'm here with Loops Esports Rafinha after they finally get their first win of PMGC. You guys have started off a lot stronger today. What has been the changes that you guys have made?
Começaram muito melhor hoje, né? Que mudanças vocês fizeram hoje?
Bom, nós tínhamos toda a consciência, a ciência do que tínhamos que fazer, nós tínhamos estudos e tudo, a gente tinha todo esse conteúdo, né, por trás. Então, a gente só tinha que trazer o do backstage aqui para o palco. Então, essa quebra de gelo nos primeiros 2 dias, foi essencial. Agora a gente quebrou e é aquilo, né? Colocando aquilo tudo em prática, que nós estudamos, temos consciência e é isso.
We knew from the beginning what we were supposed to do. We were not able yet to put it into practice on the first 2 days. But today, as you can see, we're starting to put it into practice and it's starting to show the results.
Oh, that confidence is starting to come back, baby, and I love hearing that. Now, with the performances that you guys are putting up today, what is your goal moving on from here?
Aí, qual é o objetivo de hoje, né?
Bom, o objetivo era o top 3, com certeza, sempre mirando o topo, buscar essa vaga em Londres. Acho que vai ser essencial, vai deixar todo mundo muito feliz, muito hypado pela nossa primeira PMGC. E já conseguirmos, é isso. Acho que o objetivo ainda está de pé. Temos aí mais 1 dia e meio, digamos. Então, sempre, né? Sempre mirando no topo.
Our target continues to be that top 3, that spot in London. And we'll continue to gunning for it. And as you can see, more and more it looks like this target is possible. We have 1.5 days to go. And I think that it's not out of reach yet.
Before I let you go, I know it is your first PMGC with this roster. It's your first PMGC as well. Coming into this, were you guys feeling nervous? Were you feeling pressure? How were you feeling?
É sua primeira PMGC com esse time, né? Antes de vir pra cá, você estava nervoso? Como é que estava se sentindo?
Never. Bom, eu fico feliz porque são 5 meses só de time e a gente conseguiu mostrar bastantes resultados, revirando muitos resultados ruins. Então é mais uma vez que a gente veio provar isso. Então é isso, eu fico feliz que sejam com aqueles meninos. E é isso, 5 meses de time, nós viemos do Qualify e a gente tem muita coisa para mostrar ainda.
Very happy. It's been 5 months of work with this team. We managed to turn around some results. It is a growing experience, of course, but I think we are already seeing the results, and I think there's a lot more that we'll be showing in the future.
Love hearing that. Well, obrigado, mano. With that said, though, I gotta say it, boys. Loops Esports has won. Alpha 7 has won. Do Brazil! Back to you guys.
There's your free space on your bingo card. 7 saying do Brazil. As expected. But again, his arm must be getting really tired from having to hold the mic up so high. Maybe that's why they give the player their own microphone, so 7 doesn't have to do it himself. Great to hear from Loops. Yeah, definitely a step up here today out of them, and of course Alpha 7. I still think they're being overshadowed by South Korea personally. I don't know if you guys have thoughts about that.
I was just going to say do South Korea, which I'm sure doesn't really make sense, but sure, let's run with it.
You got to say it like him at least. Come on.
Do South Korea! Let's
go.
Is that better? There we go. But elimination-wise, definitely they are overshadowing the Brazilian teams. But no, it's good to see Loops at least give himself a little win here. And as I said, it's not a big, confident win. I would like to see Loops do well in like circles maybe that aren't quite to their advantage and they get some big elimination games. That will be the moment that I'm like, yes, Loops can go into survival stage and maybe do well there. For now, I still need to see a little bit more.
Okay, well, still a win at least, and obviously gets them into 11th place, which is at the end of the day, if you're a team down towards the bottom of the table, it's exactly what you want to be going for here. But obviously, a quick little recap of the day as well. We did have Vampire take our first map. That was over on Sanhok, without 7 to follow up with Loops thereafter. But again, being overshadowed by South Korea seems to be the ongoing storyline here. But as we take a look maybe at some of these other teams, I know we talked about Xavier. I know we talked about Harami, bro. I would kind of say Demorte, if you want to throw it back to that, has been kind of a little bit of a letdown. I don't know if I want to say letdown or expected, but they've definitely not had the greatest of times. So they're still hanging in there. They're still, very near that cusp.
I think you and me both, Jason, were expecting a CSA special from Demorte. Like, oh, we dropped Saverni, we get Sanhok. We know how to make this rotation work out. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. Analysis.
It did not.
That's what you're going to get. But no, they did struggle, unfortunately. The bridge over to the east had 3 teams over there, so it was kind of tough to pull off a late rotation. MSJ got pretty lucky in the sense that no teams were really holding off the West, but the East was completely just filled with teams hate Hot Juke. So late rotations on a bridge just being camped, as we know, is always going to be a rough transition.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just kind of like the name of the game when it comes to it. And we saw Mir and Sejong come in super late into that blue zone through the bridge because of that, right? They wanted to just try to rotate as safely as possible, but I think they pushed just a little bit too far in, a little too fast, you know? I would like to see them leapfrog just a little bit here, but let's look at this head-to-head right now. 3 chicken dinners, right? Compared to 1, but it comes down to those placement points, man. That is what's really, really crushing him here, Jason.
Yup. I don't know why we're looking at these two teams in particular, but we'll talk about them. Yeah, DRX definitely out eliminating Vampire, but I mean, I don't even want to necessarily count these placements. You take away these chicken dinners, and
there's nothing.
It would be completely different between these two teams. I mean, DRX, they have 1 chicken dinner, so they have 26 placement points, and then Vampire would be on 10. Like, yes, Vampire is doing extremely well when it comes to that, and they're just behind DRX, but I feel like DRX have definitely been outperforming because they look more confident. I would still favor teams that have heavier limbs just because to me it means they can practice lobbies like this, and the kind of the macro player or position plays later on in the game will definitely come to you.
Yeah, for me, when you have high eliminations too, it means that you're carving more space in the circle for yourself, and that means that you're eliminating teams and you're getting more placement points off the back of that. Eliminations can result in more placement points. Placement points don't always result in more eliminations coming your way. So it is kind of a big focal point here, Jukes, for these teams to have in mind.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we saw that right there with Loops, right? But let's take a look at our teams to focus on. I got Inko. I got to keep on holding on to Inko for now because they're right there, baby. They're right there. They need at least they need 2 chicken dinners. They need 2 chicken dinners coming up. They've had a couple good games.
Oh, yeah, just 2 chicken dinners in one of the most competitive lobbies in PUBG Mobile Esports. Yeah.
Tomorrow's going to be like, oh, they need 6 chicken dinners. It's doable, guys. Trust. It's possible.
Come on. All right. I'm going to just keep on until it's impossible.
Well, Max, Hot Jukes, you know, one way they can keep on and potentially win 2 more chicken dinners.
Cool. How?
When? Do you want to know how, Hot Jukes? I can tell you how.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Tell me how.
Okay, glasses off. You gotta get full focus here, both of you. No, actually, Max, you keep yours on. I know your eyes do when you take them off. It's by using, or maybe you at home, you pick up your own Infinix GT20 Pro Max. Put your glasses back on, bro. I said don't take them off. Boom. His eyes get all cross-eyed, I think, when he takes them off. But Infinix GT20 Pro, 120 FPS and 144 Hertz AOMLED. It's so hard for me to say, but it is so awesome to watch when I use my own handy dandy device, which is here right next to me, because you know what, Max, you and I have one, Hot Jukes doesn't, but you at home could pick one up before Hot Jukes get one, and you can play like the pros. And while you're doing that, also check out that we still have tickets available for PMGC Grand Finals happening on the 6th of December through the 8th of December. You get a sweet skin in game. You also get some entries into some activities that are happening, not to mention the merchandise that will be there that I sure as hell know all of us are going to be swarming over if we're lucky enough to be there, because we love our PUBG Mobile merch.
I heard John Allen is having the after party in his flat. You know, I heard, and you're all invited, by the way. So
all invited, and no one showed up.
Dude, it said PMGC GF tickets, and John Allen bought them instantly. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, he didn't realize it was for Grand Finals, not PMGC girlfriend.
Exactly. You know what? But you know what? He got 2 of them. He got 2 of them just in case. So
tickets. Okay.
If anybody wants to be his +1, DM him.
I mean, I know who's gonna be his +1 most likely.
Who's that?
Probably Blank.
Makes
the most sense.
Yes. Yep. 2 peas in a pod. Those 2.
Peas in a pod. Yeah, it's a very lanky and weirdly haired pod. So as we do look into our final Erangel of the day,
where's this segment?
I don't know. I feel like we did most of our post-match analysis, and now we're going to have to transition to some pre-match analysis because we finally had some new zones, which is nice to see. Military. I had Zeus on my teams to watch because I want to see if they can maintain the level of consistency they've been able to pull off. Like in their last 7 matches, they've had like 3 or 4 third-place finishes, and they've had a chicken dinner. Like that's pretty damn consistent out of a team that I didn't really know what to expect, considering they haven't had much experience at this level.
I have the impression they are very eager to third party. They don't want to fully commit to a fight, like engage it or get pushed. They're just waiting for other teams to do the dirty work, which is to commit to an engagement, and they're just going to try and get a sneaky off angle and get involved in some way, and that's going to create space for them in the circle. They've done that multiple times so far. It's not a playstyle that's going to get you those big wins, but it is something that Jason so far has got them late game pretty consistently. So it's a game plan that right now will definitely get them to survival stage, and it's working out. So keep it going. Hell yeah.
What else would you say to that, Max?
More of that, please.
More of that, please.
You need to get a shirt made for this, like, or a hat or something. I would buy it for sure if you ever merchandised it. Yeah. Another team, Dig Xavier, been a little bit slow. I'm just looking through the leaderboards here on my side, just to get an idea of what we should really be focused on. If anything, I feel like Major Pride have kind of had a very slow day today, but slow in the context of what they've done in the past 2 days.
Sure.
Though they're still consistently picking up a good amount of eliminations, and I think in their eyes, as I think you mentioned before, Hot Jukes, just keep those points coming. And if you don't make top 3, you're still at least at a minimum going to get to survival stage.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I mean, right now they're looking pretty solid when it comes to top 3. But at the same time, I mean, there's still so many games left to be played. They could get passed up in just a good couple games. So the last thing you need is to go out early and see a crazy game from Alpha 7, some of these other squads, which we've already seen. You know, so I think when it comes to Major Pride, man, you just push it all the way to the edge, make it happen here, because Marie Sejong, you see them doing these early rotations. They get taken out early sometimes, but when it works out for them, they have a ridiculous monster game. So I think that could be a strategy some of these other teams are going to look to replicate here soon.
I agree. I don't have anything to add to that.
I
wanted to move on to another. I was going to add to another team. I wanted to move on to another squad I want to talk about here. I mean, 2 squads realistically, which is Inko and Hora. Which this previous game they took an early fight in the warehouses north of the river. Which that was a really cool fight coming out from Hora. But I do think that sometimes you do see some of these bottom squads. I think Demuerte does it also sometimes, and Loops to some extent, are taking fights that really don't have a good impact on the game for them, and it just delays their rotations even if they're successful, Jukes, right? We saw that happen to Hora. Sure, they won the fight, but then you got to rotate through the Eastern Bridge. You're going to go in without any info, and you're going to lose like the match pretty much because of that lack of information and the lack of time to pull off that rotate. So I would like to see those bottom teams just avoid early skirmishes as much as possible. The top teams are doing so, and it's successful. I think that would be a good improvement for the bottom teams to try and make sure they can at least get to the mid game without losing too many plays.
I mean, if every team avoids skirmishes, what happens?
MSJ isn't though. MSJ isn't though, right? We see them go and take the most dominant position in the game as early as they possibly can, no matter who's there.
Well, you know what? I don't want to throw it to these two because I'm a little bit worried what John's going to say as I hand the mic over to him. It is Blank and John Allen to kick off our final Erangel of the day.
Hey man, nothing but love here over on the caster desk, unlike on the analyst desk where their big meanie pants is. I cast Stop Being Mean to Me. It's my ultimate spell.
Wow, that's crazy. I like that. See, did it work?
I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out.
Successful?
For now, seemingly. Oh, vertical plane pass. Pretty chill.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad for these teams. A lot to be discussed over on that desk over there. I mean, for a lot of our squads, yes, today is that day where you need to get yourself in a position where either you are gunning for the top 3 or you are gunning to stay alive in this tournament, which is the 2 options right now. Because again, after tomorrow, we'll be sending teams home. Only a few will head through to the survival stage. The survival stage is tremendously tough to get through. It is not an easy experience. Usually those stages are much shorter as well. So you got to make sure that you have at least figured out what your playstyle is going to be going into survival stage, or you're in that top 3, because I do think that is the main thing for these teams, that if you are in those bottom spots where you're heading through over to that next stage in the tournament where you have to fight for your life, by that time you should at least be comfortable in these lobbies. I still think there are teams here struggling to find their identity.
Oh, I've had a little bit of a chuckle there, Blank, because it's back to the southwest side. You've had your lot of other circles. No, we're going to quarry again. We've got to dig more stone from the ground. Is that what they're quarrying in that? Are they going for stone? They're going for chalk? Not too sure. I have to actually double check my facts there. But either way, it's digging time.
It is indeed. And get out the pickaxes, try and break through, find the diamonds. Or will some of these teams fall short head back on home. We will see. For Vampire, though, they're pretty comfortable with this one, playing down towards Primos. They do have some outposts over towards Quarry early on, though, to give themselves a bit more capability at playing that northern rotate. I said in the past that I do like the Xavier's rotation on this map, but that does rely on DRX's movements in the next few minutes in terms of whether they're going to send far down towards that south side early on. Zeus has already taken a position down towards the south side of Gatka. And with Zeus having a much more comfortable time of it recently, I'm expecting big things.
Big things expected, delivered upon. We'll have to wait and see. Yasnaya, for Ora, DX Xavier, a little bit close to proceedings. They're right on the northeast side in Pachinki. They have been slowly slinking their way down the tables. Now Zeus up on that front page with 89 points. Not too far afield from the top here, but there is that small margin that's starting to creep out in front of Alpha 7, that 14-point difference that sits ahead of them. DRX a little bit close behind as well, but then you drop down to Vampire, and the chasm now starts to yawn wider and wider as you go further in, which means that we're getting to a point where we're starting to define who our top 3 potentials are.
Which is sort of interesting to watch, because I think throughout all the PMSLs that we've experienced, John, and being able to have the pleasure of watching, it's been really close. It's been very, very close on the tables. There haven't been too many teams that have just completely fallen off the mark and been on 16, 20 points throughout of it. Even here, I mean, Twisted Minds with their 43 points, not horrible. Genuinely not horrible. I think we have seen teams do far worse in the past. But yeah, there is a bit of a differential towards that top side of the lobby. For Team Spirit, Alpha 7, Major Pride, as well as Mirror and Sejong, I think, without sounding biased, because I'm not, for Team Spirit, this is super important for them to stay in the top 3. We know, if you've been a Team Spirit fan for a while, you know exactly how badly they perform in survival stage. I think it completely gets to them, and the pressure does become a little bit too much. I think coming off the back of winning a finals, taking a 3rd place or a 2nd or even a 1st here in PMGC group stages to go straight on ahead, that would be essential for them. I think that's the type of thing which will catapult them in terms of both confidence as well as ability to do well in those grand finals and even reach the grand finals.
That could be. Well, it's definitely what they're looking for. Maybe they'll make their way to London, over to old Blighty. Well, they've got a couple of games left to go first. Major Pride, same story for them. They are basically neck and neck and very close to MSJ as well. The fact that the top 3 right now are so close is still very interesting, right? Because it means we don't have a clear front runner in terms of top skill. And we'll have to wait for that to come on through. Alpha 7 running up the tables, though, nice and quickly, which is the sort of pace that they needed to bring after their first few days. So I'm happy that the Brazilian defending champions of the world right now from PMWC are going to be able to give it at least a good go, if not make it to those top 3. So I think for me, it's Team Spirit and Alpha 7 who have the most riding on getting into these top 3.
I'd agree with you. I definitely agree with you. For Alpha 7, it's much a case of we need to head through the grand finals, because even if you are Alpha 7, you can have unlucky days. You absolutely can have unlucky days. And survival stage takes no prisoners whatsoever. If you have those bad days, that's it. You're done. You're out. So for Alpha 7 getting in towards that top 3, because they're a team that could absolutely perform so phenomenally well in the grand finals. And I'd even go as far to say that they could easily be the top spot there and pick themselves up the win and really make this one of the best years of their lives. But for now, it's a question of who do they displace. Moments it's kind of a toss-up between Major Pride and Team Spirit. Even so, Mirror and Sejong is not that far ahead. And Mirror and Sejong, they haven't blasted through this group stage with unbelievable, undeniable firepower. It's been more of that tactical positioning that they've been able to get through. Not to say they haven't had good team fights, it's just they don't fit in that same category as maybe a Vampires or an Alpha 7.
Uh-oh, Effect with Twisted Minds, or maybe uh-oh for Twisted Minds, because Nomi's there for the backup. They have high ground position. Coops can't quite get the angle. No MG3 this time. Effect nearly goes down, but fades away, and Lord's the next to fall as Nomi rolls on in with the vehicle rollout. But it is Twisted Minds to suffer. Yet again, Team Spirit handle.
For Effect, they're actually really well played. He instantly sees that they are pushing in extremely quickly, imagining that this is probably a DBS push that comes up, so he backs all the way off, gives room for his team to find the off angles and take some nice shots towards them, but all the while just completely going for that backstep the entire time because he doesn't want them to get too close. Twisted Minds just get handled. They really do get handled, and that's 3 extra elims for Team Spirit, place them in second place already over Major Pride.
Jumping on up, that's what you want to see, and again, the top 3 so close. Major Pride themselves have gotten a compound we're very familiar with now to the east end of Quarry. We've been here often enough, and the teams have as well, which means that in general, you'll see a little bit more researched, well-laid plans going on here, Blank. I'm interested to see how the teams on the east navigate towards this and approach this central glut of teams.
Which has consistently been, which is so many teams heading so central time and time again, and figuring out how you want to play around it. For Zeus, they gave space over towards that western side, and they just moved out of the way. I think that's a fair decision. Doesn't really necessarily benefit them if the circle heads back over towards the eastern side, but in terms of survival, yeah, necessary. Very necessary for them to make that call. Mirin Sejong, at the moment, just littered around that southwest side. Still playing a little bit of a split on their end of things.
Okay, well, Aura just on Everest right now. Gonna have to descend fairly soon. Get on down south, because we are centering up onto Quarry yet again. And it will be back to the hillside to the east of the quarry mouth and those ridge lines that surround that quarry. Very, very dangerous sort of area. And the compounds that sit around it are so controlling as well. So we'll see who's going to be able to leverage those spots. Mira and Sejong currently still on the south, on a little bit of a split around that quarry area. They're taking up the south ridgeline of Quarry in general, with a little bit of an option to transition to the south side onto the hills that sit there. And I think that that's kind of what Mirin Sejong does best in Stage 2, is give themselves a lot of viable options to be moving into that mid-game.
Teams on our eastern side moving in now into Muerte, currently taking a couple of shots, as well as Team Spirit, Loops, and Inko. I was curious how Inko as well as Team Spirit would play this one out. We know that Inko goes for some bold pushes in the early game, which don't necessarily always work out in their favor. Team Spirit, though, on their side of things, they were very quick to push into position over towards the central side of Quarry, and were punished multiple times for it. I think they're realizing now that this is not the play, this is not the way forward. Shots from Coops, they're looking to finish off this player. They know he's in here. This will be a full squad wipe onto Twisted Minds. Good initial shot. They're going to lose him for that.
Nomi goes down, and Coops doesn't take too much damage there. Matic, though, good for the challenge. That is really nasty for Team Spirit, right? They knew that they could get that done. But it's, again, it's going back to what you said about Nomi so far over the course of Group Yellow. He is over-aggressive. He doesn't need to step that far forwards into the fight without the backup to go for the trade-offs. They know it's only one player in here. You can just go 2-2 and you win that fight. Don't take a flush.
Yeah, desperately frustrating for Team Spirit. That, you know exactly what you've got to do in that situation. I think losing a player there is what I would call unacceptable here at PMGC. And it's an annoying one because we know Team Spirit's good. They're in second place. So it's a mistake that is going to cost them in the long run going forward. To be honest with you, it might be a case that Nomi is getting in his head a little bit. We know he can do that. We see days where if he's not able to put up the elims, he's not able to output that damage. There is a lot of pressure on the shoulders of this guy as well. He has been touted to be one of the best talents in the world for PUBG Mobile. And honestly, at this stage of the day, you're in PMGC. You don't have to prove yourself anymore. This is a case where you need to play off the back of your teammates because they're all very good in their own right. Inko over towards that northwest side, which is on a similar rotate to where Team Spirit is currently trying to get over towards, but they're now sandwiched between them and Loops.
DRX taking shots uphill, trying to carve out their side of the circle because the shift does go up to that area. Aura pretty happy with this one. I mean, descending late from Everest, playing in on the north side. This hard north shift is going to aid them somewhat in their pursuits. Zeus as well in a similar location. So if I had to take a bet, I would say that probably I would favor Zeus in that location, but they have to fight it out. Team Spirit against Major Pride. Their main contenders on the tables, but not really much contention in this compound.
Yeah, this is the worst news for them. Kitsune left alone. Drops smoke outside. Matix flushed out. Major Pride just need to send a grenade in towards that location. It's game over for Kitsune. 5 limbs. Not a horrible game. This is typically how it goes for Team Spirit when they have games like this, is they'll put up some numbers. It's the best they can do. There's a nade. Should be... I think it's just a little bit out of the way here. He will survive it. The second one should do the trick, though. USA's just getting shot out.
That's DXavier across the way as well. They're taking shots at the window. They haven't managed to get rid of Kitsune, so we'll see if he can survive for a while. We've seen some miraculous stuff from Team Spirit players in the past. Maybe this is another time, but I just don't think so. Team Spirit actually getting... Lideti not taking shots. Okay, Kitsune's away. He's into the opposing building.
He's out of there.
They can kind of use him as a little buffer zone, to be honest, on this roll-up. It's a high-prior compound.
They could do. I think for Major Pride, they understand it as well. They want to get rid of him as soon as possible. They have 3 players. 1 player scouting out over towards that north side in AZ. Becca knows he wants to get rid of Kitsune, so sends up. Will throw some smokes in. They could likely take him on 2v1. I don't know if they've requested backup there coming through from AZ. I think they have. He's relocated back towards the team. Nade goes in, does a fair amount of damage. Becca has to back off, though. Very low. I don't think he's got any meds.
His team may be able to send some across there for them to stay healthy. A couple of Team Spirit players went down there as well, so there should be at least some meds lying around to try and resupply. DXavier, they're happy up the top of this hill. It's teams like Demuerte who need to push in. It's Miran Sejong out on the west side near Alpha 7 and Zeus that I'm really looking at here. I feel like that west side is about to pop off in these next few seconds, Blank.
Yeah, Miran Sejong has been playing quite a difficult game. I mean, they were quite unsure of what they'd like to do next. I mean, Hoxie as well as Final towards that northern side, looking up towards Zeus as they make their way in. Loops, though, find themselves in close quarters with Inko, who've waited out on this eastern side for quite some time.
Yeah, Loops sweep on up towards the north side, and Inko take first knock. Are they going to be able to find something in response? Absolutely. Inactive looks for more, but they're trading 1 for 1 right now, blow for blow, as both teams 2 players down. Bitin and Rafinha both still up and in action. Should be able to get the spray. A nice breakout wide, and that's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. 2 players down for Loops, but 3 down for Inko, and it's all up to Inactive in a 1v2. Looks for the shots, but won't be able to find the challenge on Rafinha, who's able to seal the deal for Loops. They can res, they can get on through, but they've only got 15 seconds to do it. Don't waste too much time here. What are you doing getting in the buggy? Run to your team.
I think that they... Circle's quite fast on this side as well. I'm not sure if they can get this res off, but they'll try. It is pushing in 2 seconds, so I do think they've got just enough time to make this happen. RSG, God with a nade here. Pretty easy location to send this in, but DXavier also getting involved. Will knock down Pusher. Bay goes down as well. Paragene comes in from the backside. A 2-way fight, and DXavier's taking control.
These vehicles, man. It's bumper cars over on the east end of Quarry on the outside there. Lamborghini close to Eugene, but getting that healing done. More important than getting the flush right now. Staying alive for a little bit longer. Tresley for Demuerte. Low, looking over towards Vampire. Worried. DXavier closer to the middle of this circle, though. And will be a little bit safe for the time being. But in comes MSJ. They've moved back down to the south edge of Quarry. They're looking to push in here, Blank. They've got 4 of their players alive. They want to extend their first place lead.
And fair play to them as well. They are moving slightly further over towards the east as well. Loops head on over towards Major Pride. Evo Station technically should have been knocked there. I'm not sure how he survived the wheel of the vehicle. And luckily for Loops, they stay alive. Major Pride taken by surprise and won't leapfrog Team Spirit.
Which is very unfortunate. It feels like Major Pride keep having eliminations stolen away from them here. We saw it from MSJ on their Mansion Erangel position before. They've only got one elimination despite being the team to take the fight with Team Spirit. Those eliminations go away. I think it's DXavier who was able to pinch those, and you can see they're up to 6 eliminations in the meantime. It's really unfortunate stuff coming through for Major Pride, as they just can't catch a break here to try and keep up those tallies.
Again, they had plenty of time to see that roll-up coming, and it felt like there was very much not a reaction coming through from them there. I think they've just got themselves situated, but you got to be quicker on the swivel. Looks somewhat lost as a 3-man. Aura will lose no fear to DRX, taking some pot shots over towards them now. There is this central ridge to be played going forward as we head further and further away from Quarry.
Yeah, that is a really big hilltop to take, and at the moment only DXavier kind of occupy it. But this fight, once it concludes, will allow a little bit of an opening towards it. It's kind of stalemating the east side right now. So Vampire wanting to break the shackles of this engagement and move out to the west, and with that circle, it's all the more pressing. Look at that move available for DRX as well. They have to be worried to the south side of the hill, but if you could take control of that ridgeline, it is a massive benefit to you.
It's a massive benefit for everyone. Harame Bro could go for that. Vampires go for it. Loops could go for it. DXavier wants to control it. I think we're likely going to go down to just the one team as we have our own little cage match out towards the eastern side of the map. Teams are salivating over towards that position on the eastern side. That high ground is going to provide so much cover. The real question is, can a team make it there as 4 though? Because the scraps are going to be unruly going forward.
And we'll certainly try their best to make it work. BTR getting a roll up towards Aura. They again go for a wide west sweep, and they are crashing straight into that position. BTR getting the better end of the deal. I think that might be Aura done and out. There's a crash for BTR, works out. Do DRX look to third party? This position is in the circle for BTR, which means that DRX may look to try and take it from them. But that hilltop still unclaimed.
Yeah, no one playing it right now. I mean, DXavier makes the right choice of sending over towards the center of the circle, keep themselves at bay. Alpha 7, another team to keep our eyes on. They've been playing the more consistent game. It's not typically what you would see from Alpha 7, but they know that the goalpost is not to take the win here in first place. It's purely to get into third. And with Major Pride and Team Spirit not putting up massive numbers per game today, just a little bit here and there, which is keeping them in the runnings, there's a chance for them to catch up right now. And I think it's very nice for Alpha 7 to be like, look, we just need to reach a position by tomorrow where any one game could leap us up into second and third place. Not to mention we still have Miramars left today, which, as we all know, is Alpha 7's playground.
And that's not discounting the fact that they could absolutely win this one. I mean, they've got that west side compound. Sure, it's not the hilltop, but it's fairly safe. They're leaving 2 players towards Quarry to keep that back flank occupied. MSJ going to really struggle to push in on them from the south side because of that. And so they are fairly safe to get into a top 3. Vampire, finally this fight is popping off, and it looks like Vampire are having a terrible time of it. But so are Loops, because Harame Bro have rocked up into this engagement. Vampire down first, Loops taking a knock, taking a casualty. Want this fight to conclude, but MSJ, another team going to layer on this engagement. Yappy takes a little clip, but doesn't take a lot of damage there. And there he finds the reverse shot over towards Jae-suk. But the full flash, the white out there, and the spray down on the long angle from Final. Can they get in and get Jae-suk back up?
I expected this fight to be popping off a lot more than it actually is, and it's not a third party they were rolling into, because it was Harame Bro to clean up this fight. And this is what Harame Bro's done a lot of, is just being a real nuisance for a lot of our squads. DRX also getting involved, and like I said, it was all going to pop off on this eastern side. Realistically, only one team was walking away with it. It is interesting that Mirin Sejong has got themselves involved in this one, and I think, to be honest with you, they could control both the south and the east side of the map if they're able to clear the entirety of this.
Jae-suk does bleed out eventually. The blue zone not kind to them on that position. So 3 players for Mirin Sejong. If they can get rid of Harame Bro, it may be worth it. But DRX now with that extended hillside position. This is what all of these teams have been angling towards for a long time on the east, on the north, and it is theirs for the taking. The South Korean team on that east side. Going to be very difficult to deal with now.
Yeah, P sent away. DRX has done enough. I mean, they've caused enough casualties, they've caused enough problems, and they resituate themselves over towards that north side and create the line. Mir and Sejong can't really force themselves into this without troubles. Does pass back that information about Neil Zada, who instantly starts walking back. He knows he's been located, and the nade isn't far enough.
Nade over towards Neil Zada. Will be the end of him. Hoxie launches that one. Overarm on the money. There's still 3 players left for MSJ. They can force Arame Bro out of this one. They can open up maybe a little side swipe angle over towards DRX, but it's a tough decision to make. And that's that high ground coming into effect against Rita. BTR staying alive for it, against it for the time being, but they still have to move south, and it's so difficult with the high ground to contest with.
Alpha 7 taking down DX Xavier. In the meantime, some great shots over towards them. They have to move in, and this is a perfect opportunity. Off the back of Zeus going down as well. Lovely maze just piling in, and it's over. Revo. Some crazy lobs from his side of things, but he has been spotted now. Shots coming across the way. I think that is from DRX. But 5 eliminations. Fantastic work already for Alpha 7. They are climbing.
Definitely. And in 5th place already. If they can put up a 10-point game, they are within striking distance of the top 3 as well, which is exactly where you said they wanted to be. BTR with a push-up. DRX attention drawn away. MSJ, Alpha 7, now is a potential opportunity for them to move, but DRX have to hold this fight out. A Molotov on the forward tree forces him back. BTR yet to take a knockdown as MSJ do take one in response. BTR finally losing a player, immediately flushed away. And they struggle to make much more ground here if the nades start to respond. DRX have regrouped now, and there's a knock. A little bit too overzealous there, and BTR is going to come a cropper on the north side.
Yeah, a lot of damage poured on through to them. Just Leon left remaining, but Alpha 7 took that moment. They took that opportunity. They knew it was available to them. They crossed out into open ground to where DXA was playing before, inside that small shack. It's not the greatest of position, but it is a position in the circle. Kaise finds Yappy and will remove the obstacle that Mir and Sejong has been trying to hunt down for so long on that south side. But they are down to just 2 players now, with Hoxie in an unresable location.
MSJ waning now, last player to play on in, and DRX, I mean, they weren't able to handle Alpha 7's little brothers over on Brazil, but this time around they got the full family. All 4 players from Alpha 7 from Brazil taking on everyone from South Korea, it seems, as Seiwoo the next to go out. Revo adds that to the tally. 6 eliminations found, and they want 4 more. Let's make it double digits.
It's awesome to see McGrellin's actually leading in elimination proportion. I think that he has had such a step up, but he was that missing ingredient that brought all of Alpha 7 together at the end of the day, because they were struggling with their 4th member. They had confirmed over towards Mafioso, Carrillo, as well as Revo, all star-studded players in their own rights. But that last 4th player, they were just struggling to find someone who could match that kind of energy, and McGrellin's done it perfectly. We'll drop some smokes now. There isn't really anyone close by to this to start sending nades in. With a shift on the circle over towards the western side, suddenly DRX are in a difficult scenario.
Let's compare this almost directly to that last match that happened back over in military base, right? A high ground position on the east side of the circle for DRX. The thing that brought them down was a close range sticking point. And that's exactly what Revo has delivered to them yet again. Both Brazilian teams seem to know what stops DRX in their tracks.
I think that it was sort of BTR that ruined the day of DRX. This is a wild run out, but I like it. Understanding that Alpha 7 didn't have too many places to play, so they likely wanted to get some forward scouts, and they're all over the shop. So they isolate one player, they find the one elimination, but there has to be some backlash coming through. It's not quite there as DRX do not take a knock.
No response found, and Revo cannot control that run-up. You could see how much broadside he had on that angle. The fact that he didn't take shots or they didn't land either way is so impactful. That little dip just beyond the headland keeps DRX safe for long enough to find that opening, and they get a second. Against Loops, they were denied. That high ground, that run up the tower, not looking so good against them. But this time around, Brazil cannot weather the storm, and it's South Korea back in the driver's seat. A 1 versus 4 for Carrillo. He's good, but I don't think he's that good. Very few players in the world are, and the nades are going to come through. The Molotovs push him off the tree, and down he goes. It's South Korean time.
Yeah, it's...
I don't know what that means, but let's go with it.
It's a cautious game from TRX, to say the least. And yes, it is South Korean time. Let's put our clocks forward a little bit here.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from DRX. Again, this is something that the guys over on... Alpha 7 try to do quite frequently, is to create a lineup. They see they're quite disappointed with themselves there, and it's purely because no one's really challenged themselves on this. And this is the evolution of South Korean teams, because they're very passive in the past, but that was a necessary rollout coming through from DRX. They spotted that they were quite splintered across the map, and I think it was a very greedy low counter play, with all the players quite confident in their ability to take those off angles, and DRX instantly shut that down.
Let's head back over to the desk. It's South Korean time.
It's not just South Korea time, it's Brazil versus South Korea time, because that's all we've had in every single Erangel today. Whether it was MSJ up against Alpha 7 in the first Erangel, Loops up against DRX in the second, or Alpha 7 up against DRX in the third, it has been ridiculous. However, I should say this, Hot Jukes and Maxman, technically Brazil won more in these 3 games because of the chicken dinners.
I mean, it's true, but I just find myself constantly saying, and it's crazy that I am, but I'm just always saying like, hey man, Brazil crushed it, but South Korea,
South
though. You know what I'm saying?
Well, at least
South Korea,
at least this time we
my
can
God.
say DRX crushed it, and still South Korea.
But Brazil,
yeah, but Brazil, you know, like, man, what a crazy game. DRX, what perfect time, right, to get a chicken dinner too, because you got 2 teams that are holding, you know, both third and second go out early, so this is gonna get them that much closer to getting one of those grand final tickets, Max. Man, it's gonna be a crazy showdown, especially tomorrow.
Oh, it's gonna be fantastic. Yeah.
I would hate to be D plus Kia right now. Group Green comes around and they're like, oh, you know, well, we saw 2 South Korean teams do fantastic. They both qualified to the grand finals already. And then D plus is like, no, please, not me. Don't look at me.
Just like that Kermit the Frog meme when he's looking over out the window and it's raining outside, like, I should have been there with them. But it might be happening in their group. They might do well, but hopefully that's going to build them a bit of confidence after how good MSJ and DRX have been performing in this group. But DRX, I would have to say, this game, very passive early match, but the late game, when they got especially Hot Jukes control of that high ground spot against BTR, against MSJ, against Alpha 7, they were just obliterating everyone the moment they got access to that hilltop. So that was definitely the game-winning spot for a majority of this match.
For DRX, at least, though, Hot Jukes, that was they took that for a purpose, because Bigatron just had a fight as well, where DRX went for the third party, and DRX were able to punish BTR and then, of course, maintain the high ground position.
And that's what I'm saying, is like DRX, so smart. They understand what is the best spot in this map, you know, and they fought BTR. For a second, I thought BTR was going to be able to sneak up on them, and it's really fortunate that every other squad was just too far away to even possibly third party that. So since DRX were able to take them out, they had that high ground lockdown, and it was just GG afterwards. I mean, perfectly executed, though.
I feel like Hot Jukes, we've been finding a new appreciation for the IGLing and the synergy of these South Korean teams, for both of them.
Dude,
they were a little bit split on that mountaintop. The instant they just have an idea that BTR is coming their way, they just get a little bit of info on them, the regroup is instantaneous, and they can just defend their position so effectively. They've been doing it now 2 games in a row, pretty much, over in that Sanhok finish, and now in this match over on Cat Hill. That reaction time is scary on this stage, man. I mean, even Alpha 7 couldn't deal with it.
It's just the team fight ability for these South Korean teams right now are just looking second to none. I mean, they're just so strong. When they get together, the way that they hold each other's angles, pre-fire, grass, corners, it's so difficult to beat. And it's a skill that so many teams try to replicate, but it's much more difficult than, you know, than it is said, because the timing has to be, like you just mentioned, instantaneous. And these South Korean teams, they got it down.
I do want to actually give some credit to Alpha 7 here, because Max, as we were watching the game, we were talking about the 2-2 split they were running and how it gave them really good anchor points to jump off to depending on where the zone went.
Yeah, there are 2 players over in the northern side of Quarry, which is a really good high ground position to scout and also maybe shoot if you got a mini 14, which Mafioso typically always has that mini 14. And then you have 2 other players north of Quarry in the 1 compound surrounded by fields, which that is great because technically from that angle, the 2 players in Quarry, right, Jason, can actually assist your team if you get crashed, or at least give you information so your team can prepare in case you have to leave or if a team is coming your way. So it's a good early game split to have because the information game is really, really solid, and it just enabled them then to rotate later on because, again, they had that information in the first place. So yeah, we didn't talk too much about it during that game because not a lot of the focus was on Alpha 7, but for me, it was just a solid position, one of the best splits you could have realistically in that circle.
I mean, with the amount of times, Hot Jukes, that we've played a zone similar to this in this group, I would hope every team knows exactly where to go for this.
For sure. And Alpha 7 is one of those squads. I mean, let's be real. If Alpha 7 had the hill that DRX had, they would have won that game, right? It's just kind of the way it goes down at certain points, you know. But one thing I love from these South Korea teams is their early rotates, their ability to, like, no hesitation when it comes to taking the right fights. That is what they're so good at, and that's what's putting them above everybody else, because when they win big, and that's why they're on top of the leaderboards. I mean, look at this: MVP, 5 eliminations, 851 damage. I mean, these guys came to play today.
Yeah, it's really funny at the sorry, I want to jump in before to wrap up the end of this game, but it's funny because Alpha 7, their whole understanding of this game, what we know as a fact, DRX are going to get pushed over the hill. We know, but the thing is, DRX knew that Alpha 7 knew. So
no, Max, stop there. You're going to hurt my head.
And so they tried to outplay the initial outplay
did Alpha 7 know that they knew?
They didn't, because they didn't win.
They didn't. True.
Yeah. And then it was due South Korea at the end. It was a good little outplay to send it south because they got that high ground position and also the angles that made it possible for them to not only win this game, then Hot Jukes, but push themselves for the first time into the top 3 and push out Major Pride for the first time. Man, South Korea, both in the top 3. What?
Crazy. And MSJ didn't do bad either. They got some great points this game too. So, I mean, they're putting themselves a step ahead of everybody else. 141 points. Of course, right now, we're going to be staring at that 4th place. Only 1 point separating between 3rd and 4th, man. I mean, this is starting to get really, really interesting, especially if the next game we see like a big pop-off one from like Vampire, you know, D Xavier or Zeus. We're going to have so many squads hunting down top 3. Almost really the entire first page.
I really need to get a clip from PMWC where Klaus was like talking about like South Korea and stuff, and just show them this and be like, man, look what they're doing now. It's insane.
Look, right? Just watch.
Yeah, Loop's got to give credit too as well. No placement points in that game, but 10 eliminations. And as we heard with the interview with 7, they're definitely starting to put into effect and see results of what they've been working on these last couple of days. And it's been able to push them up in their leaderboard as well, which is super important considering they were outside top 11 at the start of the day. Currently sitting in 9th place now at 81 points, whereas Hora has fallen down into there, and Eco are slowly starting to fall as well. It's been a damn ridiculous game here, but Hoxie, as we can see from MSJ, going to be currently still leading in damage, able to surpass Nomi once again.
But Aaron from Zeus is there. Like, sure, we already talked about, like, you know, your Hoxies, your Nomis. That was a little bit split that game, by the way, as brought up by Blank. That was a bit risky. But man, Aaron is up there in terms of damage. So props to him. He's clearly like the standout player from Zeus so far. So yeah, decent attempt at rotations and stuff. And I would have to say, sure, top 3, not feasible, Hot Jukes, but for a first time in a global tournament for this team, I feel like there's a very good amount of potential for this squad. Like, the ceiling is high for this team, and I can't wait to see, like, maybe next year how the things are really going to go for them if they re-qualify to a big event like this.
Dude, absolutely. Look at that, right? Group Yellow, also known as Brazil versus South Korea. It's so true how that's coming out to be right now. And you're right. I mean, just to see how they've performed and their first showing at this level, it's insane. You know, I hope that they replicate this in the grand finals. Because honestly, I've seen a good amount to where I've seen a good amount to where if they get there, right, they should have a good performance, because these guys, they don't hesitate. They take those fights instantly, and they have won more than we've seen lose when they get a good advantage.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG in regards to Twisted Minds. I got a chance to talk to their coach, Dadinho, and he told me the reason why the team wasn't performing that well in the first 2 days was due to them just getting distracted during the matches. They weren't really following the game plan. Coming into day 3, they have been following that game plan. Even though some games haven't gone their way, they're trusting the process, and so far, they've been able to actually get more points than they have in day 1 or day 2. Can Twisted Minds rally and at least make it to survival stage?
Well, that is the question, and that is something we've definitely been keeping track of throughout these last couple of days, as we've been a little bit harsh on them towards the first 2 days. But we're starting to see some signs of life, some sort of synergy coming back into the team. As you pointed out, Max and Hot Jukes, they were looking like they were able to take some of these fights finally in a good amount of coordination when we think back to their fight versus Vampire, and of course, Coops having an MG3 on his side.
Well, that was the game before the previous match. This previous game, it was bad. It did not work out. They thought they caught Team Spirit off by surprise, and then unfortunately for them, Team Spirit had some really solid angles on the ridges north of the Southern River, and they had such a good position. And then they lose everyone except for Coops. And I got to tell you right now, Coops must be a little bit frustrated, Hot Jukes, to some extent. He's solo so many times in his games that, again, internally, there might be some friction going on.
Oh, I mean, there has to be at this point. I mean, these guys are definitely rattled. I mean, to be so low on the leaderboards with the expectations that they had. I mean, we saw them, you know, just choosing where they thought all the other teams were going to place. And man, I mean, to be this low on the leaderboards at this point, I mean, they're last place. 44 points in this many games. Ugh, I mean, I was happy to see in that game before, like, them finally put something on the board. So I think we're seeing a little bit of sign of life, but it's not nearly enough to me for me to be happy. Neither Coops or anybody that's part of Twisted Minds right now.
Well, speaking of signs of life, Loops, man, they're showing some signs of life here today. Obviously, you're talking about, you know, South Korea versus Brazil, and a squad that, again, they have a lot of pressure on them, not really experiencing PMGC before the first time here. It feels like they're starting to hit a little bit of a groove, but the question is, will that continue to play out throughout these days, or will they start to fall off here? And that was a question I actually wanted to go to with you two when talking about these South Korean teams. Like, yes, they are playing well right now. They're playing well in the group stage. If they make it to the Grand Finals, which easily 1,000 times more difficult than the teams they're playing in, or at least the lobby they have right now, do you realistically think they can maintain this kind of pace in the Grand Finals against the best of the best of the best?
I don't know anything anymore, to be honest. I mean, who knows? I mean, MSJ is going crazy here. Major Pride was up on top. Anything can happen here because it's looking like these squads, they did their homework, right? So I can't wait to even see what's going to happen in these next groups coming up.
Yeah, I'm going to say, Jason, I'm going to give you an answer. I'm going to say yes. The macro, the way they're playing, I think would work great in a tournament like the Grand Finals. And yeah, I'm confident that this playstyle is going to be successful. So give me more of that.
We're gonna try to give you more of that, Max, and you don't even need to give the please. We're heading over to our last 2 matches here today. It's day 3, and we have Miramar back-to-back with Johnny Allen and Blanky Blake.
Thank you, JC Jason, I guess. There we go. We've got Miramar of that coming right on up in this map. Of course, we're over to the desert once more, Alpha 7's playground, but it seems like maybe they don't even need it.
No, I mean, they've been playing quite well so far. I think that when you look at Alpha 7, their game plan has just been consistency, put up those points. And it's quite atypical of how Alpha 7 usually plays as well, which is a bit more aggressive. I think that they coined Brazil as an aggressive region purely off the back of this team and a few others. But it's nice to see. It's really good to see because I think Alpha 7 definitely has their eyes on the prize here, which is to head to the Grand Finals and show off their skills there. Right now, this is just a minor roadblock in the way of doing that. Other teams aren't doing so hot in that category, in that variety, but still in here with a shot. But yeah, fantastic to see. We have 2 South Korean teams at the top of the tables in both first and third place, and they both really do deserve it.
A real good fight for the top. What a way to contest Group Yellow, which a lot of teams coming into this one thought of with a great amount of fear here, but it seems like South Koreans just weather this storm so nicely, and it's working out well for them. A hard north shift. We're going up to the top of the map here. We've got Oasis still in there, La Copraria, water treatment, the high grounds that sit on the south of Copraria as well.
Which is cool. I always enjoy heading up towards this side of the map. A lot of high ground involved, a lot of positions to play on this side of things. If you are a team that sends over towards the north side of the map early, you do have that advantage of being able to claim some of those highest spots in the game early. It's a bit of a trade, though, really, what you have to do, because if you want to claim one of those positions, you have to loot really fast. You have to loot really, really fast. And the playing path does somewhat alleviate that with the plane heading up towards that northern side. So I think for teams like Muerte, they should be able to get enough gear on board to be able to last out on a high ground for quite a while. But that is always the difficulty. For other teams in the lobby, you know, there is nicely a wide wrap both on the west and the east available. So this isn't the hardest of circles to get towards.
DRX from the east side, wanting to move their way up at some point. Not a huge hurry up on them just yet, though, so we'll see what path they go for. Inco over in Picardo, RSG out to the northeast of it. BTR on a little bit of a split between El Pozo and San Martin, with Alpha 7 taking up El Pozo itself. So teams obviously very entrenched now into their drop spots and happy to go for this north side split. Miran Sejong over towards Campo Militar and Tierra Bronca. They can sweep in on the north side, but what will they find there? How many teams are going to get in their way early?
That's a lot of what Miramar's about, is just moving early, getting to positions where you can play off the back of it. Because that stage 2 shift is pretty drastic. A lot of our teams in PUBG Mobile, they will kind of do this, which is just loot, keep things pretty calm, pretty chilled out. Not move too far, because likely the next circle, it could be dead center, in which case, you know, you could get a good spot. I mean, for Zeus already, there is a ridge over towards that eastern side, which they can completely take the advantage of, which is why they already have Rita sat over that way. But yeah, stage 2 is always when you will see the most movements coming through, which is in about 4 minutes time.
Major Pride, southeast, have been a little bit quiet today, and they've had some moments where they've gotten deep into games, but they just can't add up those elimination counts, having them stolen away time and time again by MSJ, by DRX, by everybody in this lobby. And now they're in 4th place. They're out of the top 3. Somewhere we didn't expect them to be competing for at the start of this group, but certainly where they are now, along with some of the best. But the top 5 is really where we're looking to be able to select 3 of these players from. Come on, stop arguing. What's going on here? McCrellan
fun
loses out on the ramrod charge.
I will say one thing about Alpha 7 is I think they need to loosen up a little bit, because we are seeing games where they get really far into it. Sure, it's not an easy position to play on that last match, and they lose a player on the side, and they have to play that split because everyone playing inside that shack is basically a death sentence anyway. So that was their one goal. They had to play off angles. You see them take that 2nd place. They didn't do badly. They're still climbing. They're doing really well. They don't look happy about it at all. And I think that comes from a team where, again, there was a lot of expectations of them. But I think coming into PMGC, I do want to see a bit more happiness. I don't want to see cheers and high fives only when they're winning chicken dinners. A 2nd, 3rd place like that from a difficult spot on the map, that's very, very well done. And that's the type of mentality that can actually hurt you in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that you need to be keeping on board. Teams are starting to make their way up north now, Blank, and we're on board with Harame Bro, who are behind BTR. They are in this first circle, but they probably want to be getting a little bit closer to the middle. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a team take the high grounds near that Crater Fields position, over on the east side of it. A little bit of an opening there on the map. DX Xavier could be the team to go for that. The concrete's where Harame Bro are going to end on up, just on the northwest of San Martin. Just behind BTR, who are going a little bit further in, but just towards water treatment, not quite going in there.
These are making that wide wrap that I was talking about earlier, and likely we'll see Team Spirit and RSG do something very similar here. Head up towards the northern side. So Muerte's not in a bad spot, though, on the northeast. The DRX are encroaching on their spot. They've located a weak link, and they're about to break it.
just over the ridge line from a very dangerous position. But they spotted it. Zeus. Ooh, a couple of shots. Traded back and forth. Just 2 shots from each of them. They'll pop that magazine back in, get the reloads going. No point doing much more than posturing at this point. I mean, you're not going to go for a roll down. You're both in a solid position. Not really in your interest to go for the fight. Just hold each other at arm's length.
Especially a minute to the next circle shift. This is time where you don't particularly want to get yourself into an engagement too early. Mirin Sejong understand that, as the DRX. All of them are both slowed down to a crawl here, moving through the circle. At this point in time, all you're doing is just circling round, and Mirin Sejong even take the wide wrap over towards Oasis on that north side. Potentially get a better position to rotate in from. You are limited your options by doing this, though, because if the circle shifts back down towards the south side, it is a long journey back out towards the east to make something like this happen. There's a real lull in action at the moment for our teams.
Yeah, we're still on 64 players alive, 8 minutes on the clock here going into the match. Generally, you're expecting to see 1 or 2 casualties, but no one really close enough. I think Harame, Bro, and BTR may start to have something to say. Twisted Minds as well, I think could be in a little bit of trouble right now. Team Spirit coming in late could also get involved with Inco, but it looks like they're heading further west and out of the way of them. However, Inco may have had the same idea. The rotate there, potential hop out. Maybe we're going to see our first engagement. A hard northeast shift flank. We are going right to the top. We're keeping the letters on the map still in the circle.
Yeah, off towards those silos as well, and Tora Armada, a really interesting position to be fighting out on. And you saw how barren it was already on that north side when Mirin Sejong was rotating through. There is some cover, but it's mainly just foliage, honestly. Not going to give you the most amount of defense versus bullets, but it might keep you out of the way and stealthed from those players. Inco make this decision to move back over towards Picardo Way and split up away from Team Spirit as their rotate comes through. But yeah, both these teams now have the longest journey ahead of them than any other squad. Team Spirit now barely on the cusp of second place. They want to keep themselves in the running for tomorrow desperately.
It's absolutely what all of these top 5 teams want to find themselves with, a decent platform to make their case for a top 3 spot and a direct ticket to London to get to those grand finals. It would be the end goal for everyone here. I would absolutely love Team Spirit to get there. I feel like it's been such a long time coming, and if you've watched us commentate in the past, you'll know that we've been following this team, these players, for such a long time. But they just haven't been able to find that final push to be considered one of the greatest teams in the world right now. They are always consistently like top 5, but they're never in the conversation right now for top 1. And I feel like it would be such a great turn of events for them to be able to get up there, but right now they aren't displaying it because they're overshadowed by Mirin Sejong, by DRX, this South Korean approach towards greatness now. And the next challenge they'll have is against Nepal, it's against Aura. As Seiwoo steps out, but tucks back in time to stay alive.
I mean, I already find a knock onto one of them, and another good shot over towards Malik, who's forced to go and heal. Good shot from Seiwoo directly into the muzzle. And I think this is somewhat over now for Horror. Very good hold from Mirin Sejong on this north side, which again cuts out even more space for them to play, which is something that Mirin Sejong absolutely loves the sound of. More options for them. Hoxie goes for the disrespect and runs down one of the players. Saves ammo, I guess.
Yeah, you've got to be economical where you can be. MSJ still with one player left to handle. Little stunner on the underarm there for Final. Swings with the UMP, but doesn't go too far. Seiwoo, disciplined as well. Just a little peek, knows he's coming to the corner, calls it out, and Jaesuk ready there. Excellent team play on that small engagement. You can see what we've been complimenting MSJ for, right? It is not getting too aggressive with it. It's not getting too bold with it. They are just playing by the book, even in these small engagements, which is exactly what Team Spirit didn't do last match when they lost Nomi early.
Yeah, again, it's one player. You force him out into a location where there's an easy sideline to be taken. You don't even have to invest all that much for it. All they did was just throw some stun grenades and kept peeking out the side, kept him confused. But yeah, the teamwork there is definitely the one thing to look at. There's Lapart once again going crazy for BTR. Unbelievable player. Both of his elims get sucked away by Hansen though, but we know exactly who the real MVP of that fight was. Major Pride, though, shots over towards Miran Sejong as they wrapped round on the north, John.
Ooh, okay. A little bit of a scrap at the top of the map, the top of the tables too, as Major Pride lose first, but take a turn at the punching bag. It will be final to receive the damage there, go down, get flushed away. Major Pride with a resible position as well, meaning they can go on with 4. Miran Sejong, they're on 2 players alive now. They've had 2 of their players knocked out, and this is not great news for them.
Yeah, they cut them out as they were about to split off, actually. It was a quite a fortunate timing for Major Pride, but a couple of really good shots, and for Miran Sejong to recover that situation, very tough indeed. Now, BTR continues on their spree, finding Levi's, but Hansel, not long for this world as shots come up from the sidelines. That's from Alpha 7.
High ground on that south side, being really difficult to handle, but the hop over, DXavier draw Bigatron's game to a close. Unfortunate, but Alpha 7 played that third party. DXavier, I think someone did just get flushed there. I think Lamborghini, yeah, he did get taken away, which is unfortunate because they were on the right track to be going for a full 4 recovery on the northern side, which could have been incredibly powerful. Alpha 7, though, the oversight that they have onto that position, you saw there, the shots that they can take down are devastating.
Miran Sejong continued to get cut out. But yeah, Alpha 7, from that high ground on the west, they have had a great time of it so far. They have a ton of influence over a lot of these fights in the game, and they're making sure that they are having influence over them as well. It's something a lot of teams do struggle with, especially in the lower levels of play, which is once you have a position, you need to capitalize off the back of it. Alpha 7 understands more than most right now. Their position is it's not here forever. Right? It's not sticking around. Circle's likely to move away from them, so as much space as they can create for themselves, at least over towards this northern side versus BTR, and now DXavier is more viable paths for them in the future.
Inko getting Nenubete back up on the southeast side. Next circle coming on through. Goes northeast again. This is a pretty tricky area on the map. Like that high ground on the west is going to be dismounted, but you've got some flat terrain, some downhills to deal with now.
They got their boy up here as well. Miran Sejong was surprised by that, but Jasuk knows that there is a chase happening. Major Pride gets the scent, see the tracks, and attempts to finish off the last player from Miran Sejong, but he's having none of it. Sends away. It's a bit further forward. Not sure how long he has left as the hourglass is slowly ticking away for him.
Still alive for now. Ooh, just about. Goodness me. Getting across the road as well. Vampire sit in a very high priority compound right now, Blank. There's a little bit of high ground that sits to its north, but in general, that's not going to be too much of a danger for them right now, and they are likely to be seeing the late game here for Vampire. The question for me is that south side, who's going to conclude it there? Team Spirit still have 4 players, and with Twisted Minds not really doing too much today. Again, I think they're going to be very vulnerable to that approach.
Xavier caught off by Tresley from Demuerte. Looks for a second, does find it, and Tresley holds it down on the front lines, and Xavier is pulled apart at the seams. Very unfortunate.
Not going to find the money there for Tresley. Another attempt. That one looks a little bit better, but goes left this time. Eugene nades. Pusher as well. Not quite connecting. That one nearly finds Nadeti, but the heal's there. Doesn't eat the damage from it. The spray on the cross. They know where they are now. The bounce on the nade. Nearly finding it, but Tresley takes one back from Levi's. 2 players from DXavier. 4 alive from Demuerte, but that rotate out wide. They're looking for that high ground. A push out towards the circle from Foopsman is going to allow them a little bit of sightline priority, but they're losing the players in the warehouse in the meantime. Nadeti moving up for the flushes. Pusher Moves on into the crate so they know he's made it in.
Goes through, nades a little bit too far, but definitely damages him, which means one tick, at least from the DBS, but he survives the first shot. We'll get the headshot by jumping over the top side, and a tremendously bad fight just appears here for Temuerte. They had all the cards in their hands, but they threw them all away. They folded this fight like nothing else. One player goes down. Now it's all up to Adeti here, who has to back out, get the first aid kit. It's a good thing he did leave when he did. So the nade explodes underneath the windowsill.
They know they have to back off here. The nade's covering off the door. That's exactly what they needed to do. Levi's, though, can crawl through. Ooh. They are out of the zone just now, and hopefully looking for that res. Oh, no, a shot from Alpha 7. And now Nadeti's forced to go for the fight because he knows there's an off angle. The cross, did Foopsman catch it? Does he know where he is? No, apparently not. The DBS blunts his blade, and that is Foopsman going down last. And Muerte swept aside by 2 from the Xavier.
A 2v4, it's gotta feel horrendous to look at there. Team Spirit taking casualties. Likely Nomi is not getting back up. They might be able to pick up Kitsune in the process, but they were looking to take shots over towards Twisted Minds, but Loop saw their opportunity, flew on through. Sort of need to find themselves a knock here to provide themselves a bit of space to work with, a bit of breathing room. The circle is moving. This is a horrible time to take a fight. The blame is not on Loops here at all. But they did attempt to... Well, hello. Hello?
Loops? Where do they go? Straight over the top and immediately down to the floor. That was a little bit too quick. A little bit out of control from Loops, and they lose 2 of their players very, very swiftly for it. They didn't have too many options than to go fast, but I feel like that was a little bit of a lack of vehicle control. Don't think they expected it.
That was Rafina remaining. This guy's had the lowest damage on the team as well as impact-wise. I'm not expecting to do too much. I think Team Spirit is very happy just to continue forward. They know they need to get further into this circle. The backstab potential is there from Rafina, which is going to be awkward, and Alpha 7 will clean up on that fight between Temuerte and DXavier, which should not have gone the way of DXavier at all. Some pretty scuffed grenades. And I think when you see it's just one player, instead of trying to get the nade on the finish to get the re-knock, just send out as 4, dude. They had the time to make it happen. There's the backstab I was talking about. Isn't quite able to finish off Matic, but there's more shots pouring in through from the side.
Yeah, Twisted Minds and Vampire all with their sights set down towards Team Spirit's approach, and you just can't make it through. Matic goes down as well. Team Spirit left with just effect on the forward position. Has got a rock and a vehicle to cover his side. As a solo, he's in the circle, and Rafinha has to make the dash that was already done. It's not going to work this time. Twisted Minds, I mean, sure, they're all alive as 4, but where do they go from here? At this point, the only option really is, well, there's 2 options, right? You go for a wide east sweep, try and take the high ground by the silos, or you crash straight into Vampire.
Inco. Inactive. 4 players still alive for this team. Arguably made a better rotation than Team Spirit were able to do, but now they found themselves in a tricky spot. Trying to provide cover for Inactive along the way. Good shots to the Mini 14, though. Tons of damage through on towards Major Pride. Almost pops 80 out the back, too.
Elementrix pushed back behind the silo as well. No chance you get back up. He's immediately flushed out. Inco doing well so far in the engagement with Major Pride. Elementrix is isolated. They know where he is. A nade in from Vitali. Looks a little bit long there, but does catch a bit of damage. Elementrix can't hold as far forwards now, and another one to follow it up. Looking for the damage, but again, not going to be able to find it. Major Pride stay on as 3. They are in this next circle. These are the silos that Twisted Minds may have an opportunity to rotate up towards if they don't want to step foot into the Vampire compound.
That compound has lost value at this point in time. It's still great, though, for controlling this south side of the map. Major Pride, though, would like to get some more points on board. They have overtaken DRX, but as 4 players on this southwest side, they're likely to continue on this game for a bit longer than potentially Major Pride, where these sightlines from RSG on their west, and they still have to push through Inco underneath them.
Yeah. The big position right now, the north side of the circle, the high ground for Alpha 7. They can transition across the road. They've got 2 of their players already across. They've got a couple of those buildings as well. Those ridges are good. As soon as that east side conflict concludes, but which it will have to now with the circle, they're going to have to push off of it. Alpha 7's position goes way up in my estimation of strong positions here in the circle. Obviously, you have to deal with RSG, but if Alpha 7's form continues, it shouldn't be too bad for them.
Yeah, the main competitors are Zeus. I think for Zeus, you really are looking to take that northern side of the map.
Oh,
Fantastic nade from Vampires. Doran last left alive again, but bullets pour on through towards their position.
Lovely regroup there. Rob's the last to fall. The nade bounces away on the impenetrable armor of the Vampires on the south side. The crash, I mean, it was done and dusted as soon as Tony K pulled the pin on that one.
Yeah, it's unreal nade. I think he actually just bobbled it over the top of the wall. So it stopped quite short. It's been a weird one because I think that looking at a lot of the nades been thrown throughout the tournament haven't been quite as slick as a lot of the ones we saw in the past. That's Alpha 7 taking shots over towards Zeus, already finding the first knock onto him. That might be a game over type of play. I mean, Mafioso does go down, so potentially there's a bit of a regroup possible. Jasuk spotted. Nade around the backside. Wow. Wow, feels the heat on his heels.
And actually takes a shot over towards Rita. Gets the knock there. Looking for a little bit more. Takes some damage, but the healing's good. The Molotov to force him away, but he doesn't quite have the sightlines from Maniac to get in there. And he might have just been able to get a little bit further into this one. Ooh, this is nasty. MSJ really want to hold on to this top spot. They've got 4 limbs. They're getting late into it.
There's Team Spirit out. Spotted, I think, by DRX potentially. Or on that northwest side. Alpha 7 might fall prey to RSG's backstab, but they're playing it really slow. Again, RSG currently in 15th place. It's just in terms of pitting those two teams against one another, especially with RSG on 3 players. You would not expect Alpha 7 to go down here. They had great control so far, though.
And on to 6 eliminations. They managed to regroup their knocked player on the far side of the road. They drove out, grabbed the down player, put him in the back seat, and brought them back into the fold. And this is that high ground that I was talking about now. RSG looking to try and compete with Alpha 7 for it, but as soon as this fight concludes, Zeus are no longer in the way. Alpha 7 once more have that massive amount of control. Major Pride may look to send into RSG here and try and sweep through. It's one of the few viable rotations that they've got available to them. There's not much more that they can do because Jasuk currently holds basically the only other viable position on the northern side.
It's not really all that viable either. Alpha 7 peeking over the top, coming face to face with their rivals at the moment, DRX. We're on the low ground. I mean, it's going to be a bit difficult. At the moment, I would say Alpha 7 just has a bit more space to work with, especially with this hillside, and gives them ability to peek over the top and then retreat backwards. Somewhat sandwiched, and the circle moves away from him on towards Jasuk, who is somewhat safe just by the pure fact that a lot of our teams around him have to fight in the first place.
DRX may just keep a little bit of the ridgeline on the south side. And I feel like they could definitely are the sort of team that can leverage that and make it work. They have always, well, over the last 3 games, every single time they found themselves on the edge of one of these last circles with a high ground ridgeline. And they have done very, very well from these positions over these last few games. So we'll see if they can repeat that performance here. Alpha 7 are going to be pushed off their ridgeline position. And they'll conclude the fight with RSG one way or another.
Yeah, they know they need to. They send these nades in. That's a fantastic one. Knew roughly where he's playing, and that limits RSG to 2 players. And a 2v4 possible for DX Xavier versus De Muerte, but I don't see it happening. RSG versus Alpha 7. Major Pride up to 5 elims now.
From that east side, though, they've definitely just got to move soon. 5 elims is good, but Inco, yeah, they've got that fight. And it's been brewing for a while. Major Pride do fall, and it's DRX's opportunity now to keep climbing these tables, maintain that 3rd place spot that they started the match with. But if Alpha 7 have anything to say about it, they will be the ones to take on DRX in the final circle again. Blank, it's just South Korea and Brazil all the way.
It's fantastic. Really fun to see this rivalry forming between these regions already. Inco down low at the moment. Vampires opted just to let 2 of their players fall to the wayside. Could not find a way out whatsoever, and now hold up behind a vehicle at the moment. Damn. Okay. I don't think that was even coming through from Vampires. A shot from Alpha 7 immediately put down.
Oh, J-Circ now with a test. Will not be able to pass. RSG, they've been bumped down to 2. A 6th place finish for MSJ. And that is not a terrible way to close out that game, considering they were on a solo for so long after Major Pride did a lot of work against them at that north side of the map. So, how far can Alpha 7 and DRX take this one?
Alpha 7 has to come off this hillside. Luckily, they've still got vehicles to work with. I think that is the major boon for them. Oh, dude, needs to get out of the way. QXZ forced downwards, and again, what? This is happening exactly again as DRX takes a knock, whereas they're the only ones with proper sightlines up towards Alpha 7. This gives a chance for Alpha 7 to do this.
Uh-oh. Oh no! 3 players go down! 2 to G-Bay on the off angle, and Lighting as well on that shack will hold his nerve, and Alpha 7 are on 1 player. They disappear, evaporate against Reagans, and now the north side is opened up. DRX, they're flagging a little bit as well with the off angles from Vampire. Sure, there's only 1 player, but it's going to make it so hard to move. They're a little bit entrenched here. Luckily, there's a knockback over to Vampire, but Carrillo left as a solo. Things take a turn for the worse for Brazil.
That is a disastrous push coming through from Alpha 7 down the hill towards the shack. What's it with Harame Bro as well as RSG on these insane holds. Stone using the most powerful of cover, the cactus. Does finally get taken down. Alpha 7 tries to move out, leaving just 1 player from RSG. He is able to pick himself up another elim point though, so can't say he's too unhappy with that. And DRX looking for the back-to-back.
Lighting goes down last, extinguished by DRX, and it is once more South Korea to take the top spots. It is going so well for them. It's Brazil for 2, then a South Korean back-to-back, and it's DRX to get both of them.
Do you know what time it is, John?
What time is it?
It's South Korea time.
Oh, hell yeah, absolutely. Let's head back over to the desk to break down just what makes South Korea so special, playing from the south side of the circle.
Well, I'm not very sure if those 2 things are related, but one thing that is related is that South Korea came to play here at this year's PMGC. My God, if you told me DRX were going to be able to pull off this kind of play, I can hear Colors all the way from I think he's in Thailand.
I think so.
Saying no way, that's not possible. But oh my God, what is going on with this team? This is insane. Like, we're gonna have yet again, even though Major Pride did jump back up into top 3 at before DRX won this. I think we're back to 2 South Korean teams in top 3 again.
Dude. 2nd place. Chicken dinner. Another chicken dinner. DRX just got into top 3. And then they win the next game in Miramar with only 1 more left to go, Max.
Another one.
What is happening here? I mean, South Korea is just going crazy.
Absolute madness for this team. They're looking so good, both of them. Like, this time around it's DRX. But as you said already, Jukes, 2nd place into a chicken dinner, into another chicken dinner, 3 matches in a row. Now that is what I call momentum. And to be honest, this game, looking back on how they rotated and stuff, Jukes, it didn't even feel that forced. It just felt like another day in the office for them. It's just, yeah, we're just going to play our game. We're going to get to the late game. Alpha 7, we know they're not going to make a successful transition down that slope into that dip. So we're just going to hold our position and get an easy win at the very end of the match, man. DRX just became a threat today for the throne. And I wonder, MSJ, can they hold on to it? Because their other South Korean team is gunning for that #1 spot.
Oh, man. This is crazy.
Look at the damage taken for some of the players,
ridiculous.
man. It was just so one-sided every time. What?
27 damage taken, 45 damage taken is ridiculous. I mean, these guys, DRX is one of those teams that if they get in a good spot, and no matter who's going in front of them, they're going to win that game. So, like, oh, it's so crazy to see just such constant performances at this point. I mean, this is PMGC. It's not like this is, PMSL or PMCO, right? I mean, this is the best of the best going at it. All 16 teams, if they get into a good position, could definitely take it home. And for DRX to pull off such a consistent performance at this time, I mean, these are basically some of the championship rounds, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just having a really hard time to realize that this is now 4 games, by the way, Jukes, Jason, that we've had Brazil, South Korea, like, making it to the late game in some way, shape, or form. Like, we had Alpha 7 and DRX again in these games, just being hyper damn consistent every single game, it seems. So I'm not sure. Even this game, Jukes, I know you were talking at one point about the little bit of a weird initiation from Deep Xavier onto De Muerte. I know you weren't a fan of that one, but it doesn't matter what happens over there because Alpha 7 just come in and sweep the entire place clean, squeaky clean. They are just Mr. Clean right now at this point. Look at that.
Look at that. You know what? That was, now it's like you just said, right? Yeah, and South Korea did great. But Alpha 7, though, right now, we're starting to see Brazil do a little bit of something. But, I mean, it's still nothing compared to the dominance we've seen from South Korea. At the end of the day, there are so many other teams that are going to be pretty close to trying to getting into that top 3. But when you got teams like DRX performing this consistent, it's going to be really, really hard to get one of those tickets to the Grand Finals, Jason.
Max, there's something we also have to mention that you brought up, and I don't want to steal it, about a certain player on DRX's side that I feel like we need to hit on here, considering the stage we're at and the performance DRX has been having.
Yeah, it's going to be Hyunbin. And we have to say, this player, this is his first year as a professional player. And the fact that his first ever attempt at a PMGC, Jason, he is playing so well with his teammate is exceptional. I think I've never seen such a good first year from a pro, especially in 2024. Most players are back from 2018, 2019, 2020. For first year, the fact that he's dealing with all of these OG players and teams and doing so well is an insane storyline. And if he can go the entire way into the Grand Finals too,
oh man,
that would be one of the biggest rookie storylines ever in PUBG Mobile esports in my eyes.
Agreed.
Looking down the list here, Alpha 7 still putting up 13 points. Reagan's Gaming, which we haven't talked about honestly too much, Max. I know we were really talking about how they always seem to lose players early on. They did finally put up, I think, their best game yet.
They still lost players early on, but they got placement points. That's what I really care about here, Jukes. It's good to see RSG. We saw it many times, Jukes. They can win fights, right? But we just need to see them survive as 3-4 players in the late game to have a confident win. I know they can get it. They just haven't quite pulled off the plays yet to get in that kind of situation right now.
Yeah, RSG is just hunting one of those tickets to the survival stage at this point. That's going to be 11th place. Currently, well, prior to this game, Inco was holding on to that with 77 points total. And then RSG with we're in 15th. So that's going to be still a lot of work left to be done. But man, this is the guy you were talking, Max. I mean, look at that, 3 eliminations. What a performance from this player and the rest of DRX as well.
Absolute menace on the battlegrounds. I already talked about what I wanted to say about Hyundin, but throughout the stats, he's just so impressive. I would love to see, I might even try and check it out at some point to try and get the numbers. Which players are currently competing for the MVP? You got Hoxie, I think Hyunbin is going to be up there too. I'm sure you got Alpha 7 players like maybe Revo. But here we go, still up there. Top 2 teams are from South Korea. Lads, history in the making here at PMGC.
Unreal.
I mean, it's only kind of fitting when taking a look at maybe another esports title that has their world championship going on right now with probably the most known player in esports doing extremely well.
Faker would be proud.
He would be proud indeed, man. 2-point difference in these two teams, 3 chicken dinners for DRX. As you look down the list, though, that means Major Pride and Team Spirit have been pushed out of top 3, especially with Alpha 7 able to get themselves in there. So if we stopped right now, again, to remind you guys at home who haven't joined us throughout the entire show, it's top 3 goes straight through to the Grand Finals once we're done with Group Yellow, and then it's 4th to 11th will go to survival stage. Every team there below that is going to be eliminated. We do see Vampire have moved up a little bit here into 6th place. Team Spirit have been, I wanted to say, a little bit quiet today. Major Pride have kind of been a little bit quiet today, but it's also weird to say Major Pride have been quiet because it's hard to replicate performance they've had in the first 2 days.
Hey, we get to see RSG move up a little bit too. 67 points there in 13th place. They're trying to hunt down that 11th position. Now, not that much of a gap left. What is that, 13 points? So they could definitely try to cross that here soon. But that in that first page, we saw a little bit of a disparity there from, I think it was what, from 5th and 6th place? Yeah, 5th and 6th. So that point gap could definitely be troublesome. So I want to see in this last game coming up, Max, right? Squads like Vampire get a good solid game under the board, because yeah, Team Spirit off and on, but at the end of the day, only one more game left. They could definitely catch up.
I'm really starting to look at BTR. We didn't talk about them too much today, but we did know they had some player rotates, right, going in and out. We talked about it earlier, right, Jukes? I'm not sure it was really needed, but okay, it doesn't matter. We're going to focus on these guys. Yeah, I just saw the graphic.
So much to talk about.
Currently the top player of Alpha 7 and able to survive always to the almost 21-minute mark. Like, it goes to show the rotations here are working hot juice for Alpha 7. They get to that late game and they are a threat when they get there.
I mean, Alpha 7's getting to that late game, and they're doing a great job. I mean, Alpha 7 is just doing Alpha 7 things at this point. It's just, you know, they're just getting outperformed by these two South Korean squads. I mean, there's just nothing else to say. I think if Alpha 7 gets in a good position, like we saw DRX in a couple times here, I mean, they're definitely going to pull out that chicken dinner. So, I mean, tomorrow is going to be an absolute battle to see who's going to win this, because it's really anybody's game.
I mean, I'm going to say this for chat. Now, chat, let's have an open heart-to-heart moment here, okay?
All right.
I know you're all fans of teams from your own regions. You're fans of players from your own regions. But let's just be unbiased for once. How damn good have these two teams from South Korea been playing? This has been ridiculous. You cannot, no matter how biased you are, I know we're going to get a lot of Jonathans out there and Team Souls, but you have to respect the level of play that South Korea is bringing. And we're going to ask you, who are your top 3 teams right now in Group Yellow? And again, do it without any bias, because you have to give respect to some of these teams and the work they put in, the turnaround they've been able to do. I mean, Mir and Sejong, again, they only qualified for PMGC like a week or 2 ago. They haven't had a ton of time to prepare specifically for PMGC, and yet they're running this themselves.
I think the top 3 is going to include 2 Korean teams right now, Jason, for a lot of people.
Dude,
but
I'm just looking at the chat right now, and I just saw a comment from it says, I love Jason 93, that Inko will be top 3. So I mean, I think they're doing what you're saying, Jason. You know, no at all. What a comeback? It's coming.
It's your beard on the line, Hot Juke. So
Oh, no.
I mean, I'm not worried about this. You keep that running all day long, and I'll keep dreaming about ripping off those strips of hair off your face. But yeah, no, it's been insane, and I think we obviously need to turn maybe our attention towards some other teams out here, like maybe your Vampires, who they did have a good stop on Twisted Minds. We did see that last match, Max.
yeah, they had a really good nade from Tony K. It was an interesting initiation, actually, from the side of Twisted Minds, because I think it was a push that made sense, right? Looking back on the map, they didn't have too many options. Otherwise, you're going right into DRX or you're going right into Inko, and you wouldn't even be safe if you win the fight. So sending it into Vampire made a lot of sense at the time. Unfortunately, the big issue with these kind of compounds, Jason, is that you have these little walls that surround the premises. And if you crash it with 2 or 3 players in one car, and you crash it and a team knows you're about to crash, you know they're cooking that nade. Like, instantly, they're ready to chuck it onto you, and the moment you crash, they're going to throw it over, and that's exactly what Tony K ended up doing. He chucked the nade, instantly gets 2 players knocked, and does a lot of damage on the 3rd player. That push was ruined pretty much instantly by Tony K alone. So Twisted Minds, it's good to see them do a play together. Just don't do the whole dying thing together. You know, just eliminate teams together. I'd love to see that, please.
Also, credit to Jasook as well, coming in from MSJ, right? We saw them take down Horror, then they got in a fight against Major Pride, but he survived. I think it was 11 minutes past when his team died, gave them some extra placement points, and more importantly, maintaining their #1 position at the moment. I cannot understate how important it is to get every single point possible, because your future could be decided by that 1 point. You could be going to Grand Finals, you could be going to Survival, you could be not even making it, and you have to go home.
I love it. I love seeing, I mean, first-time players crushing it here. South Korea versus Brazil. One more game left, Jason.
That's the regional clash I want to see happen. Give me Brazil versus South Korea in the future. But we're going to head into our final Miramar of the day, our final map of the day with John Allen and Blink.
We've got one more lap around the block, and it looks like, as you say, guys, it's South Korea or Brazil leading the race right now as match 18 is underway. We're going from Los Leones up towards Ruins in the northwest side of Miramar for the final time today.
Planes out, players are out, ready to pick up some more points towards the end of this one. Top 4 elims, Effect with 12, as well as Nomi on 12 as well on Miramar. T-Spirit's definitely putting up the pain when it comes to this map, but not particularly taking a huge amount of points home, and I think they have now fallen out from that top 3, which is unfortunate. They're not that far behind though, but neither is Alpha 7 looking to put up some more points. I think they played a pretty damn good game up until the point where they had to come off from that hillside. That was always going to be the tough factor, but they were given a chance, and they took that chance very well, where DRX got themselves into a fight with the final players from Vampire, and then you had them fall down versus RSG, man. I mean, that's a kicker.
Yeah, that's far from ideal, right? That's not where you want to be drawing short, but the battle for the top 3 spots is really starting to define itself now, with our top 5 teams really giving it their all. You can see top of the tables on elims for Miramar. Still Team Spirit, they are doing very well, but Hyunbin there, I mean, He's on the ascension. Today is his day. And this is his season. We'll see if he can keep it on going, because right now they're in second place. MSJ 2 points ahead.
It is so unbelievably close. And the fact that DRX has been able to catch up this quickly is very much the wild prospect that we did not expect today, with South Korea taking first and second spot. Very much unprecedented since the days of D plus Kia, when they sort of coined the central position approach towards the circle, just taking one of those really strong spots where I think that the lobby meta was much more focused on edge style sweeping. But yeah, it's super cool to see. And something that we've not seen in a long time when it comes to those international tournaments. Like, these are probably the best two South Korean teams in the world, as Jason was saying. Ooh, D plus Kia, you better perform.
It's a real gauntlet for the other teams from the region. You're right. It's going to be tough. Inco in the middle of this circle right now, so we're going very central on this one. They'll be able to establish themselves fairly quickly, or one would hope anyway. They still need a little bit more loot by the look of things. MSJ and Impala can head out to the west as we get a little scope out of their drop spot, of their locations that they've had. They've got Sewu out closer to La Bendita, making sure that they have got a little bit of information out on their first move as well to the west side. We'll see if they can sneak their way in on the north side of Los Leones underneath La Bendita, make a rotation towards the middle.
It's a super central circle, actually. Really benefits absolutely everyone in the lobby. I don't think anyone's put out too much by this one. Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on this top 5, because they're the ones that distinguish themselves from the pack now. I would say absolutely. With 133 being that cutoff, but down to 6th place with Vampires and 105, which is somewhat of a drop, right? It's somewhat of a drop.
Absolutely. It's a very difficult chasm to try and cross as well for DX Xavier and for Vampire. For me, I mean, after today, it feels like they're probably the only two teams that could jump up into that top 5. But even then, this top 5 is moving in lockstep with another. We talked a lot about how South Korea are moving up these tables and surprising us. But we've got Alpha 7, Team Spirit, two teams that we were expecting to have something to say about this lobby. Major Pride, one that we weren't so much expecting. But all of them are making those increments. They're putting up, 5, 6, 7 point games consistently, and that is what's making these top 5 so difficult to catch.
Again, that consistency is what everyone wants when it comes to a PMGC, is being able to put up those points. And it's the key thing for Alpha 7, which kept them in the running for so long. Even when they didn't have the hottest of starts, they've completely switched playstyles, which is a playstyle that's more geared towards getting towards that top side of the lobby, into the top 3. Not looking for a first place, not looking for crazy games, just games that are going to keep putting them in that top 5, 6 to 7 eliminations. It's what Team Spirit's tried to do, but they're not getting those top 5s. They're purely getting the eliminations on side, which is still good, but those extra added little points when it comes to placements is the thing that's carrying Alpha 7 further towards that top side. But yeah, real brawl at the end of the day. Now I'm super excited to see exactly who we do have in our top 3 when we end this, and this fight between Major Pride, Team Spirit and Vampire and Alpha 7 is going to be close.
Absolutely. It's really difficult to call it. Well, it is in fact impossible to call. Obviously the gap up towards DRX is a little bit long there for Alpha 7. There's a 10-point difference between them and second place, but even so, we've seen what these teams can do, right? We know that they can cross those gaps very quickly. When you're talking up towards a 30-point gap, that's where things start to get a little bit dicey, but definitely achievable for anyone in these top 5 to jump up into even first place in this match.
I think when you say it's impossible to call, it's really hard. But if we just take into momentum's sake and how the games have been going, I think if anyone can do it, it probably would be Alpha 7, just to stay ahead here towards that top side in 3rd place. I think Team Spirit's had a bit of a slowdown for absolutely the same kind of story. Alpha 7, they've just kept racking up these points. Again, haven't been mega games, but they're games that just keep piling up. And after a while, they are sitting on a mountain of points, which is great to see. DX Xavier I think they're very clued in on this position that is behind them. And this will be the first obstacle of many for Alpha 7 during this game.
Moving in. Their approach from the east side, DXavier have been spotted. Alpha 7 cooking the nades already as Nadetti gets into a bit of a dangerous spot, but does have the cover from the back lines of DXavier. Carrillo's already taken a little lick of damage there, and another player sent forwards with DXavier. A two-pronged attack now, looking to try and regroup it, but Nadetti gets a bit too bold. Backed off the ridgeline, another challenge from Magrellan as well. Looking to try and lead from the top of this hillside, and DXavier now 3 players up close, but Magrellan has their number. Nadetti's first to fall, Lamborghini and Levi's towards the back now. Nades keep on trading. No one really looking for the bold peaks, but a big pickup for Levi's keeps them safe for a little bit longer. However, they've isolated that position. They know this location. Over to Revo. Ooh, not quite long enough there. Levi's nearly puts a second one into the mix of it, and the backup from DXavier needs to come in. Paragin going to roll up, draw some attention, and do more than that as well. Revo needs to stand tall, but can't quite, as he's trimmed down to size by DXavier's roller. Alpha 7. They are in danger now. 3rd place on the tables, sure, but Major Pride and Team Spirit hot on their heels, and with DXavier as an outside draw, they may be able to find Mafioso and draw their day to a close.
Maybe it was impossible to call after all. Alpha 7 do not have fun there. Some great nades coming through from DXavier at the end of the day. And again, it's more than just that. The movement coming through from Levi's was fantastic, backed up by the rest of his team. The fact that Adetti was able to get up close, send a nade across, they knew that they'd be walking back from it. So in that moment, that's when he chooses to rotate in the vehicle. Really, really well done overall. And that is the final player from Alpha 7 to fall. No chance of even getting some placement points in this game. So 0 overall. And I think with that, it would be an incredible feat now for Alpha 7 to stay in that top 3. You're expecting Team Spirit and Major Pride to get at least 1 or 2 points this game.
You would hope. But Alpha 7 severely diminished in their point scoring capabilities, it's safe to say. As 0 will be where they draw short. 136 on that tally. Twisted Minds currently having a nightmare week and not impressing anyone really. 1 or 2 good positions in some games, but even then they just can't convert, and it has been pretty dastardly for them. Unfortunate. From San Martin, they'll make their approach. DRX though, opposite, right? Fantastic ascension today specifically. Before today it was Miran Sejong. Now the twofold attack onto the tables from South Korea. It's the most notable occurrence we've seen so far. Major Pride, look at a roll on down into the buildings here. Not going to slow down either. They make their way on in. All 4 of their players alive.
And great news for them. Get to a position like this. This will do for now. It's pretty central as well. I think a few of the teams would like this position, so they might have to fight for it a little bit. But again, that spot on the map does hold quite a few teams. Team Spirit typically doesn't play the most amazing from this position. You'd laugh considering it's directly next to their drop spot, but I haven't seen many good games where Team Spirit's able to get a central spot, play off the back of it. Hopefully this is a game where they can prove us wrong for the sake of their table.
Currently they are 3 points behind 3rd place, right? And that is a direct qualification spot, which is the most important part of getting up into that top 3. Sure, you're looking good to maybe take one of the top spots if you finish at the top of the survival stages, but Team Spirit die in survival stages. It is not a friendly environment for them. Historically, they have suffered when pushed to that limit, and getting up into the top 3 would be such a relief for them. Lock that one away. That's what they're chasing. See if they can do it.
For DRX and Miran Sejong, it will be a wonderful feat for them as a region. Then South Korea having 2 representatives already directly into the Grand Finals. So good. Miran Sejong on their rotate now. This is down towards the southeast side. They've been looking to move past Los Leones. I think they are heading further down towards the south and cutting in. Potentially past Chumacera. I mean, it's not a bad decision. You get some of the high ground on the backside of Chumacera as well, which does enable you to actually get some good scouting done. And next circle shifts back up towards Picardo. Oof, real difficult terrain here. High ground down towards that south side that looks over towards Picardo, but Inco, as well as Vampires, controlling over towards that position. Can comfortably hold two teams though, so it's not like these two squads are going to want to get into anything too scrappy too soon.
I feel like I haven't seen a Picardo finish in a long time. I mean, we talk a lot about how hot drops there are absolute trash strat, but a late game finish, I mean, I haven't seen it for a long time. It's more Los Leones that you see. Team Spirit trying to hold off this push from BTR, seemingly going to rebuff Leon away. They're going to be neighbors once more, but look at the off-angle shots coming on through. BTR really suffering. The approach comes in from Inco as well, so further up to their north, and it's really tough stuff to get on into Picardo. No one's moving in for free. Up to the arena there, and Inco just about get past. 3 players alive, but they will survive for the time being.
Yeah, 5 teams, by the way, inside of Picardo right now. Team Spirit dangerously close to BTR, who are going to get that reset. They'll be able to get their 4th player back up. It was a limping push in towards that building, but they'll get the splints on, bandage up, good to go again. I'm just going to reposition the vehicle so they don't get shot out, just in case they do need to make some quick rotates in the future.
All of those teams in Picardo now, unless they find a big opening knock, are not going to be moving for the next 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes maybe, until they are forced to do so by the blue zone. It's all on the teams on the outside to dictate how the pace of it will go later on into it. On the south side, you've got both DRX and Miran Sejong currently being guarded out rather thematically for today by Harame Bro on a wide split on the south side. It seems like Harame Bro's been the only team that's actually been able to do anything against these two rosters, but they're still not doing very well on the overalls. It's unfortunate because we've seen some pretty cool plays from Federales, from a couple of these players as well.
I think for RSG as well as Harame Bro, they're both the mosquitoes of the lobby. They're so annoying to deal with, and they have actually lost quite a few games for other teams, purely because of the backstabs that come through and the sudden clutch moments that come out from nowhere. But you're definitely right about that central arena. We do have a circle of teams currently placed up because they cannot assault one another in those buildings. There's so many angles off to the side. You saw that BTR tried to take a small engagement with Team Spirit, but could barely do that with the shots coming through from Harame Bro as well as DX Xavier. And Horror were about to get involved. So yeah, you're right. And especially with this circle now, it feels more and more certain like we're heading over towards Picardo.
There are 2 apartment buildings in the middle of Picardo that have not been taken right now, Blank. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see a team just try and last-ditch attempt, send it, lose 2 players, and take up one of the floors in these central apartment blocks. In general, there's a shell on Picardo right now, and it's yet to be cracked.
It's tough to even do that. Getting that information of which buildings are occupied and what aren't, I think at this point in time, you have to make this assumption that, look, it's all taken. I mean, Loops have made this crossing over towards the eastern side. That'll do for now. They did take casualties doing it. They got Rafina in the backlines, who does need to regroup with them. DX Xavier got torn to shreds getting over towards here. 2 players left.
Losing a lot. Twisted Minds on their north side. 1 elimination so far. On their feet, though, which is not ideal for this sort of an approach. No vehicles when you're looking at having to crash into Picardo. I feel like Twisted Minds are out of this one, kind of already.
Yeah, they are stuck on the western side. DX Xavier currently on down towards the south. They do only have 2 players, so not too much of a threat for them right now. If Twisted Minds, it's a slow approach. They can definitely take these buildings off towards the east, which is what they're currently doing now, and hope for something that pushes over towards that western side, which should be very useful for them in the future. They're certainly cut out. I think Zeus is in one of the positions that I do like on the outside edge of the circle, playing that ridge on the east, as well as having a backstop location down towards the south on the warehouses. They can control a lot of the area on the east off the back of this, and if they do get a miracle shift over towards the eastern side, it's certainly a strong place to play.
RSG wanting to move up and be bothersome to Zeus on the east side. Difficult ridgeline to get across here, with De Muerte having off angles from that north side, maybe able to peek one or two of these players as they try and crest the ridgeline, but there's a lot of terrain in the way on the north side of RSG. The regroup for Zeus down to the south, back to their compound. I mean, they're not overextending here. They are very, very wary of their east and their north sides. They're more willing just to chill out in their compound and allow the other teams to play their game.
Rob's just found a Detty, actually, as they make their way in here, but Lord getting knocked out. That's unfortunate. Levi's around the side. This guy is a nasty player to come up against. I'd probably say this guy's their best fragger. Good Molotov, but the peek around the side is caught off guard by Coops. They will be able to get Lord back up again. You're right, yeah, Horror off in the distance, working their way on over.
Maybe a little roll up here, but it's a little bit too late to take them on fully. Twisted Minds, I mean, now that they have managed to take this position, DXavier did have some buggies. You can see them sort of littered around. Maybe Twisted Minds can utilize that and gain a little bit of power. I said they were sort of out of this one. DXavier, give them a little opportunity.
I'll still be happy to take stage 5, though. Incoming 2 seconds. I think that does head back over towards Picardo. It does indeed. I think Twisted Minds can just double back now over towards that compound they scouted out previously. They create space down towards the south side. It can move out. And this does lean a little bit over towards that western side. And there's 2 loot crates here as well. So good look for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It does keep that hilltop in as well. There's a couple of plateaus that De Muerte can shift over and look to play. Meanwhile, though, on the approach, it's RSG making a crash. This is the hard shell of Picardo, and it's too much for RSG. I mean, this is one of the teams that likes to hot drop here early on, remember, playing them and Inco both. Inco have made their way back in. RSG, not so lucky. Anyone on the southeast approach, I think, is done for. RSG, the first to go. Zeus will have to make that move. I said anyone. MSJ on the south side, maybe they can make it work.
It has to be a crash. That's really the only option for a lot of our squads. I still don't think that people have realized that the northern compound of loops is free and available. I think that you're assuming you don't want to stay outside for too long, but there's Maroon Sejong actually rotating behind Zeus, and they're like, what is going on here? Where did these guys come from?
Oh, Jason, yeah, he can't quite find the opening there. The window closed just a little bit too slow. Pushed up towards the foothills of this Zeus compound. Was allowing his team to leapfrog behind him and sacrifices himself to allow MSJ access to the east side of the map. My question is, where are they looking to go from here? Because this is part of a plan. It's not their end goal, so where is stage 2 of this rotate?
The main option for them here is maybe to move up over towards, like I said, where currently Loops is on that northern compound. They do have Nino, though, passing over towards that position. This is certainly a playable spot, and they could rotate potentially over towards that northern side. Nasty long-range shot there coming through from Twisted Minds over towards Team Spirit. Again, they can't push it, and Inco will find Doran off the back of that one.
Team Spirit should be able to get that res, but in the meantime, on the southwest, it's DRX versus Aura. A knock going either way, but the nades keep on going in for DRX, and that's looking nice for them. A re-smoke onto Kaixei's position. Could be worried about Harame Bro across on that eastern side. Their approach is dangerous. The shots are coming on in. Hyunbin, Kaixei both down. Whilst Horror are suffering, they've taken another knock. There is an approach from Harame Bro. A knock going either way yet again. Soez is there trying to keep things together for them, but everybody's suffering, and it's the Mosquitoes who are drawing blood from Horror and from DRX.
I mean, they found an opening and an opportunity, and they're going to seize it as fast as possible. A lot of teams are actually quite happy that DRX is going down early, and Maroon Sejong's not in the best position. It still opens up things for tomorrow to leapfrog over the top of them. Pick up first or second place. Effects down though for BTR. They consistently keep taking casualties over on that western side. Peaking maybe a little bit too much.
That is unfortunate. Our top spot, DRX, they have managed to get 2 eliminations. They beat out the tiebreaker right now with Miran Sejong, who have found a little bit of safety, but that is where DRX will stop. 148 is the mark for the top spot right now, and MSJ with any point, a placement, or an elimination will take that from them. But that's not to disparage Major Pride's opportunities here. They are in Picado. They are one of the few teams that have been able to make that work. And the fact that Twisted Mind's compound on the west is still in, kind of crazy.
Yeah, they'll be allowed to live for a bit longer in this game. I think for Major Pride, it's actually a very strong spot for them because they have these multiple levels. For Team Spirit, it's slightly more difficult with this building that Effect's currently in, just having the one floor to it. If it does come down to how is Miran Sejong here?
What? I mean, I was expecting a team to send in towards these apartment buildings to get straight into the middle. I didn't expect it to work.
They are dead central. This is one of the most unacceptable rotations I've ever seen. Look how calm Final is. He's like, yep, that's what we do.
They sent in between Vampire and Loops from the eastern side. They just got a big approach. I mean, I guess Vampire were more worried over towards the north side with the Muerte making moves. They just weren't taking the lookout that direction. Kind of crazy. Harame Bro trying to make an approach, and Twisted Minds doing work. They're on 6 eliminations now on the west side, Blank.
Cutting Harame Bro down. I think it's good for Twisted Minds because they want to control more of this western edge. Here's Major Pride, though, able to take down Zeus as they assaulted the building. 6 eliminations now for this team, cementing themselves in a very strong position.
It is all right for the time being, but they're right on the south side. Not very central. Team Spirit a lot more central. And you're talking about teams that could chase them, right? They are very close on those tables. Miran Sejong as well, closer to that middle area. The worst part of the deal for Miran Sejong, sure, they get through, they keep 3 players alive, but they are fully surrounded. Team Spirit have an open flank, so do Major Pride. There are options for rotates away from Picado should they look to take them.
Yeah, they just have to sit still. I think the reason that Miran Sejong is able to do this is because they rotated so far out on that eastern side. Good shot from Minko. And then got over towards the stitch. They were able to hide all their vehicles and all their players. They waited just until the circle was about to push them in and then sent through. So I think the Vampire as well as Loops had absolutely no info on that rotate coming through from that eastern edge. So it's a very well done play. Pretty much just playing more of this stealth gameplay.
And whilst he may not appear on the numbers for this match, Jaesuk really a big key factor for it. Oh, unfortunate rundown on the ammo there for inactive. May allow Pusher to get back up here, actually, if they can get the cross. But absolutely, Jaesuk is pivotal in making this rotate. He was able to suppress and draw attention from the team out on the east. I can't remember who that was. I think it may have been Zeus or Major Pride. Not too sure, but it definitely was very important to allow MSJ to move in behind him to get that flank. So this is a big credit to them. Southwest shift keeps Major Pride in, keeps Team Spirit in. The west side of Picado getting a little bit better now.
Team Spirit hyper central. This is a game for them. Right? This is their game. This is where they really need to pop off. They know better than anyone that survival stage is not where they want to be. Getting into towards the top 3 right now with DRX out, Miran Sejong on 0 points. For them staying in that conversation for tomorrow is really important. I think for the mental game as well, ending the day in top 3 is so essential.
Twisted Minds, now they are being punished. This Northwest compound, I mean, they've been sort of dead men walking for the last 2 circles. Helped out a little bit in survival time, but 9th place. 7 eliminations, though, so probably one of their better performances over the course of these games in Group Yellow. But where do they go? There's a little opportunity maybe to swing down to the south towards that road, get a little bit of terrain cover, but they have to make that approach. It looks like instead they're going for a full frontal crash here, and Lord's already down. Coop's next to fall. Everybody is divvying up Twisted Minds as Doran makes it to some sort of cover, but the rest of the team, they are on their knees right now, begging for mercy, and none will be given to them.
Yeah, it's a really horrid approach here for Twisted Minds because everyone sees them at potential points. That's exactly what they are here. They are just potential points for other squads. Knock over towards Loops from Team Spirit as Muerte breaks away from their position.
Nice. Not
Points to get yoinked again.
To Muerte. Oh my goodness me. Major Pride. I mean, they're up to 6 eliminations, but everybody is just volleying fire up to this north side, and it's teams getting trimmed away by the circle here, and everybody trying to split the difference on this. Doran on the outside is actually fairly safe here. Nobody can push out towards him. He's not really in nade range, and you need to keep those nades anyway. So if he just keeps his head down, he can survive pretty late into this one.
I get that Lepar was trying to get the nade off, but it was very dangerous to be moving out of the zone like that. Out of the building, sorry, on towards that ridge side. It's very visible by a ton of other squads. Oh, Major Pride. This is so sad. I mean, 6 eliminations is good, but they could have had a whole lot more. They have the highest position in the map to be playing off the back of here.
Doran gets top 5 easily here. If he just stays alive, right? He just stays down. Nobody's moving out that way, as I said before, and it's Vampire to move. It is Loops to move. It is Inko to move. Major Pride to try and hold, but on the top floor, Becca gets spotted. Evo Station has to heal, and this is dangerous now. And nade in nearly finds it from the ground floor. The little drop down there for Becca allows him to get rezzed as well. But Inko are making moves. Vampire trying to slow them down. A big nade into the mix of it. Doesn't quite find an active on the knock. Juancho as well. Nenebete now up and into the mix with BTR. Juancho to back him up, but Inko leave one trapped back. Looks for the heal, tries to find it. A nade over to Nenebete, finds the knock, and it's up to Juancho. He's good for one. The second as well. And Inko rampage into the BTR compound. 2 more players, 1 volt, and it will be cut down as well. Inactive's here. He's across the way, but it's all up to Juancho. He may not even need the backup here. 3 players fall, and finally he's curtailed. The burn comes through from an off angle. It's not even BTR to do it. Team Spirit can third party, and they want to do it quickly. They will look for the last player of BTR, and it will go their way. Vampire chiming in to try and separate this fight from Team Spirit, but know me once more. This guy is bold, he's brash, and he's looking to make it work.
I mean, they need points. They desperately need points. In comes Vampire as a full 4-man squad, splitting out over towards Twisted Minds. Becca struggling as Luke's move over towards his position. Effect will take down Doran. Becca finishes off Neil Zada. Oh,
Doran
comes back down again.
I mean, Doran was stepping up to try and steal those points, but just survive, get some later.
Back down into zone 9. It really does not feel that way. Team Spirit with a real nice location. Other teams would beg to take off of them. Neil Zada are 8 eliminations for Major Pride. Hard to catch up to them now. Team Spirit would have to absorb a lot of the elims in this lobby.
DRX are sweating right now as well, because this top 5 is approaching. Alpha 7 a bit unhappy about this as well. MSJ, they close down Loops, and somehow with a miraculous rotate find themselves in the mix. They are now in that top spot. The placements will add up to 4 teams remain. Vampire with 4. Team Spirit, the raid boss now, but nades are pouring into their locations, trying to fend off everyone. The gap in the wall suppressed by Matic. Vampire will be pushed through, but Schweppes lands one to him, and no response to be found. Effect needs this res, and he needs it now.
That is a wild nade coming through from Schweppes, and they know the location should be close by. Evo Station getting shut down by Miran Sejong. Just Becca now remaining. Seiwu down inside the building, and outside the truck stop. Flat tire there for Hoxie. He drops to a knee.
Final for the last player to stand for MSJ. Very thematic, but Becca looks to shut him down. The final circle's closing on the west side of Picardo.
Oh no!
And a nade from the backlines. Finals death knell will take down 1 player from Team Spirit. Kitsune getting res now, and it's all up to Major Pride, with Becca on the outside, may be able to be a little third-party angle here. Vampire trying to make their approach, but it's suffering on all fronts. AZ is down, and Becca strafes across with a spray down. Looking to try and find a knock, and Team Spirit looks to stay alive. Vampire approach, looking to descend onto this position, make their ascendancy up the tables. Becca holds the corner, they're up into the wall. He stepped back in, Team Spirit not taking the shot. Stone goes down, and a 180 from Becca to make a magnificent play. But Team Spirit now, the last team to stand in the way of it, all in the middle, all weathering the storm. They want to get up into the top 3 to close down their 3rd day. out go Major Pride with Becca the last to stand. The door swings open and it is Team Spirit to stand tall. The west side of Picado shut down and they stay alive to the final moments.
Spirit ending from Team Spirit, but does that get them into the top 3? That is the question on everybody's minds right now, because Major Pride were able to put up a ton of eliminations. It's going to be horribly close for them. Maybe 1 or 2 points differential either side, but we will have to wait and see what the death says about it. But yeah, that was a great game from them. A really strong position. There was a few moments where they maybe stuck their head out a little bit too far, but what a run from Major Pride. That was not easy, and Becca made an incredible play towards the end there. Stole so many points away from Team Spirit onto Vampires.
I don't know what the hell that match was, but Team Spirit come out as the victor. I think we had 7 teams at one point sitting in Picado in close proximity of each other. Though I really felt like Becca here, as we saw, the almost clutch out of him was insane. The game sense, the shots he was hitting as well, really showing why Major Pride is proven to be one of the strongest teams in the lobby.
Dude, oh my gosh. You just saw the faces on Vampire. They were so pissed, dude. They thought they had that one in the bag. I thought that they had one. Jason thought that they had one, but Maxman said Team Spirit was going to win, and that's exactly what happened.
No, I said Team Spirit. He said Vampire.
No, I said
was gonna
that.
correct you there.
Actually, no, Kalara said that.
Oh yeah, Kalara said that. I forgot. My bad. We can see here though 8 eliminations coming in for Team Spirit, and they fell out of top 3. This potentially could get them back in there. We'll never know, but we will find out as the overalls will come out at the end of the day. I don't know why I still will never know. We're gonna find out in like a couple minutes. But honestly, an insane match. Though I do want to point out one team that we did talk about, MSJ, Miran Sejong. How did they get into Picado and to do it with 3 players, but they potentially could have had 4? Like, that could have been a completely different game.
Well, Jason, I'm happy you're bringing up that question, because I looked back on the map feed to see how they got there, and I still don't know.
Thanks, Max. That
You're welcome.
really
They
I don't
just
know.
rotated as 3, and they sent in the center, and they did not get eliminated. That's literally what happened. That is just what happened for MSJ. So they just sent it. One building was open, and they took it for themselves. And also had some really good clutches. Finals nade hot shoots, by the way. That created a big possible opening for Vampire, until they encountered a little Becca boy that did not like them very much.
Oh my gosh. Becca shut up down there. That 1v2 was just disgusting. And yeah, that push from MSJ, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Vampire during the World Cup. Remember that? Where like they just drove straight into the middle between like 8 teams. It's so crazy. And that's what's so wild about it, is because the rotations this entire tournament have been insane, right? I mean, we've been staring at it, Max. I know you and I have been talking and be like, hey, let's just look to see how these guys figure this out. And it's just working out so well. That's why we see them on top.
True. It's been fantastic rotations overall. I mean, it's always tough when you get to a Picado finish, right? It's always send it to Picado early, or you try and survive. And as we see in the replays, there one team that wanted to avoid this area of Picado as much as possible was Twisted Minds. And I do have to say, Hot Shoots, in my eyes, macro-wise, rotation-wise, and synergy-wise, this was looking like the best game of Twisted Minds. So, no, big ups on that. I think that was definitely a very solid game from the team.
I would agree. I'd agree. Yeah, we saw an 8 elimination game from them earlier, but, you know, seeing this game, just how they moved, you know, and it finally looked like they were starting to work as a team a little bit, you know, so it's good to see this, like, right at the last second. I mean, it's way too late for them to try to get top 3, but, you know, to make it into, you know, the survival stage, it's still possible for sure.
I swear, Max, I could just hear Stalwart and Not Noobs in my head just going, no, it could have been us, not them. As a Picado finish, man. Like, insane to see that happen. But Major Pride still pulling out 16 points. Team Spirit, 18. Vampire, we can see with 9 Twisted Minds. Or 9. I think you might be right. I think it actually might be their best match so far, beyond the fact of their macro play in this one. And looking down the list, though, I mean, Alpha 7, 0 points. They're going to fall out of top 3, I would imagine, here. DRX as well, not having the greatest of games. But then again, like, if we looked at the map, at some points in this game, you had so many teams inside Picado, and every other team was just outside of it. It was like basically like kind of like a donut you could see, where there's just this no-go zone on the map. Where teams are just like, we're gonna wait for the zone to shift, and then we'll make our move. And in the end, well, Team Spirit get the victory, and they were one of the teams already tucked tightly inside Picado.
Yeah, I swear, I blinked and there were 6 teams there. I was like, wait, what happened? I missed a chapter from this game. But Matic going to be up there. Every single player of Team Spirit were very important, Jason, to hold down the fort of this building. Matic, of course, with the stats, gets 3 eliminations. We know this guy from like years and years now in PUBG Mobile Esports. He's an absolute menace on the battlegrounds. But I want to highlight that maybe is not quite high in terms of stats this game, and it's actually going to be Effect. His position in the building was so important to hold down the fort for his squad, so big up on Effect. But here you go, with that game here, it pushes up Team Spirit in 2nd place, 3 points behind Mira and Sejong. So Team Spirit here really reclaiming their position of top EMEA teams here globally.
Look at the difference, though, between like maybe let's just throw in our top 4 teams as well. It's like a 6-point difference between 1st and 4th place, a 2-point difference between going straight through the grand finals and having to play in the survival stage. It is insanely close here at the top of the table, with honestly, I'd say even a gap being or growing in this one. If you look past like Alpha 7, for instance, I feel like that's kind of like the point where it's 136 down to 114 points. We're seeing like our top 5 teams in this group, and Vampire right now and DXaver are just trying to catch up.
I think it is going to be between top 5, right, Jukes? Tomorrow, that's going to be the case.
Dude, it's wild. It's wild how like consistent the top 5 have been. Like they're just straight point sponges. Like we've seen almost every game today, right? Except for I think it was like what, game 2. Like the top 5 are always in this, and they're just getting double-digit eliminations every single game. It's ridiculous. I mean, right now there is a big difference though between 5th and 6th. Oh, I'm looking at it right now. That's 22 points. With only 6 matches left, it's going to be very difficult to cross that. So I can understand why Vampire were so frustrated when they didn't win that one, because, I mean, that could have been the difference between them making it to the grand finals, you know, automatically or not.
Bad boy Becca shutting them down right there. But we can see our MVP of the day, Hoxie, yet again. This is 2 days in a row. I think Nomi had a day 1, Hoxie had a day 2, now day 3, and quickly becoming one of my favorite players and favorite teams for sure.
I used to scream Forest when it came to South Korean players. I'm gonna have to start screaming Hoxie to the top of my lungs, Jason. I feel like, because he's been so consistent these last 2 days, and very, very happy with him. And he's also normally one of our top supports, but he's not here just yet. He's not the top assist. It's gonna be easy for Major Pride. But you brought up Major Pride, I think, at the end of yesterday, Jason. Even though, sure, they don't get the wins, they still get those big elimination games that keeps them somewhere in the conversation. So I don't know how they do it, but it's working.
Well, right now, if you guys haven't noticed in-game, we have the PUBG Mobile X Venom collab. The Last Dance is available right now, where you can experience a unique gameplay adventure. You can discover the Black Symbiote clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and Livik to obtain the Black Symbiote arm and encounter Black Symbiote war horses. Those war horses look absolutely sick, by the way. You can equip the Black Symbiote arm to move more rapidly by aiming at fixed targets, pull in mobile targets like players or airdrops, and launch yourself with a slingshot-like moves. But in the meantime, we're going to head down to the stage, check out the collab.
Matches have gone by, and I'm joined by the Cloud9, the NA legend Adder, aka Kitsune, for you guys didn't know. I had to throw a little bit of an Easter egg right there. Man, you guys have been so consistent being at the top throughout this past 3 days. Has anything surprised you guys?
Honestly, for me, it was a pleasant surprise that Korean teams are doing so good. For example, DRX and MSG, I enjoy their playstyle. I think that it pretty fits this type of lobbies, you know, the hard ones that have a lot of live players at the very end game. So they're doing great. That's a surprise, I guess.
That's good to know. Jason, back at home, currently at the desk, he wanted to know, how have you guys changed your playing style, having to play with Nomi, having to play with Matic, in comparison to the past when you guys have different players?
Basically, we've changed to more center gameplay, and I felt always that Nomi always wants to be in the action, you know? He's always the one who's making some situations and getting points from there. So basically, me and Matic are trying to fit him. So that's the point of our gameplay.
Right on, and I got to throw a quick little bonus question in there. Have you guys noticed that Nomi sometimes gets a little bit too overextended? And are you guys trying to fix that, or are you guys just giving him free reign? That's for
I mean, that's just how all of these type of players are, you know? They're always on the edge, walking on the edge of the blade. Okay. So you just have to adapt to it. You just have to Sometimes just tell him that you just need to slow a little bit down. We don't need it like right now, but sometimes you just need to give him freedom.
There you go, Max, man. You got your answer. Now, going into tomorrow, the last day of Group Yellow, you guys are currently in second place, 3 points behind MSJ. What are you guys going to be doing tomorrow to make sure you secure that top 3 and get a chance to go to the Grand Finals in London?
Actually, we've came to this tournament with a mindset that if something happens, like our gameplay is bad, we just need to stick to the plan and don't change it, because changing the plan at the very in the very short time gives you nothing at all. It almost every time ruins everything. So we will just do exactly what we did first 3 days. Just try to get as many points in every situation. Every match is a new match. So that's it.
That's good to know, man. Well, just want to let you know, I'm happy to see how consistent you guys have been.
Thank you, bro.
Considering the performances we've seen from you guys in the past, I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow. With that said, back to you guys.
Tribulations, a lot of ups and downs. When you think back to like the G Gladiator days, I'm so happy to see it paying off for them, and I hope they can maintain this because they still have one more day to try to hold on to that top 3 spot.
I think, Jason, when it comes down to this team back at PMWC, we all felt a lot of doubt for this roster. We're like, what's going on? Like, they were doing so good previously, and now PMWC, do we have to doubt this team going into 2024? I'm happy he put an end to those kind of talks going on with the start of this PMGC season, and it hopefully is going to go just higher and higher for them in terms of result, because they've been playing exceptionally well, super consistent, and I'm glad to see Kutsini also seems to have a good time, and he knows that pretty much when Nomi is going to be split, it is what it is, pretty much. I'm like, yeah, that's true.
I think, Hot Jukes, it's so difficult as well to try to play any esport at a top level, but to also maintain being able to play at a top level like this without giving up. And especially with the lows that he's had with his teams in the past, it's not easy to kind of keep the mental state of like, I'm going to keep trying, keep pushing myself. It's so easy just to fall off into complacency and just disappear off the face of the earth.
I mean, that's for sure. But you know what? I said it, what was it? I think on day number 1, I saw Kitsune, you know, during PMWC, after getting like 2 eliminations for days, you know, at the end, I just saw him just like this, soaking up some sun. Like, not a worry in the world. The dude's just built different. You know what I'm saying? So I think that he knew that, you know what, my time's going to come. Just today wasn't my day.
To be fair, I've seen his career earnings on Wikipedia, and I would be definitely chilling in the sun like that if I were him as well. And not to mention, I was saying I'd be picking myself up one of these Infinix GT20 Pros. You see all the pro players using this entire year at these global events, and even some of them in PMSLs. You guys can play like the pros with 120 FPS, not to mention the 144 Hz AMOLED screen. Max, you and I have ours. Hot Jukes, yours is in the mail. I just got confirmation of that. So it might take a couple years to get there. It might be the wrong address. It might be my address because I want a second one. Who knows? But also, while you guys are checking out, you can also still go into PMGC Grand Finals to spectate, to view, and to not to mention be there for all the activities that will be happening. And you even get some free goodies with it, a drawing game to get yourself one of the 2024 PMGC skins, plus a ton of other things beyond that. Looking at that sweet, sweet merchandise that if we're there, I think all of us are going to be rating and take as much as possible because we love our PUBG Mobile merch.
I'm just going to be wearing like 5 sweatshirts. Like, oh, okay, I'm getting on the plane like this.
18 sweaters, 16 shirts, not to mention 15 hats. But you know what? That's going to end off our 3rd day here at the PMGC group stage for Group Yellow. We still have 1 day to go before we find out which 3 teams will go through straight into the Grand Finals. And of course, the other teams that will unfortunately be going home. We'll see you guys then for some more PUBG Mobile action.
bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm in the field, yeah? We're taking a block, taking inferno, we're taking a lot. Selling our beats and we're selling them lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Wait, so lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, fire. Fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field. Taking a block, bringing in venom, we're breaking the locks, bringing the heat, and we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire. Go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire. Go that fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Come lift it higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, war, fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Wait, so lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, yeah? More fire. Go that fire, pure fire, yeah? More fire. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We're gonna lift it higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Wait, so lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire. More fire. Go that fire, pure fire, yeah? Pure fire. Go that fire. We be getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah? It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah? We're taking a block, breaking inferno, we're breaking a lock. Selling our beats and we're selling them lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, war, fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Wait, so lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, yeah? More fire, go that fire, yeah? Pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks, bringing the heat, like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire. Go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire. Go that fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Wait, so lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire.
I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change.